save.
I shall tweet.
Go. And yeah, I'm gonna tweet the flames here as well. As soon as this allows me to. Where did my chat window go? There it is. Now I can see if people flooding in like vultures to do things. What am I doing here? Oh man, I love social media. It's awesome. Can you just do the thing I'm telling you to? Thank you. Very cool. Hey chat, how's it going? I don't know if YouTube actually realized yet that I clicked the buttons, because sometimes YouTube is like, maybe in a minute. Zeberg. It says yeet there, and then hello. Okay, I think we're we're doing it. Post. So we're just vultures to you? Yeah, but very handsome vultures with big dicks. Wow, that was a great start to the stream. Hey everybody, what's going on?
Well, if vulture dicks are anything like duck dicks, they're horrifying.
Oh god.
Oh, the corkscrews. Yeah. Oh god. Nightmare fuel.
Absolutely. I'm a penguin, not a vulture. That's fine. You can be a penguin as well. That's a very good show as well. So, I would choose a penguin. Actually, penguin is kind of a dickhole. So I don't know.
Random, do you have Twitter? There's a good chance to plug it, and also I'm trying to tag you.
I do. Hold on. I honestly, I barely use Twitter.
He does have it. I just flamed him in, unless I clicked the wrong guy.
Oh, it is okay. There's random film talk. Okay, I found it. I realized I wasn't following you because I typed random and nothing came up.
Yeah, it's a little weird sometimes the way they do it. Balls above wang, boys. Oh, that's a good old meme. Great start of the stream. First thing I hear is being mentioned as a duck's privates. We aim to please here on the Forge. Hey, we're doing the things. Oh,
they're nightmare fuel.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Things are happening. More talking another good movie, Terminator 2, because I guess that was it had to happen. All right. Come on, like, as if we wouldn't do T2 after T1. So we're going to get into that very soon. But also, you're going to give people some time to arrive. So, yeah, how's everyone? Yes, hello.
Metal,
Hi.
Capital Opinions has just replied to your Twitter message saying that you've goofed up the link.
I goofed up the link? Why?
I don't know.
But it's... Yeah, it's... you can't click on it on Twitter.
Why did you... I just clicked on share on YouTube.
The same thing's happening to me. That might not be him. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay,
no,
so
I see. The HTTPS is flumed up. Hang on. Well, I can't edit it because I'm not paying for that stupid service, so I have to repost it, I guess.
Wait, you have to pay now to edit your tweets?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but you do get some other features. I have it, but you know, I get made fun of by people who don't have it often.
Well, let me get the proper link again. Share link.
Although it's been a while since I posted a gameplay video, and honestly, the biggest feature I was having that I liked is being able to upload 1080p video, because it made gameplay clips that I'd share not look like shit.
Here is the non-broken link. Hopefully. Not her, here.
Mine should have the non-broken one. If you click the share button on YouTube, like in the browser, and then bring up the thing and a copy, it gives you the correct one. Like the search, or sorry, not search bar, like the URL bar, copying that just gave the title of the stream for some reason when I posted it into Twitter.
I mean, normally that works. I do it for every stream I do. I don't know why it broke here. I assume I marked it with my mouse and then clicked in the tags and then it flamed it up. That's probably what happened. When you know, that's just life. That's how it is. Yeah, good start. I'm a professional. Cool. We got that sorted out. Thanks, Capital, if you're in chat, for noticing that, because otherwise I wouldn't have, and I would have looked like a darn fool about people are used to that. So whatever. Hey, we got some fresh blood. A new debut. Creetosis, hello, hi.
Has Creetosis not been on?
No.
Hello.
That's
really?
that's the
I've
first
just
time
been
I'm
on
talking
EFAP
to
with you then,
him. I'm
'cause
pretty
I've definitely-
sure. I know he was on FAP before. I don't know. I was there at that point.
Because I was like, I've definitely been on a Discord show with Creetosis. I remember this icon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was EFAP.
Ah.
That was the Never Knows Best one, right?
Yes, it was.
With Patrician, where he called you guys.
Yeah.
That was so funny. It was amazing.
I've been cucked by this video game. Meh.
That's one of my favorite moments of all time online.
It's quite something.
Yeah, that Never Knows Best video was sad to watch. I thought a Cyberpunk video was pretty good. So, and that's the only other video of his I've seen. So then I saw that and I was like, oh man.
That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, big sad. But yeah, that was I remember that was pretty funny. Cucks are pretty funny. What's up, Trooper? God, yeah, EFAP. What a thing. I guess talking about EFAP, there wasn't one yesterday, but the supercut of us playing Veilguard came out. And then it got stricken down, and now it's back up. So there was a whole arc happening while I was asleep with that video, but it's there now. You can watch it. It's really funny. It's me as Little Platoon for a little bit, and obviously Mauler playing, not through. I think the only one who actually played through it was Az, but we played bits of it. And good old Joe Danger did a supercut, and it's on the Mooler channel. You should check it out. It's really funny. Not now, though. You're here now. You're trapped. You're not allowed to leave. The door is locked from one side and only opens up again when we're done.
$50 super chat will allow you to leave.
It's $5. You guys playing Dragon Age Veilguard is so funny. Yeah, the thing is, I would have played more, but because my section ends with, I think I'm getting the flu, and I'm pretty sure I did get the flu for like a week or two, and then I was like, I don't really feel like playing this anymore, so I didn't. But it was quite funny to play through, and this was really dull. So yeah, normally I try to finish those. I did it with Alan Wake 2. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I don't know. It's been a while ago already. All the other people quit. But I went all the way through. But this time, I quit. I'm a quitter this time. So there you go. It damaged your genes. It did, yeah. I think it gave me online AIDS or something. But I got better, so that's good. It wasn't my bed and started laughing hysterically. It's a funny supercut. I don't know, but I kind of hope that we get supercuts of me and Mauler doing the drinking games again, because those are always fun. The hit and run one from 2 years ago almost now. That's pretty funny. I was so fucking drunk on that stream. Holy fuck. But I also drank like shots and also beers on the side nonstop, and I was very drunk, and I think you can hear that. It's pretty funny. But yeah,
I've been like completely sober for like almost 2 months now.
I drank on Friday. So Mario Sunshine was a ride for sure. Yeah, I mean those drunk streams went on over there, and we hot seat those games are like always a good time. But I need a bit of a break after those, at least for a day or two, to just get my bearings again. But yeah, we were doing 30 shots on stream at New Warrior until I remembered he was German, and that's just normal Thursday afternoon. Yeah, I think it was 37 shots of Malibu on the Mario stream, I think. And yeah, I think last time I didn't do like these shots. I think the last time we did hit and run, I did like, what was it? Was it Fireball or something? Something was like 40 or 30%, like way more percentages. So yeah, I was gone, dude. And we did finish the game as well. But this time we finished the games we started, so we had some redemption there. Yeah, finally I can watch something that doesn't destroy my faith in humanity. I mean, it destroys it still when you think what comes after everything. I
mean, the thing that I hate is just the moments where the T-800 and John are like having little like father and son interactions.
Mm-hmm.
Just the opening of Dark Fate just jumps into my mind, and I'm just like, fuck them so much.
It's so crazy they did this, and then they just destroyed everything with every new iteration. I mean, it's crazy they never made another one after this. That's what I
Well,
meant.
honestly,
Yeah.
we all watched the director's cut.
Sorry?
I believe
Because-
so.
Of T2, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So its ending is canon. I'm declaring it. Okay. That's it.
Well, then I think
John becomes a senator. Like,
I think they made
everything's
everything
fine.
not canon after 3, right? Like they made this official.
No. Two director's cut. Boom. That's canon. The series is over.
I mean, yeah,
Judgment Day
for
never
us, but I mean,
happened.
like in real life.
Yeah, so they when Dark Fate came out, it decanonized T3, Salvation, and Genesis. So the idea, I think, was that the Terminator movies was meant to be, I guess, retconned into a trilogy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I meant your channel. I've seen way too many political and state of the world videos this week. Oh, I got you. Yeah. I mean, I just play video games and being a retard on stream. That's what I do here. And also on the other streams. So yeah, I get you. We're just talking about schmovies because schmovies are nice. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes they're nice. This one is nice. This one is really nice. Get fucked,
True
Dark
Pop.
Fate.
True Pop says director's cut. What's been added to that? Watch the T2 director's cut.
It's like 15 minutes
it's
more. Random
Yeah.
told
15
me
minutes more
earlier
and
he
honestly
actually
better.
has notes where things were added. So it's actually going to be interesting because I don't actually know.
It'll probably be a video that I end up doing in the future,
Nice.
comparing the two directly. But yeah, I think that almost every single scene that they added in the director's cut is just a straight up improvement.
Nice.
There's one that I think is weak, but I can see why they added it, and I guess we'll get to it.
Hell yeah.
Huh. I'm kind of wondering which one that is. I honestly liked all of the things that. Granted, it's been a while since I've seen the theatrical cut, but yeah.
I think I know which scene it is because there's one I had a problem with too. But as I watched it early this morning before the stream, I feel it kind of fits in better if it's the same scene I'm thinking it is.
Nice. Well, I'm sure there's going to be plenty to talk about because this is a good movie. And honestly, I can tell you right now, I don't have a lot to complain about.
Yeah. You've got to try. There are things to criticize, but you have to try, like, you kind of have to really go out of your way to criticize them because, yeah.
Do curse words comments not appear on the stream? Well, the thing is, it kind of depends. Like some things, YouTube is like, that's too bad. It's not going to be shown at all. Some things you can only see in the live chat and not the top chat. The thing is, when I
switch to live chat.
Yeah, the stream I capture, for some reason you can't put it into live chat, so some things just get lost in that for some reason. Because I use like a thing so I can make it like transparent and stuff, so it's on stream. And for some reason that can't capture the live stream, the live chat for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I need
as
to.
far as I understand, it's YouTube's fault. It's not OBS's fault. I think that's just down to how YouTube works.
Yeah, probably.
I think one thing they hit in Top Chat is Zeddy Boy said, "Yeah, get fucked, Dark Fate," and and fuck is even censored, and they still I don't know. YouTube's protecting Dark Fate, I guess.
I guess they have a filter for fuck with the asterisk in there because they're like, you can't fool us with that. We're smart and stuff.
I might be able to help you with the chat thing after the stream because I've got a browser extension that will pull from chat and display it on screen, and you can have it in live chat. That's what I use.
Okay, because I have like an extra code in there, so you can switch like the color of everything and stuff like that, which I don't actually need, but that was like the best thing I've found back in the day. But if you have like another option, I'll happily try it. That would be nice.
Yeah.
All the slurs on screen. We're not cowards here. Oh man. I guess other than that, I've been playing more Astrobot this week. That game is fucking awesome. I'm looking forward to finish it. Probably in the next stream, I would imagine. Kind of depends how long I'm going to take for some of the trials because sometimes they get a bit tricky and a bit annoying, but still fun. But yeah, Astrobot has been quite excellent video game. So I'm looking forward to finish that up. And then
Yesterday, I got through 6 chapters of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on Game Pass. I
nice.
think the normal difficulty is easier than the normal of the original Ninja Gaiden 2 because I do not remember being able to get through this game as quickly and painlessly as I have. I've died like 3-4 times, maybe.
Maybe you've
Mostly to
evolved
bosses.
as a gamer.
I mean, maybe. Like, I was pretty good at Ninja Gaiden back in the day, but it's also been quite a while since I played it. I think I fiddled around with the Steam releases of Sigma and Sigma 2, but
Yeah.
I don't even think I got to Sigma 2. I didn't finish Sigma.
Yeah, I know. When I'm done with Astrobot, I wanted to play Wukong, but there's some other games out there that I also want to play. So actually, I don't know what I want to play next now. We'll see, because the Ninja Gaiden is Ninja Gaiden 2 Black Edition or whatever it's called.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ninja Gaiden Black was the kind of director's cut, you could say, of Ninja Gaiden that was on the original Xbox. The PlayStation versions were Ninja Gaiden Sigma. And I believe the biggest kind of faux pas for Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 was that they toned down the blood quite a bit. And Ninja Gaiden 2 is an extremely gory game, and that has been restored. It's running in Unreal Engine 5 and it looks nice, but there is still some like stuttering and frame rate issues in places that kind of make me wish they just ported Ninja Gaiden 2 and like added a couple things to it. But I mean, there's a sequence you can play as Momiji from Dead or Alive, and yeah, she's pretty.
Nice. Yeah, maybe I'll play that next. I don't know. There's actually a bunch of video games coming out in not too long from now, so we'll see. I also need to do my Last of Us arc before season 2 comes out. Yeah, tons to do. Nothing, not short of anything to talk about and play and do all kinds of things with. I've been going through the Captain America movies in preparation for Brave New World. So that's been fun for now, but we're getting closer to the show, which I haven't watched before, so I have to watch that for the first time, which is probably going to be kind of important as preparation for that.
Should we do Last of Us Forges?
Like
not either on the games or the show?
I'm not sure. I can think about it. It's not a bad idea.
I mean, like, I have a lot to say about the second one.
Oh,
I mean, there's a lot of good stuff to say about the first one. But
yeah. I mean,
the show's okay. The show was pretty good. At least season 1.
We can think about it. I mean, I'm probably gonna do, like, when I'm done with the game, I'll do like a rando rant on it. I'm probably gonna just do rando rants for almost every game I finish, just to have like my thoughts out there of it. I think seems kind of cool as an idea. Just a little bit of content off the cuff, and people seem to enjoy those. So maybe I'll probably do one on Astrobot as well. I don't know if I should still call them rant then, or should I call them like rando praise. I know rant sounds so negative, even though I'm probably going to praise the shit out of Astrobot.
You can positively rant.
Yeah.
Ranting is just talking for an extended period.
That's what I was thinking.
Without much direction.
But I think most people, when they hear rant, they're like, "Oh, what's going on?" But yeah, I don't know.
You could say that someone is ranting and raving about how good something is. Like,
That's true. That's true. Rando ravings. Yeah. I'm sure the next Cap film slot right in with the continuity. Oh yeah, it's gonna be, because if Marvel is good at one thing, it's continuity and world building. They're amazing at that.
Yeah, they've never made a mistake.
Oh, God.
It's funny. Like I went to the gym this morning and I was actually wearing like a Captain America like rash guard that I had like for jiu-jitsu, and it's the first thing I grabbed out of my gym clothes drawer, and putting it on, I was just like, oh, I remember when I enjoyed having this.
I really like First Avenger. I haven't seen it in so long.
Yeah.
And then I watched like, oh man, this is actually like a really, really nice and good movie. I really enjoy this. It's like a superhero doing superhero things. And I understand what's going on. Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah. Has one of my favorite scenes in the MCU is in First Avenger. It's the night before the procedure when he says like, just remember who you are, not a perfect soldier, but a good man.
Yeah.
That really hit me in the old military guy feels.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I really, really enjoy it. Second one is not as good anymore. It's pretty wonky, has a shit ton of plot armor and everything. It's just like, that's just whatever. Still decently entertaining. Still some good character moments with Cap that sets him up pretty good for Civil War and the stance he takes. But yeah, it's just
Zeddy boy, the Tommy Lee Jones after he dives on the grenade. He's still skinny.
he's still skinny. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, no, First Avenger is pretty good. I like it a lot. And I'm surprised I haven't watched it more often, because it's one of those movies that I'm pretty sure I watched back when it came out, but I barely remembered anything about it. Like, it was like a new watch, and then I realized, oh, that came out 15 years ago. Oh.
Yeah, for me, that was the one that like people would always give me shit for saying was like I guess like you can't really give someone shit for saying it's their favorite, but like I would make the case that I think it's the best of the Phase 1 movies. And everyone would be like, oh, it doesn't touch Iron Man. I was like, Iron Man's good, and like I like Iron Man. I don't have a lot to complain about with it. I just kind of think First Avenger is a better movie, and yeah, I would often get shit for that, but I think people are coming around on it now.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean Cap 2 doesn't stand the test of time? Nick Fury used a lightsaber to cut his way through the road. Yeah, he does.
Oh, that reminds me though, for actually after Captain America, if we're looking for a movie we don't want to jump on the dark Terminator arc, is Rocketeer, same director, and that's probably why they picked him.
Was he?
I haven't seen it in forever, but I remember it being quite good.
Nice.
Anyone heard of that movie, or is it like
the name sounds familiar, but
so it's a movie where a guy like in World War II just gets a jetpack and becomes kind of a superhero.
I recognize the artwork, but no, I've never seen it.
Incredibly hot woman is in it.
I think I saw an AVGN review of the video game on the SNES. I think that's where I remember it from.
The girl from Requiem for a Dream. Like, how am I forgetting her name? Jennifer
Connelly.
Yeah, she's in Rocketeer.
I've been wanting to see it. I've only ever heard it mentioned in Mr. Plinkett's videos, so yeah. That's where I know it from.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, sorry for forgetting Jennifer Connelly's name. I actually think she's probably one of the most beautiful actresses ever, and like I was just spacing on her for a second there.
Ah, good stuff. First Avenger was Joe Johnson. Oh, right, yeah, you just said that. Yeah, did the Rocketeer.
Yeah, same director.
Benicio del Toro remake of The Wolfman. Yeah, I've never seen that one. Maybe I'll need to give it a try at some point. But there's also like 700 other movies I want to give a try. So sorry. It just keeps piling up.
Yeah.
It just keeps piling up.
We'll read the member chats later. But I also second 13 Assassins. That's actually my favorite samurai movie.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Kurosawa. I love Kurosawa. Don't get me wrong, he's great. But 13 Assassins is just fucking brutal. It's awesome.
13 Assassins. I've seen that ages ago. I
Takashi
would say that I'd recommend it. Yeah. Oh god, he's insane. He's ridiculous.
Did a samurai film, and it's incredibly bloody, and it's really good.
Did you see the other one that he did a few years? I want to say. Sorry, what was it called?
Yeah, Ichi the Killer was kind of his other like big famous one, other than Audition. But
it wasn't.
If you said a couple years later after 13 Assassins, that definitely wasn't it. Ichi the Killer was from like the early 90s, I think, mid-90s.
Yeah, I've seen Ichi the Killer. It's another samurai movie that he did.
Really?
I'm just I got to look up what it's called. Give me one sec.
I definitely know, but now I want to.
My favorite action movie is The Raid.
Neil
The Raid
makes a point
is
there,
awesome.
have you done Raid Forges? Did I miss those?
No, I have not done Raid Forges, but I do want to because I love those movies.
2025 might be a good one because there's very few interesting movies coming out, at least that are publicized from like me. I did a cursory glance at the movies coming out this year, and I tepidly want to see like 2 of them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, man. I was like, I guess I want to see Superman. I'm curious about it at the very least, and Mission Impossible, even like that, I'm iffy on because like, well, I did like a lot of the Mission Impossible movies, but I really did not like the last one, which, funny enough, had Haley Atwell.
The film I was checking the name of, by the way, is called Blade of the Immortal. It came out in 2017.
Blade of the Immortal. Okay, I am putting that on my list. Even if we don't forge that, that's my personal list.
I can't say that I remember it, so I don't know if I would recommend it, but it exists, and if you like 13 Assassins, my guess is you would probably like it.
Yeah, probably. Blade of the Immortal. And for those who have not seen one of Takashi Miike's films, if you've seen the film Hostel, he's the Japanese guy that, as Jay Hernandez is like walking into the torture place, He's like, "How is it in there?" And the guy's like, "You could spend all of your money." And yeah, that's Takashi Miike.
You just asked me to remember anything from the Hostel movie, so I
Yeah, I mean,
didn't do anything for me.
liked the first one. I think the first one's actually pretty good. It's very torture porny through a good chunk of it, but the last like 20 minutes is actually a pretty solid revenge movie.
I don't know. I remember watching it back in the day when I was still in school, and I was like, "This is stupid. I don't like this."
Well, I enjoy the horror films.
That's
I was the
allowed.
reason we did a whole arc on fucking Terrifier.
Yeah, and those I like those. Okay, so shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terrifier. I like Terrifier. It's fun stuff. Oh yeah, I guess 28 years later comes out. I need to watch the other ones. I haven't seen
Oh
them
yeah,
in
that
so
was the other
long.
one. And yes, that I do want to see that. That's one. That's the one that I probably just want to see, and I'm not like, well, maybe.
Oh well. In any case, yeah, lots of things going on, lots of things happening. We do all the things. But today we do one specific thing and talk about another James Cameron. Play the song, the James Cameron.
Oh yeah, they call him James
James
Cameron.
Cameron.
I think someone actually made me sing this last time in the super chat. I'm pretty sure that happened. If not, I dreamt it. It was still funny. But yeah, Terminator 2. Following up from Terminator 1, of course, from last week, we decided to do this one now as well. And oh boy, what a movie this is. I hated taking notes for this because I had to keep pausing the movie and I didn't want to. I was like, oh, I need to write this down, but I want to see the next thing now. Even though I already know what happens, I still want to see it because it's so fucking good. But yeah, they're pretty similar to Terminator 1. We get a little shot of the future. Everything is burned down. I'm pretty sure it's the same playground as in the flashback we see later. That we pass through. There's lots of skulls on the floor, and we see some more props of the Terminator, endoskeletons. And you can tell, oh yeah, we have like a lot more budget. Like we went from 6 million to 100 million. And yeah, I mean, just look at this shot alone. It's like, oh, this looks like way better already. This is like fucking awesome. We got some proper explosions in the background. We got this skeleton that looks really good. And yeah, as you can immediately just like, okay, they understood. Okay, people like this. We're going to give them more money this time. Lots of more money. And we're going to let them roll with it. And it's awesome. It looks really good.
It has a very similar vibe to like the future scenes in T1, but you can just tell as well, like the complexity of the shots that they're doing here in this opening sequence. It is so much more complex. And also I think that they, or James Cameron, I guess, has got better at framing the practical effects, I guess puppets, animatronics. I don't technically know what they would be considered of the torsos of the Terminators, because he's not framing them from a distance where you can see them kind of goofily balancing on their legs and not really walking.
Yeah.
Which was kind of a little bit of an issue in T1. Whereas here they're letting the practical effects play to their strengths.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
we don't get as much of the future in this one. Like this is kind of the only real future scene in the movie, but it's a good one. Like you could tell, even the resistance fighters, there's not like just 2 or 3 of them on screen. Like it seems like there's an actual like force that's fighting against the Terminators in this one.
It seems like they kind of made like a little set piece where they can just pretend to be at war with something on the other side. Like you see them go through, just running through the dirt a little bit and taking cover and shoot their laser guns, and it's looks really good. I like it a lot. And losing bad, exactly. Someone in chat just said.
And yeah, and it's I think a really good move to show John Connor like in the future, because it means that it's not just some nebulous idea of a future leader. like it's actually a person that you can see taking part in this fight.
Yeah, I think
So
it was
I
in
think
the.
that like showing that was a really good decision.
I think he was in
Well,
the
and you can
truck
see
here somewhere.
You can see he's clearly taken part in quite a bit of fighting because there's also a massive scar on his face too.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, credit to Cameron for this. They didn't do something like, oh, we're showing the scar on his face here, so let's have him get it from the T-1000. Like
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
the origin of the scar that we showed at the beginning of this movie. It's like, no. Like, we can just assume he got that scar through the course of fighting Terminator.
Yeah, it's a nice little establishing shot. You have a little truck driving around, lots of fighting. The airships look way better as well. Like they don't look as weird and wonky. And again, there's like a couple of Terminators on screen, like 3 or 4, and they all move like very nicely. They did a way better job of showing them compared to the first one. But yeah, more money, better technology does that, and they use it very well. And yeah, they just give you a little, a little catch ups. Like, yeah, there's the Skynet stuff. They taking over, machines are taking over, trying to destroy us. That's their only goal. They wanna fuck shit up. Obviously, all talked over by Sarah Connor again. And
That's
go ahead.
I was going to say personal preference thing. I don't know how you guys feel, but I almost always prefer when you have like voiceover narration for something like this rather than words on a screen, which is what T1 was.
Yeah.
I feel like you're able to do, obviously you've got things like, Star Wars where it's just so iconic, but like conceptually, I prefer having the exposition coming from a character because then you are getting, character information through the exposition as well. It's not just, the opening title crawl in like Star Wars or whatever, you may as well be reading it on like a supplemental piece of paper before the film starts.
Yeah, I always enjoy that too, yeah.
It's sort of non-diegetic in the theatrical cut, but at the very end of the director's cut, you do get like the context for why we're hearing Sarah's voice through the whole movie too, which I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah, because the voiceover shows up a couple of times, and I actually didn't check this, but is the voiceover only in the director's cut?
No, it's in the theatrical cut as well, for sure. I always remember hearing Sarah talk both here and like throughout the movie. It's just at the very end of the director's cut is when you see her like speaking into the tape recorder, basically the same kind of thing she was doing at the end of the original movie, but she's basically doing it to say, yeah, this was, I'm telling the story of how the second Terminator came back and how we ended up winning, effectively.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because of course, if you watch this movie, it's like, wait, I thought we won. I think we stopped it, but the narration tells us they sent 2 Terminators back through time. One that we've seen in T1, and the other one was going for John Connor himself when he was still a little teenage boy child to counteract if the first one would fail. And yeah, so we go there. That's a little setup because obviously we need like a reason why this is happening. And they're like, nope, there was they sent 2. The first one was destroyed, but there's another one, and now we have to take care of that one as well. And that's a little.
I do
setup.
think.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I do think that the setup for there's Terminators, they're back in time, now let's do the movie. Like, I think the setup for T2 is definitely weaker than the setup for T1. I think we discussed this last time. But it was, focusing on T1, because, like, what we get in T2 is that, like, the time machine that was mentioned in T1, actually that wasn't destroyed after the T-800 and Kyle Reese was sent back. Which isn't, like, that's not necessarily a retcon, because it could mean that Kyle Reese was just wrong and that they didn't destroy it after they sent him back. All it would mean, though, is that the plan evidently changed, and we will never know why. Because when he was sent back, he was under the impression that, right, there's one Terminator and there's me, and now it's fight time. So yeah, basically, like, the time machine that we said was destroyed was actually not destroyed. And we sent 2 more individuals back, but for some reason, the limit of 1 each still applies. Because in Terminator 1, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason why there was only 1 Terminator sent back, and the reason why the Resistance was able to send Kyle back, was because they were kind of in the middle of a battle, and it was like a last-ditch effort to like, oh shit, put a Terminator in there and hit go kind of thing before the time machine blows up. It was something like that. Whereas in T2, it's like, actually, we can send more, but they can still only send one each.
Yeah.
And the reason why they send one each is because that's what it was like in T1. But in universe, I don't know if there's a good... Well, there is no good explanation that the film offers, but I don't know if there's a good explanation that we can, work out based on what the film gives us.
Right.
That's actually part of the reason why I think Terminator 1 functions better as a time travel movie, because it doesn't muddy up the waters as much with things that you would have to bend over backwards to try to explain, and those explanations are not given in the movie. So a lot of it is just, you gotta speculate that, well, somehow it happened.
Yeah, and like that kind of thing, if Terminator 2 was bad, then that kind of thing would be like a foundational problem, because it's like even the reason why these guys are here and doing the thing just doesn't make any sense. But the fact is, it's almost like a concession that James Cameron made, where it's like, I'm aware that I'm kind of contradicting this thing that I said in my first movie, but just hang on, because this film actually has a story to tell, and it's really fucking good. So you just kind of have to hand wave it a little bit and just go with it, I guess.
Yeah. It's I don't know. There's like multiple things you could theorize on, but I probably couldn't give you like a straight up answer as to how this worked. Like ripple effects, I saw in chat there, because the first one got destroyed and then this happened maybe, but then we don't really have a closed loop anymore, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. But I think you're definitely onto something there. Yeah.
Even the ending of this makes you wonder how it functionally works that John exists, because it's now we're talking about two different timelines where like everything that happened in Terminator 1 happened, including the future, but then at the end of this movie, when it was changed, it didn't erase all of those things that happened in that future. That future still happened. The Terminator still came back. Both Terminator 1 and 2 happened, and now just it's changed in this future. So
it basically like confirms what was speculated on but not like focused on at all in T1, which is that there are multiple variable timelines, and that if you change something, because like a large part of what T2 is about, which Terminator 1 isn't really, is about changing your fate. The future isn't set, and all of that. So yeah, by the very end, they have no idea what's going to happen. They don't, as far as they're aware, they've averted Judgment Day, and as long as you don't watch Terminator 3, they have averted Judgment Day.
Yeah. As long as you stop here, you're fine. They're fine.
Exactly. Whereas like in Terminator 1, that was never the point. It was a given that Judgment Day is coming, and therefore Sarah has to survive so that John Connor can be born. The prospect of maybe we can just make it be so that there is no Judgment Day, that's not a part of Terminator 1.
Yeah, Terminator 1 is just a solid closed loop. It's like the no fate but what you make thing is kind of a lie, because all of the things that happened in Terminator 1 absolutely had to happen for time to exist. And Terminator 2 doesn't play by those rules.
Yeah, it essentially turned... I don't know if it's fair to call it a multiverse film because of the connotations that has, but it goes from being a single closed loop to being like rife with different options of possible futures depending on what the characters actually do. So it's conceptually it's different, but I think that it works given the fact that Terminator 2 is so focused essentially like on this idea of what happens if you change your fate. Why can't you? What happens if you act differently knowing your future? And yeah, all of that. So I can't say that I have a problem with that outside of the setup that is required to get the film going, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's a classic time travel shenanigans problem, right? When you make one movie and it's like, oh, we should probably do another one. It's like, I guess we can't really do anything to not break it apart to some degree. It's that's why you need to be really careful with time travel. But yeah, good point. So yeah, as before, as in T1, we have two people being sent back in time, one to protect John Connor, and one to kill him. So the setup is quite the same. And we start with the entry of good old Arnie. And I'll be calling him Arnie throughout this because it's just easier to say. And you know who I'm talking about. And same as before, we get the entry. There's lightning everywhere. He's kneeling down, being very much not hurt. And they did a little effects. You know, they had some fun with the new technology. They had a little melty floor and a little bit of melty stuff on the truck. Looks pretty fun stuff.
Yeah, that'd be one hell of a telefrag.
And yeah, he looks around. It's like, yep, there's a bar. Let's go inside there. And as before, he's completely naked. And he's Uncle Bob. That's true. He is Uncle Bob. You're right.
Yeah, it's the only canon name he's given.
But yeah, he goes into a biker bar and he scans around for clothes. He actually just scans everyone for their measurements, which is just kind of fun. It's like, oh, let's see if anyone here has good measurements. And yeah, he gets some confused and also horny looks by the women, which is frankly disgusting. And the objectification of men is truly outrageous in this movie.
It's okay though, because Terminator 3 fixes that.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah. It's funny since we talked briefly about the other movies. Like the only thing I remember from that is the scene where she makes her boobs bigger, and that's the only thing that I remember now.
Wait, what? I've never seen
T3. Terminator 3.
Creetosis, have you not seen it?
You're in a good spot.
No.
You haven't seen it? Okay. Yeah, there's a boobie robot that she makes her boobies get bigger. And then I think we're supposed to read from that she then uses that to kill a cop.
Yeah.
Oh.
To like distract and then, yeah. Or at the very least distract, possibly kill, because it cuts away. But yeah, that's a scene in the movie.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, actually. And yeah, he finds one biker guy and he tells him, like, I need your bike, your boots, and your clothes. And he just gets laughed at. It's like, God, but you didn't say please. And then he takes the cigar and puts it out on his chest, but obviously he doesn't react. So we pretty much have confirmation. So, oh, shit, okay, so this is our Terminator, this movie. All right, I got it. Cool. This is clearly our bad guy, right? But yeah, again, Terminator, and then he beats them all up. It takes his gun and his bike and goes outside. And it's a fun little intro. And when he's outside, he gets threatened by the bar owner with a shotgun. It's like, you can't just take someone's ride, and just stands up and walks slowly towards him and just takes his shotgun and his sunglasses and just leaves. Yeah, just a nice little beginning action set piece. I like it.
Yeah, it's good. My only slight problem with it is they play bad to the bone and kind of make it like, oh, look how cool he is, and that kind of gives it away that, oh, this is the guy we're supposed to be rooting for. Because when we eventually get to the mall scene, I thought it would have been better if you don't know which is which, because you think the T-800, obviously it's a Terminator to get John.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, that's an interesting topic of conversation, I think, because the film itself doesn't seem to be interested in that subversion.
Yeah,
because like another reason is that as we're about to see the T-1000, like it's pretty fucking clear from the moment that we meet the T-1000 that the T-1000 is not the Protector. Because the first thing that it does is stab a guy in the chest, and like he's very, the way that he's framed, it's very obvious that the T-1000 is a villain. But like you say, when you get to the scene with the shotgun and the flowers, like that they could have been going for like, oh God, which one is it, kind of thing. But that subversion was actually ruined by the trailer. When this came out, I wasn't born when it came out, so I never saw the trailer when the film was coming out. But if you look up the trailer on YouTube now, it spoils the twist. I don't even know if it's fair to call it a twist because of like the couple of things that we've mentioned that strongly suggest that this Terminator is a good guy, or is at the very least not a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So I
Yeah,
guess
that,
it's a missed
also
opportunity,
in
I
that,
guess.
You know, two
Yeah.
people go back and both of them are Terminators. I guess it's like, well, one of them's going to be the good guy, and it's probably going to be the guy who was like one of the biggest movie stars in the world at this point.
That's true, yeah. But then I guess that's kind of relying on meta knowledge, I guess, which is fine. But yeah, I still feel like they could have amped up the subversion a little bit more and made it a little bit more mysterious. Perhaps had the Terminator be, because I don't know if this is a valid criticism, because when the T-800 is introduced in Terminator 1, like the first thing that it does is like punch a hole in a guy's chest, and I don't know if he pulls his heart out, but he just breaks him in half, basically. Like it's pretty horrific and it's very violent. Whereas in this, the way that that scene that we just watched is framed, it's not horrifying really in the slightest. It's nowhere near as violent. Like, yes, he's throwing people around and he does stab a guy in the shoulder, but he's not. It seems like the level of violence that this Terminator is enacting upon people is not as intense as it was in T1. So the tone is I think deliberately different.
Yeah, and even then, he probably should be killing these people, considering a scene that happens like with like the bodybuilder dude later on in the movie, which we'll get to. But
yes,
even I guess him getting the sunglasses was kind of a meta thing, like in that he had sunglasses in the first movie, but the only reason he did was because
he needed to hide the hole in his face.
He needed to hide his eye, yeah.
But here it's just like, oh, he thinks sunglasses are cool, so he takes it off that guy. Like there's definitely elements of like, yeah, we're having more fun here, and we're definitely aware that this is an action movie more so than it being, you know, just a robot who has a specific mission that he's on, kind of deal.
Yeah. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that Arnie at this point was, as in when he was making the film, was unable or unwilling to play a villain. Like he was done playing evil roles and he wanted to play heroic characters.
Okay.
And I think that was the reason why he agreed to come back and do Terminator 2. So if that's the case, then that probably explains him being, you know, overtly not a villain, you know, at the beginning when it could have been a little bit more mysterious.
Yeah, people are saying he's a modified T-800, and that is true, but like when John basically kind of just is later on, he's testing to see what he can order him to do, and he basically pulls out a 1911, almost shoots a guy in the head, and until John is like no, and like actually has to move his arm aside, which, you know, John being able to do is actually kind of silly, but I mean that's a nitpick. But
yeah,
and then it's at that point that John kind of says you can't just go around killing people. He's like, well, I'm a Terminator.
Like I take the point that this Terminator has been modified by John Connor in the future, because you would have to modify it in some way in order to make it protect someone instead of kill them. But I feel like the further you go down that road, you risk damaging the arc of the T-800, because the whole point is that it's a killing machine that learns the value of a human life. And if you dial that down at the beginning too far to where he's just a harmless robot, then that damages that arc, which I don't think that they did that, but they could have gone that far in that direction.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, yeah, I guess you guys already kind of touched upon this, but yeah, next we got the other guy introduced,
T-1000,
which yeah, we get to know as the T-1000. I think they do want us to believe though that he's the human guy, because they don't make it like super obvious that he just stabbed someone. I don't know if we have like a sound effect. Hang on, let me turn that up here a little bit. Second. Kind of just sounds like a punch. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit more charitable towards this. I don't know, because I feel like they want us to believe that he's the human guy.
Well, we do know he's a Terminator just by how he reacts to the time travel versus Kyle. Like
yeah,
he is
absolutely,
doing the,
yeah.
Superhero landing pose as opposed to like fetal position. Oh my god, I'm in so much pain.
Yeah, he's definitely not in pain anymore. If you
the shot of him,
the
shot of him kind of approaching the cop from behind, where you get like the POV shot, it's very sinister and it's very villainous. And again, just the way that he's kind of crouching over him and taking his gun and not caring at all about who this person is I think it is pretty clear in like the framing choices that they made that this character is a villain. And I guess, yeah, regarding the punch or the stab or whatever, I guess we don't know because the film doesn't.
Yeah,
make it explicit, but
we can pretty much assume later on it's like, oh, he just fucking killed him, obviously.
yes,
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree though. I had the same thought with Bad to the Bone. It's like, oh, I probably wouldn't have done that here. I probably would have chosen like the normal soundtrack. That's not like a, that says Bad to the Bone and makes you like a cool hero man. But yeah, that's basically the T-1000 introduction. He gets in, stabs a cop, gets the cop uniform on with his little stuff that's happening that we don't see yet. And now he's got a cop car and the police computer network. Because he got the little computer box in the car. And he just types in Connor John. And we see he's a bit of a rascal, our John Connor. He's got like all these little arrest records. Trespassing, shoplifting, disturbing of peace, vandalism. That's not hashtag not my John Connor. He's a hero. That's what they told me. But yeah, now he has immediately the information he needs to find John Connor. So there's not really a thing where they looked at the phone book and was like, let's go from top to bottom. It's like, no, I can just type in the name and there he is.
There's something that I think is worth pointing out here because it's a really small like editing decision that will have been deliberately made, and like a lot of films don't do this, and I don't know why. I counted 4 times in Terminator 2 when they do this. So T-1000 looks up John Connor on the computer, and then we cut to John Connor. John Connor starts talking about Sarah Connor, and then we cut to Sarah Connor, and that's when we're introduced to her.
Yeah.
Sarah Connor is talking about evidence of the T-800, and then we cut to Dyson, Miles Dyson.
Yeah.
And then later in the film, when she's talking about Dyson, we then cut back to Dyson again. Like all of that just helps to introduce the characters, refresh people's memory on what happened in the first film, and it's just so clear. It just helps to avoid audience confusion, and it's little decisions like that help it be like super tight. Because like if it was something created by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, you'd have the T-1000 is looking up John Connor, and it's obviously going to go and find John Connor, and then we would cut to Sarah Connor in the hospital. And like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you could improve it by shuffling the scenes around in the way that they do.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was watching last night when it switched from Sarah to oh god, what's his name? I already forgot it. The guy at Cyberdyne.
Miles.
Oh, Dyson.
Miles
Yeah.
Dyson. Yeah, Dyson. It's like,
Dyson.
oh, that's actually a really good switch there.
Absolutely. Yeah, they that's what they do most of the time here. They just keep it all together until everybody just converges in the same place for a while until they go all their separate directions because they got away or something. And it's very easy to follow and to retain the information they give you. It's quite good. It's quite good. And yeah, as I said, we cut to John Connor, and yeah, he's just being a teenager, pretty much. I don't know. He's like, oh, he's
a very rebellious teen.
He's a rebellious teenager, like. But I think the most important information is he's not with his mother. He's not with Sarah. He's with his foster parents. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. Why is that? And he doesn't really seem to like them that much. And the mother seems to be very frustrated and talks to the husband, like, can you go talk to him? But he's not really listening and just drives off. With his moped and is like, she's not my real mother, Todd. And then he drives off with his friend on the back, the ghetto blaster in his another, and they blast some metal music or rock music, and they just go away to the gallery, the Galleria.
You Will Be Mine by Guns N' Roses.
Ah, there you go. Yeah,
I don't know if this is an issue or anything, but like because John Connor's age, the film does show us how old he is. and it's on the little computer when it tells us that John Connor is at this point 10 years old.
Oh,
We should
10?
make this 1994.
He's 10, yes.
Oh, I thought he would be like 16 here. He looks much older.
That's the thing, is Edward Furlong was, I think, 13, possibly 14 when they were filming it. But it's also the reason why Terminator 2 does not take place in 1991 when the film came out.
Because he'd be like 6.
Exactly, yeah. You got
Right.
Terminator 1 was set in and released in 84. And then you had like a 7-year gap, but James Cameron extended that so that John Connor could be older, which means that when Terminator 2 came out, it was taking place like 3 years in the future, I think. So I guess it's a small issue because he does not look 10, and I don't think he behaves as if he's 10. But I guess it's worth it because otherwise he would have been making a film in 91 and setting it in. Hold on, Judgment Day is meant to happen in 1997.
Yeah,
Yes.
this would be 94.
Okay, so maybe that's why then, because if they had made it so that John Connor was as old as Edward Furlong, then this film would be taking place
In
like
97,
in 97, which may not work given how the dates line up. So that might be why.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, not really a problem. It's just a bit weird that we're meant to accept that the kid's 10, but I guess you can just ignore it.
Well, the thing is, if you wouldn't have told me that, I would have never expected that. Especially because he already knows a lot of things that he learned throughout his time. You know what I mean? So I think just telling us he's like 13, 14, 15 would have been fine. Probably even a better choice, I think.
The problem is that if you do
would be
that,
after Judgment Day.
yeah, exactly. If you because we know when he was born, because we know when Sarah Connor got pregnant. So if you make the character any older, you change the entire timeline.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, interesting. I never caught that. Well, yeah. What's Sarah Connor? We get introduced to her because we have her mentioned.
Just crushing chin-ups, too.
And yeah, she put her bed in whatever mental institute she's in right now. The name doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. And yeah, she's just doing some chin-ups, and she looks rather different. Last time we checked on her, she was much more like girl-like, for lack of a better term. But since she's experienced what she experienced in Terminator 1, this is how she looks now.
Sort of more like Vasquez in Alien, who, funny enough,
Yes.
plays the stepmom.
Yes.
She's been prepping. She's doing some training. Had a bit of muscle going on. Looks a bit more, I guess, disheveled, you could say. Oh, whoops! I almost forgot to put the copyright thing.
Well,
back
I
on.
mean, she's in a mental institution.
Yeah. Not she just does thing. Like she looks less girly, pretty much. I mean, that's just how it is. But man, what a transformation! It's
I think you'd be hard pressed
excellent.
to find a better example of like a massive character change that happened off screen and that was pulled off this well.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, because
awesome.
it almost doesn't even look like the same actress from the first movie, even though it obviously is.
Yeah, I mean, physical changes. Obviously, she's built muscle, but like her hair is longer, and she does not look at all the same because again, she's in a mental institution and she is being mistreated. And obviously, her attitude and the way that she speaks, all the rest of it, it's a complete change. But like you say, you can still see that she has the same face. So yeah, it does such a good job of convincing you that this would. It's not even that this could happen; it's that this would happen to the Sarah Connor that we left at the end of T1.
Yeah, it's
And gosh, she's not that much older. John's supposed to be 10 here, and I guess Linda Hamilton in real world years would only be 6 years older than she was in T1.
right. But yeah, awesome transformation. Love it. Looks great, and makes a lot of sense because she knows what's happening, or what is supposed to happen. So she's been prepping. She's been staying on top, and even though she's now in this mental facility, she's like, I'm gonna just rip some chin-ups, as you said, and just stay fit, because whatever could happen. I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be ready.
Actually did back day today, and that was a coincidence. I wasn't even thinking about, hey, Sarah Connor is also on back day at the beginning of this film.
Yeah.
I just checked, by the way. Linda Hamilton would have been 34, 35 when they filmed T2.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But yeah, also Dr. Silberman, he's back. He's doing his doctor stuff here in the facility, and he basically gives us a little rundown of what she's been saying. It's like, oh, there's like this guy came from the future, and he was the father of her child, and the world is gonna go down. He's like kind of laughing at it. It's like, what a silly story. How stupid. And it's kind of funny because in T1 we see him walk right past the T800 before he just absolutely
Casually.
annihilates the police station. So he's like not aware at all.
You've also got, they do exactly the same thing with Dr. Silberman that they did in Terminator 1, because they use him for exposition in just such a well-integrated way. Because in T1, the way that the scene went is that he was trying to poke holes in the entire concept of the film, and then Kyle Reese would defend it and be like, no, this is why this makes sense, this is why we could only send one, and all the rest of it. Whereas here, he's basically explaining Sarah Connor's backstory to a bunch of other doctors as they're walking up to the cell to give her the medication. So it's very, very quick, and it doesn't waste your time.
Yeah, it really is a forgotten art these days to present you exposition in a good way. Like, this is just like such a simple thing. You have other doctors that he's talking to, and he tells them what the hell is going on. It's the same when I think back on Iron Man 1, where we get the backstory of Tony Stark, because he's about to get an award, and when someone is about to get an award, they have like a little, I don't know, like a little reel going on, where it's like, oh, he's been doing this, and he was amazing at that, and he started doing this at that. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. They would show you this. And with you, I mean like the people in universe that are at this gala, but also for us as the audience, like, oh, okay, that's what's going on. That's nice. It's as you said, it's putting it in naturally and not like, as you know, brother, we are siblings, by the way. It's like, like
the best exposition is when you don't know that it's exposition. You don't notice.
Yes.
It's just the characters being characters and existing within the world, and you learn about them through their actions. That can still be expository. But yeah, like you say, just when you have characters go like, hello, Brian, your name is Brian, we've known each other for 10 years. That it's garbage. It just pulls you out of the film.
Of course I came to pick you up. I'm your brother.
I'm your brother.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like if the T-1000 in the next scene, he goes up, hello, I am a policeman. It's like, well, yeah, we can see that.
Thank you. I can tell by your badge and your uniform.
I also just like the little continuation of using the same guy, where it's like in the first movie, he says, yeah, I can make a whole career off of this guy. And then here he is years later, and she's one of his patients.
Right.
I just think, little thing, but I like it.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I sent this frame to Mahler because I found it. I just found it really funny. The way they just look through the fucking thing. I guess you already saw it on stream, but yeah, it's like like the fucking dude on the left's like, hey. It's just really funny.
That should have been your thumbnail, because the thing is, no one would know who these people are.
It's like, what movie are they talking about?
Just get rid of Terminator. Get rid of Terminator 2 from the title and just have best movie of all time.
Just have those two. Yeah, I love their faces. But yeah, Sarah's not been really cooperative in her time there, because she asks him, how's the knee? And he's like, oh yeah, she stabbed me with a pen a couple of weeks ago. It's fine, Sarah, thank you.
I mean, like, honestly, I think you should have gone for more than weeks ago in that line, too, because I'd be like, you'd be limping, man. Like, there's no way.
Yeah. Definitely should be still hurting. Where did my notepad go? There it is. Sorry, it just fucking vanished
Also, I
from my
guess
screen.
Yeah, and kind of think of it, that timeline also makes Sarah's interaction with Silverman make less sense later on, because she said that she's been good for 6 months. And it's like, no, lady, you stabbed me
I
with
guess you
my
stabbed
pen
someone,
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, at least I think it was. I think
that's true.
At least I think it was weeks. Did he say weeks?
I'll,
Yeah.
I'll
I
keep
think he did say weeks.
Let me double
yes.
Yeah.
double check. Okay.
a few weeks ago. So
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
if it was 7 months ago, she wouldn't have said a few, or he wouldn't have said a few weeks ago.
Right. But yeah, he tells the. Are these guys called nurses as well in facilities? I'm actually not sure.
Orderly, probably.
Orderlies? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. But yeah, they're the creepy kind of orderlies, especially the white dude.
Yeah, the one with the glasses.
Yeah.
I will point out that this is a
R-word.
deleted scene. This one is only in the extended
Ah.
cut or the director's cut,
Yeah.
whatever it's called.
Yeah, I was like, well, you need to take the little Thorazine, whatever the fuck that shit is called, to make her go sleepy times, or I don't even know sleepy times, just make her like chill out, basically. But yeah,
Well, they
fucking...
think that she's like psychotic and I don't know if delusional is the right word, but they think that like her brain is fucked and she just believes things that are completely untrue. So I guess they are trying to medicate her and rehabilitate her.
Yeah,
Theoretically.
Antipsychotics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some sedatives to keep her down, like some benzos or something, so that she's just less likely to blow up and start hurting people and stabbing people with pens.
Right. But yeah, they're like, hey, take your thing. She's like, no, I'm not taking it. I don't want any trouble. And then they just fucking pelts her with the fucking baton into the stomach, and then she gets fucking cattle prodded. It's like, Jesus.
I mean, like, to an extent, I wonder how excessive this force is if she's saying, I am not going to take those, I don't want any trouble, because that kind of implies that if you try to make me take them, there will be trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, ultimately, their job is to make sure she takes these meds when they go in there. So, like,
Probably not like
you
this.
you want to take them.
Oh yeah, I mean the way that the scene goes is it's clearly meant to make you be like, oh, these guys are violent assholes who are abusing their position of power. But it depends on what happened prior to the start of the film. It could be that the last time this happened, she bit one of their ears off. Like,
Yeah,
we don't know
that's
exactly.
Kind of the thing. Like, they went to physical force too quickly, because they, like, I mean, legally at least they would have to wait until she is like trying to hurt them before they respond with physical force. But I guess there also might be an implication that it's like, no, she's a really dangerous one. So if she's saying I'm not taking that, it's like, okay, we gotta.
Well,
this is gonna be rough.
The thing is that, like, with this, if you remove this scene later on, you do have the scene where the guy like chains her to her bed, like when it's bedtime, and then he licks her face.
He goes full
Licks her
creepy.
face,
Yeah. There's no medical reason that needs to happen.
Disclaimer: This is not
good licking.
Disclaimer: This is not a real medical
hour
treatment.
Rotations at psych wards, and I've never once licked a patient. I can say that for sure.
Well, yeah, so like, I mean, that on its own, I think is enough to say that these guys are absolutely being very, very abusive to her. And this scene just fleshes that out a little bit more. It makes us feel, I guess, more sympathetic with her, because we did just learn that she stabs people in the knee every now and then if she doesn't get, she tries to escape. She is a violent person, understandably violent, but yeah, she is absolutely being mistreated, which helps us have, I guess, more sympathy for her. And it also is quite useful later in the film during the prison break, because she sees the Terminator and then runs back to these guys who have been abusing her.
Yeah.
And seeing the abuse, I mean, obviously the licking is bad, but it's not the same as getting the shit kicked out of her and force-fed some drugs. So, they amp it up a little bit. So I guess I can see why the scene was removed, because it doesn't accomplish anything that you didn't already have implied. But
yeah, that's true.
There's nothing wrong with it on its own.
Well, she's now cowering on the floor, and we cut to the T-1000. And he had the address, so he's heading to the foster parents. And he's basically like, "Hey, is Connor?" He's like, "Oh, good. What is it this time?" And it's like, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask some questions. Like, do you maybe have a picture of him?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, okay, cool, thank you. Do you mind if I keep this?" Like, "No, no problem." And he goes to search around. And then we also learned that, is there anything to do with like some big guy on a bike? He was here asking as well. And I was like, no, don't worry. You shouldn't worry about him. It's fine. So we know both of them have been here now and have some information.
I have a
So,
question.
yes, ask.
So T1000 shows up. He is a cop. He looks like, and they treat him like a cop. And he says, "Hey, is your delinquent son around? Can you tell me where he is?" And they cooperate and give him a photo because obviously that's what they would do.
Yes.
Would they do the same when Arnold Schwarzenegger shows up looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and says, "Hello, where is your son?" Like,
There's your son.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
because
actually not because he does end up at the Galleria.
well, Arnie first sees him on the bike, and the way that the scene goes, it seems to suggest that it's purely by chance. But the fact that Arnie was in the right area means he was probably pointed in the right direction.
Maybe
Otherwise, it's just blind luck, right?
Well, maybe he got here and then was just kind of looking around, and then it was blind luck that he saw him go past. I'm pretty sure.
It would be really helpful to know what they said to Arnold, because I mean, they may give them giving a photo of him and like general whereabouts to a cop makes a bit of sense, but to like random biker dude who looks very intimidating, it's like, maybe our delinquent foster child should not be not be contacted by this man.
I mean, what would their presumption be? That John owes this guy money or something?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, like he might have even said that if he was trying, because I mean, you'd figure he would have to think of a reason to be asking. Otherwise, like what? Even bad foster parents, you'd think, what reason would they have to give him information that could even help him find John?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that probably the best read of it from a character perspective is to say that they were like, "No, John's not here. Piss off. We don't know who you are."
Yeah.
That the Terminator then left and did not harm the foster parents, and that him bumping into John later is just a happy coincidence. I think that's what the film is going for.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. I do want to talk about the T1000 and the way he talks, because I think they really did a cool thing here, because you start listening, it's like, oh, he sounds like normal, but if you like, after a couple of lines, like, this seems off the way he talks. Like, doesn't seem fully human, does it? Like, it actually feels like he's like taking data out of a database and just feeds those lines to the people he needs to tell them to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
And, well, I mean, especially once Arnold comes up, he gets much creepier. And like, and even then, if like Todd and Janelle, is that it? Janelle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they I think should have maybe been a little weirded out by the way he responds to it, saying like, "Oh, yeah, I wouldn't worry about him." It's like, "Oh, so you know who John is, and you know specifically who we're referring to, but they're not connected, even though you guys were both here today." Like, I would have more questions if I were them.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they did have more questions, but I guess he could just leave, and he has the photo now, I guess. So.
Yeah, that's
So, yeah. And also, they don't really pop up again. I mean, they have one more scene, which, I mean, we know how that goes, obviously. So.
Oh, really? How?
Well, I guess we will see.
But yeah, I like how they made him talk in this one. It's just, the more you listen to him, the more it's like, this just feels off. This doesn't seem like fully human. It's way better than the T800, but it's still like, still something there that doesn't quite feel natural the way he talks. I think it's
everything with the T1000 throughout this movie, I really fucking love how creepy he is, and how like where the T800 was just a machine that kills in the first movie, here it feels like an actual psychopath.
Yeah, he feels like a serial killer.
Yeah.
Like the way, yeah.
And like later in the movie, he even kills people unnecessarily. Where even the T-800 didn't really do that. He killed people if they were in his way, but he wouldn't like randomly kill someone if he was stealing their vehicle, where the T-1000 does.
Except for one vehicle later on, which in which there's a callback to the original.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the exception, but you can still argue, you know.
Well, yeah, there's another scene later as well that we have with the dog, which only appears in the director's cut, and it does show you how like the T-1000 is a fucking scheming, like he's like evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
He wants to understand. I won't go into it because we'll do it when we get to the scene. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that he knows where John Connor or how John Connor properly looks, you guessed it, we cut to John Connor again. And he's getting some money, withdrawing some money, but we learn he's a little hacker man. He got a little hacker computer and puts the thing in here, and he has like a little pin code key decipherer thingy that works the way it does. It just shows all the numbers and it counts down. It's like, here's your pin. And now he's got $300. Easy money, he says. But more importantly, we get I guess that's set up that we know he can do that. And also, we get some context as to why he's not actually with his mom right now. Because his friend sees the picture, is like, whoa, is that your mom? It's like, yeah. And the guy's, his friend is like, do we ever get a name for his friend? I don't know, it doesn't matter. I
don't think we do.
Yeah. He's like, oh, must be pretty cool then, right? If she taught you this, like, oh no, she's a complete psycho. She tried to blow up a computer factory, but then got shot and arrested, and now she's in a mental institute. It's like, oh, okay, I guess she wasn't done with the whole end of the world thing after they got the got the T-800 done. So she's trying to blow up the big computer factory. I guess in an attempt to stop the end of the world. And yeah, again, just a nice natural bit of exposition we get here.
I think it's good as well that they establish it tells us what John Connor thinks of his mum, but it also tells us what like the official story is for what happened at the end of Terminator 1. And like why she ended up in a mental asylum.
It makes some sense too that John he's got kind of complicated feelings towards it, and he's buying into what most people would think of Sarah if they just heard the story. Yeah, like he's just like, yeah, no, she's a psycho. She ended up in a mental institution because she tried to blow up a computer factory. So I might have thought she was really cool when she was teaching me all this good stuff and telling me I needed to be this great military leader, but now I don't have a mom, so maybe she was just a crazy person.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a whole thing later on in the movie when they get reunited. Well, not reunited, but when he actually learns that what she's been saying was actually true. And that's all very interesting as well. And
I almost... Oh,
yes.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I almost kind of want to compare it to modern movies where, like in a lot of modern movies, they make the heroes of old into fucking losers. And here it's almost kind of the same setup, but then you realize, oh, wait, well, not so much that you realize, but John learns that, yeah, she is legit the whole time. All of it is real.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that, no, she isn't a loser. It's just the way, like, yeah, when you talk about robots from the future, people are going to think you're crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it makes sense in universe as well. Especially because we learn later they actually did cover up the whole thing. So she got kind of fucked over on top of that as well. So yeah, it's very believable. And then we get the one short scene where he I guess randomly sees John Connor drive by and follows him to the Galleria. Arnie, that is. He saw it. And then we go back to Sarah, and she has a little dream sequence going on with her man, her boy, Dr. Reese. He's not a doctor. I just wanted to call him Dr. Reese for some reason.
This is another deleted scene.
Okay, because that one didn't feel as familiar as the rest. And it's basically her. Well, she's currently on the medication and she basically passed out on the floor, I guess. And it's Kyle telling her, "Where's our son? Need to protect him now more than ever." But how can I do that? I need you here. And because of everything that's happened, he doesn't even believe me what is happening anymore because they all call me a psycho, and he has no reason to believe I'm not. And yeah, that's just they embrace each other. He says, "Get on your feet, soldier," just like she told him, and they have a little kissy kiss. And yeah, it's just her dreaming about him. And I can totally see how you can just cut that part out and it doesn't really affect anything. I mean, it's not bad or anything. It's just yeah, I can see how that was on the cutting room floor, I guess.
Yeah, this is the one that I have conflicted feelings on it because I feel like as much as I like seeing Kyle Reese again, and I like, I guess, reiterating how she feels about him this many years later, how she misses him. He basically says to her in her dream, which means that she is thinking about this. It's not actually Kyle. She's just kind of having a conversation with herself, basically. John Connor is the target. You have to protect him. But she's locked in a hospital, and she has no idea what's going on outside of the hospital. As far as she's aware, John Connor is going to remain alive and become the leader of the resistance after Judgment Day happens. So if it was a general sense of you need to make sure John survives until Judgment Day, your job isn't complete, soldier, that kind of thing.
Yeah, then calling him the target, I guess, is a bit
exactly. It's as if she has kind of imagined that, or psychically become aware of the fact that another Terminator is here hunting John. So I feel like it's a poor choice of words, but I get what they were trying to do.
I got you. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Fair. Yeah.
Probably
I
shouldn't have used the word target. I think target is
exactly.
the big thing here.
I figured this would absolutely not be the one you had an issue with, just because it's well, this one's just a dream. So, but yeah, you're right. I guess that is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's why it was removed. But this is the thing: is I don't know if we want to get into the whole no fate, but what we make thing now or later. But Terminator 2 kind of retcons Terminator 1 in that sense. And the only existence of the line "no fate but what we make for ourselves" prior to the scene in Mexico later in the film is just now in that deleted scene. So in the theatrical version of the film, we have this whole thing that apparently John in the future told Kyle to tell Sarah to memorize that didn't actually happen, because that discussion in Terminator 1 is the dialogue that is delivered is not the future isn't set, there's no fate but what we make for ourselves. The dialogue is I can't help you with what you must face except to say that the future is not set.
Yeah, he doesn't say that there's no fate. But...
Yeah, it's a reinvention, and I can see why they did it because of what I guess the theme of this film is, which is different from Terminator 1. But if you are just going with the theatrical version of the film, then it's well, where did that line come from?
It's possible that Sarah just kind of embellished it a little bit and added the "there's no fate but what we make" to make it a little bit more clear, as opposed to just saying the future is not set.
That's all. You see, that I prefer that to having the deleted scene where Kyle explicitly says "there's no fate but what we make," because that would suggest that.
If that's the version that Sarah's been telling herself over and over again, even if she either misremembered it or if she embellished it specifically to make it more clear to a younger John, I guess it's still her mind, right?
That's true. It is her own recreation of the words that Kyle said. So yeah, that's possible. I guess that does work.
But I guess doing the hey, let's neat pick. Okay, so, or nitpick in reverse. Nitpick to try to make it better.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we're not done with Sarah though. I mean, she also runs out in the dream sequence to the big playground.
Yeah.
and it's like a part of the big old explosion dream sequence that we get later. We only see like the big flash, and then she wakes back up, and she's not doing so well. And then we cut to her to the interview with Dr. Silverman, and they show her tapes of her, I guess from when she was still there for not super long, where she's still like kind of, I had this recurring dream and everybody explodes. The children look like burnt paper. Everyone dies. And so it's like, oh, it's like the reoccurring dreams of like the apocalypse stuff. That's like pretty normal. That happens to like everyone. And she just gets really angry. It's like, it's not a dream. You just feel like you're safe and you can just talk like, I know what happens and we're all gonna die. And she gets very agitated and has to be held down in that tape. And that's what they're showing current or present Sarah. And she seems to be very calm, collected. She's like, you know what? I feel much better now. I think it's actually all bullshit. I think you setting me a goal that I might be able to get some visitors really helped me out. So yeah, maybe you can now put me in the lower security wing so I can get visitors and maybe see my son. And Dr. Silverman said, I see. Yeah, but I know that you're pretty smart and you're definitely bullshitting me. So I think I have to tell the board we have to keep you in here for another 6 months. And then she gets very angry again. And it's just all very well acted. I think I really like this scene.
Even, like, honestly, even from Silverman's perspective, I think it probably a like supervised visit or like even like between a pane of glass thing where just John is able to come there and talk to her for 10 minutes probably would have been a good bone to throw her in that respect. Be like, look, we're not going to switch you to the medium or like lower security, minimum security. Did you say?
I just remember a lower security. I don't know what they.
Yeah, I think it might be minimum security, and he might be able to like make the argument that I don't think that would be a good place for you because you have multiple escape attempts.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it might not be a bad idea to like meet her halfway, for no other reason than to keep her well behaved.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a Dev raid. Thanks, Dev.
Oh, thank you very much.
Lots of coffee in that chat.
Gofefe. But yeah, he doesn't approve it, and he yells at him very angrily. And it's like, "You motherfucker!" Oh wait, no, that's later. There's actually a mild scene in between that, because she's like, "No, I think it's all bullshit." It's like, "Oh no, I don't believe that's a thing. Why would they?" And then she ends the scene with, "Oh, so you don't believe the company covered it up anymore?" And she's like, "No, why would they?" And then we go over to Cyberdyne, and we get introduced to Mr. Dr. Man Miles Dyson. And
it's such a well-placed scene as well, because you cut away from the middle of a conversation that is very important. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Who are these guys? The computer men? What are they? And then you see the arm, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you have to sign the thing out. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. And I kind of like how I guess it's like a new guy. It's like, oh, I haven't been here for that long. I was wondering, do you know where it's from? And he's just, I asked the same question, and it was like he says like, don't do it anymore or something. Oh, don't ask. I just saw it on screen. Yeah.
Don't ask. Yeah.
Just don't ask. And he just goes through the door. It's like, yeah, it's pretty fun. But yeah, he goes to like a higher security wall with a security guard in there, and he's like, well, on 3 to the left, insert the key. And he opens up the thing, and there's the arm of the T-800, and also the chip. The computer chip. And it's like, oh shit, they have it.
Slightly destroyed, but still enough that you can get some things out of it.
Yeah, you can get data out of it.
I have an iMac that I really don't need anymore, and I did my best to try to like wipe it clean and install a new OS, but it won't let me entirely log out. So even for throwing it out, I'm just like, do I have to like shoot this thing with a shotgun or something like that? I was like, how do I protect my data if I'm flowing out like a full-blown computer?
Yeah.
And yeah, this movie is one of the reasons I'm paranoid about that kind of thing. Mostly because I did banking on that computer, so like, not that my passwords aren't different, but
Yeah, I mean, these days there's like so much software to sift through hard drives that have deleted stuff on them to recover it. I mean, it's a whole business model, right? Like you have computer shops that focus on that
big
stuff.
magnet. Maybe Tidge has the right idea. Got to find some giant magnets.
Yeah, absolutely. Big magnets are your friend if you want to destroy it as thoroughly as possible, I guess. But yeah, good old Miles Dyson. We're going to talk about him more because I think he's also an excellent character in this movie that, frankly, people don't talk enough about because the way they put him in the story is fucking amazing. But we get more on him later on because that's all. It's just a little introduction and introduction to him a little bit, that he exists basically. But more an introduction to, Cyberdyne has the chip and the arm, and they can work on it, research it. So yeah, there you go. And then we get the things like, so what do you think, Dr. Silverman? Can I go there? And as I already said, he's like, oh, you did improve, but I also know you're very smart, and if I put you in minimum security, you'll just try to escape again. So, no, I'm not going to do that. And then she just goes over the table and starts attacking him. And
I think she chokes him with his tie. Saw it on screen.
And they like with
model citizen,
like 3 or 4 people, model citizen, hold her down and strap her on the table, I think, or something. Yeah, I think it's just the table. I think they put the jacket on her actually. So yeah, back to John Connor though, because we're getting really close to the first big old action scene. I'm so excited. So yeah, Arnie has been kind of tracing him, and I guess you can definitely say he found him kind of with luck, because when we first see his POV, he scans his face and just says now target acquired. Intel positive or whatever it says. I was like, oh yeah, okay, so this was he's been checking the area and finally found him, and he's like kind of driving with his moped and his friend through what do you even call these things where it's like a little water in the middle? Is this like a sewer system of sorts? I never really understood what they were.
Like, I think they're an American thing. I don't know.
That's why I'm asking.
I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Drainage canal. Storm
drain. They have them in like Grand Theft Auto. That's
the only way I know them as well. Exactly.
Well, they're good for a set piece, for an action set piece, like we're about to get to, and they're also good for gameplay if you're driving a car around in GTA. Yeah. So
storm drains, flood drains, canal. Okay. So those what they are. That's where they're driving around, just having a good old time. And Arnie sees them and tracks him, and we see that the T-1000 has been using his police outfit or his police cover to just ask people. It's like, hey, have you seen this guy? And he finds some girls like, oh yeah, we were just talking about him. He said he's gonna go to the Galleria. I was like, oh shit, all right, well, guess I'm going right over there. And so he does. And as you can tell, we've been jumping around quite a bit. And these 3 paths, they're about to cross. John, Arnie, and the T-1000, they're about to converge into one. The glorious timeline. I forgot what there was a meme there I wanted to do, but I forgot what they call it. The true timeline in Marvel. It doesn't matter, whatever. I fucked it up.
Oh, I can't remember. Jesus.
The sacred timeline?
Sacred timeline, thank you. Yeah, they all go together to the sacred plot line. It doesn't matter. I fucked it up so badly. Anyway, we see Arnie going around. He has a little paper thing with roses in them. I'm sure he's just gonna go there to, present some roses. John is just playing some video games in the arcades with his friendo. The friendo is going to get some coinage, a couple of more quarters, I guess. And we see the T-1000 just arrived in the arcades. John is just playing a little flight simulator game. and T1000 is kind of asking people, hey, have you seen this? Do you know John Connor? It's like, you seen this guy? No. And then he asks his friend, and the friend, absolute bro, immediately faced with the police, no fear. No, you know this guy? No, don't know him, and just walks away. And immediately does a U-turn back to John. It's like, dude, they're fucking here to get you. Just fucking split. Absolute chat friend. Never let him go.
Had to interrupt his afterburner game, but you know.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, tells him he's there. Just split. I'm gonna cover for you. But unfortunately, he already asked someone who saw him, and he's like, yeah, he's right over there. And oh boy, we're getting close. We're getting close. John is Yes, go ahead.
I'll just slide this in quickly. I do quite like how they're able to like squeeze every bit of drama out of this that they can, because John being suspicious of cops works narratively because of the kind of kid that John is. And John is the way that he is because of his implied past with Sarah after the events of the first film. And this all happens because the T-1000 happens to be disguised as a cop, and the T-1000 is using the fact that it's disguised as a cop to try and find John. So, yeah, I like that they're able to get that little bit of drama of like, oh shit, it's the police. Because otherwise they would have to be like, well, run away from the Terminator without knowing that it's a Terminator. Why would he do that? I don't know. He just does.
Yeah. But him being like a little delinquent, having multiple arrests already, is like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to fucking go away. And also, he probably thinks they want to get him for the withdrawal he did with the not real
also that
card.
Yeah.
So there's more than enough reason for him to be like, okay, I'm the fuck out of here right now. And yeah, he's on the way there. His friend, still absolute bro's like, oh, I saw the kid you're looking for is over there. He just kind of shoves him to the side. He's like, just fuck off. I've already seen him. And that's the last time we see him, unfortunately, because he seems to be a good guy. But yeah, he's just kind of running through the staff area. T-1000 is tailing him, and we see on the other side Arnie is coming through as well. And yeah, I guess if you wouldn't know that Arnie is the good guy, and I guess you kind of know. Here's the thing: I'm kind of hard. I find it hard to judge for me because I already know what is going on, and the thing is, I've never seen Terminator 1 before I watched Terminator 2 multiple times. So I never was under the impression Arnie is going to be a bad guy anyway. So this is like one of these instances where it's like, oh man, I wish I could wipe my memory and watch T1 and 2 back to back with like a fresh lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I find it hard to figure out. It's like, would I know or wouldn't I know? Because you can't. We talked about this already. Like, it seems like the framing is like, he doesn't really seem like he's going to be a bad guy. Like flaying bad to the bone, giving him the sunglasses, him not ripping someone apart. It's like, this feels like he's not really that bad. But there seems like this part in here where it's like, but I feel like they want to try it, but they're not going all the way with it, right?
This is the only scene that really plays into like the paranoia of, oh fuck, which one is it? And the reason why it does it is because you're in John's shoes at this point in time. He doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the way they do it, because I think this is like this would be like if they would have played it straight completely, just shown us those two coming up without doing the framing. This would be like a really fucking cool reveal. I still think it's an awesome reveal. I think it's awesome.
Arnold.
Oh yeah.
I think Arnold being more brutal at the biker bar would have helped with that a lot. Oh, Jojo, it's okay. She likes it when Arnold's a good guy.
Yeah.
Okay, puppy.
And yeah, this whole like set of scenes at the mall and the two Terminators meeting each other for the first time is one of my all-time favorite scenes in movies, and that's kind of why I mentioned earlier I would have liked if they did play into the whole subversion aspect, because I feel like that would just amp it up that much more. You don't know which one is to protect her and which one's to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially when he whips the shotgun out of the box. That is such a cool shot.
It's so cool, because that's exactly what happens now. He runs that way. There's this one random guy's like, "Hey kid, you can't be here." And then you just have Arnie coming in through the other door, and yeah, as you said, he whips out the thing out of the flower box, the shotgun, and but Arnie already knows like the T-1000 is around, so he's loading the gun, he's making it he's ready to fire, comes around the corner, and you just see him aim in the direction. And you're like, oh fuck! It's like, oh, now it's so fun because if you wouldn't know, it's like, oh, that's great. Like the hero is here. Like the Arnie is gonna be having some trouble. And then all of a sudden, Arnie says, "Get down!" And you're like, "Wait, what? What do you mean, get down?" And he fucking shoots the police guy, and you see he has like the fucking some silver goopage on his chest, and then he just starts battering Arnie with pistol guns, and also the poor random guy was Pepsi.
And John is saying, "Holy shit, that cop bleeds aluminum foil."
Yeah.
It's good as well. I don't know if this was a deliberate choice, but the guns in this particular scene are very, very loud.
Yeah.
As in, like, louder than I think they are elsewhere in the movie. And that's probably because, like John might be a little criminal, but he is obviously not experienced with... Well, no, I guess, no, never mind. I'll dial that back because he is experienced with guns. I guess it's maybe to heighten the fear and confusion of the scene, maybe?
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, in that tight hallway, like with no ear pro, John would be hearing ringing for like the next half an
True,
hour.
yeah.
I can't believe
It may well be the first time he gets shot at as well. This scene is almost certainly the first time he's ever been shot at.
Yeah. By the way, chat is on point, by the way. The PCP meme has returned. He bleeds PCP goo. Silver flavored
yes, we've
PCP.
all seen the cop with the aluminum foil wounds at the mall. You've all been dosed with PCP. It's fine.
Creetosis, I don't know if you've seen the Forge before this. The meme with the PCP happened because in T1 they told Sarah's like, oh, why didn't he just fall down and die from all the shots? And they were like, oh, he was probably on PCP and had body armor on. And then
That's so
the meme.
It was him punching through the windshield. He's like, he probably broke every bone in his hand and didn't even feel it because he was on PCP.
It was on PCP.
Yeah.
And then the meme became that whatever happened, it was all PCP. PCP becoming standard issue with every Terminator.
Yeah.
And
the cop goes home and he's like, damn, I should try some PCP.
Yeah.
And that's how Terminator is also the prequel to Training Day.
Yeah. PCP makes your blood into mercury. It's a well-documented side effect. That's true. Yeah. I mean, it's just all facts here on the Forge. But yeah, it's Arnie is actually protecting John Connor with his frame, throws him into the side thing, and he just starts fucking peppering him with the shotgun, and it doesn't really seem to do that much besides holding him back for a little bit. He has like all the silver goopage coming out of him, but yeah, it's nothing really. It's just, it regenerates back to what it was before. And
it's very important once you get to the end of the film, though, because like this scene showing you immediately what a shotgun will do to the T-1000, like because we don't understand exactly how the T-1000 works, but seeing what a shotgun will do to it is a perfect way of just establishing the stakes immediately, relative, because it shows you like how strong the T-1000 is relative to the T-800.
Yeah.
And also it sets up the scene right at the end with Sarah and the shotgun.
Exactly.
Well, and also it's further reinforced by in Pescadero when he shoots him in the head and his head kind of splits in half too. It's like you can slow it down if you disrupt presumably the location of its parts, because if you hit vital parts that the T-1000 needs in order to process, it needs a second to kind of like figure itself out again. And that's actually where the director's cut adds some cool stuff for the post Hasta La Vista T-1000. So he's malfunctioning.
By the way, someone asked if he's shooting slugs. He is using blue shells, and I'm pretty sure those are slugs. So
they're green here. I kind of think I've never loaded a blue shotgun.
Okay. That was just from memory.
Red ones
I mean,
and green ones.
I know just red is the standard one where it just goes everywhere.
Red's pellets.
Would that suggest that the T-800 knew that it was going to be coming up against a T-1000?
I mean, I think you can assume he would know because they already exist in the timeline where it was made, right?
I guess you know
I
what.
think.
Come to think of it, I think this explains a little bit of the retcons too, because Kyle did not know about the T-1000 or anything like that, and as far as he knew, he was going back in time to save Sarah, and then that would be the thing that wins them the war, and that's it. So maybe he just told Kyle that only 2 got sent back, but he knew that also a T-1000 was going to be sent back, and that he would have to both capture and reprogram a T-800 to have any chance at survival.
Yeah,
But
that's
telling
possible.
Kyle
That,
that
yeah.
would not help him at all. So like just telling Kyle, no, this is it. You've got to save her, and that's it. Once you save her, we're good.
That would, yeah, this is where it breaks out of the closed loop, because that would mean that in a possible timeline, the John Connor from this film ends up knowing Judgment Day still happens, as happens in Terminator 3, and he then sends back. Do you see what I mean? It would undermine within this film. It would undermine the idea that the future isn't set.
Theoretically, though, until the end of this movie, I guess Judgment Day does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, I guess you're right. It would still probably have to be the Terminator 3 version of it. But, oh, man. Yeah, see, it gets messy. That's why I said, like, Terminator 1 is kind of the strongest one in that it is one of the few time travel movies that actually works when you pick it apart. Because it's just a closed loop. It's the only way to do it, really.
So, yeah. That's Arnie is protecting John Connor. And before you can even really think about what just happened, they just start to wrestle after he goes closer to him, starts reloading his gun, but he's already back up and takes the gun away, and they just kind of crash into the walls and then through the wall. And I mean, it's 2 big machines with massive powers just bashing through everything. Not a stylish fight by any means. It's basically just them grabbing each other and trying to throw people throw each other through walls and through windows. It's quite fun.
It's very good as well at just reinforcing like how dangerous the T-1000 is, because we know what the T-800 can do, and this thing is throwing it around like a rag doll. And having the T-1000 like definitively win the fight and then leave, because its objective isn't to kill the T-800, its objective is to kill John Connor.
Yeah.
It shows you a little bit of like it's how calculating it is and how strong it is.
Exactly, because in the meantime, John fucking dipped, obviously, because like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go on my moped and drive off, which he does, and we see the T-1000 is rather fast. He just runs after him and stays behind him pretty close-ish for a while, but then he steals the truck and goes after him with this.
2 little details to point out. One, I guess, is a behind-the-scenes Easter egg, is when they were filming this, Robert Patrick was just repeatedly catching the little stunt guy on the bike.
Really?
Yeah, so because he and they were like, well, we can't use that shot because you fucking caught him. Now humanity is fucked. Because obviously he does a lot of running in this movie, so he had to like train to, get good at doing it. And the thing that I didn't fully appreciate it until I read about it was he doesn't open his mouth, because obviously he's a Terminator. He doesn't need to breathe, which means that when he's running, he's breathing entirely through his nose.
Oh, that's tough.
And he has to be able to do it all without looking like he's physically exerting himself, so he has to be, really good at doing that. It's not just acting. It's a very physical thing to be able to do.
The chat says Robert Patrick was a track and field runner. I don't know if that's true or not. I feel like at some level, probably at least in high school, it would be, because the guy can clearly run.
Yeah.
Yes. Imagine like if you didn't pick him for the team and then you saw this movie, you're like, for fuck's sake, why did we?
Yeah, like should have at least got him doing some sprints.
Yeah.
That's great. I love that. But yeah, he steals the truck from the guy, and he follows him. Arnie is close behind with his bike, and he just kind of crashes through everything. And the good old Connor man, he goes back to the storm drain.
Robert PC Patrick defrosted.
He's more PCP than Matt.
that's
I saw
amazing.
someone in chat earlier say PC Pepsi when Pepsi guy died.
Oh, I can't wait to have some PC Pepsi. It's gonna be great.
But at least in Canada, there's a food brand called President's Choice. So like PC Cola actually is a thing. That
Oh no!
there is PC Pepsi.
It's gonna make you invincible. Drink it. So yeah, John Connor goes back into the drain and stops. Like, all right, I lost him. That's great. And then you hear some more rumblings, some tires screeching, and you see the T-1000 just fucking driving the truck off the bridge down in the drainage canal. It's like, holy fucking shit.
I love that shot.
It looks so awesome.
It epitomizes what this machine is.
Yeah.
And also, part of why it's so effective is that the shot immediately beforehand, where you have John like looking behind him, like, where is he? It just shows under the bridge. You can't see anything on the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next shot is like, oh, okay, that's happening. That truck is going somewhere that it shouldn't be. It's so well framed.
Absolutely.
And Grave Rob also mentioned something that's a little nice trivia fact. Richard Patrick is the brother of Robert Patrick, who is the frontman of the band Filter.
Oh, okay.
Famous for Hey Man, Nice Shot, which might have the best bass line in any song ever.
Wow. Yeah, and John is like, oh, shit, and just starts driving away. And Arnie, again, close behind. He's a little higher up, still is in eyesight, though. But yeah, the truck is slowly gaining, because I assume that moped is not super duper fast, because it's like, it's like...
Yeah, definitely doesn't have the same kind of torque that truck would have.
Exactly. And I think it's kind of a genius decision to have him have a moped, the T-1000 having a big truck that's probably going to be faster than, or is faster than this, and then Arnie having the bike, which is the fastest of all the three. So it's very reasonable to assume that, yeah, he's going to catch up to those guys, especially going up through these things. And the only reason he's not there faster is because he has to cross two roads.
Find an opportunity to get down, too.
And find an opportunity to go down, exactly. So yeah, we also have the shot where the roof of the truck just gets cut off, basically, because he's going through, like, below the bridge, like an underpass.
Yeah.
And he just kind of ducks down, the top of the truck gets sliced off, and he just kind of looks back up. It's like, oh shit, he's still there. So yeah,
AWOL is calling into question the speed of the Harley. With a bike with that kind of engine, though, it's still a motorcycle, which means it's going to be faster than that big truck. Like, they're not the fastest bikes in the world, but motorcycle generally faster than car, which is in general faster than truck. But yeah, it's that Harley engine would have a lot of power. Still just two wheels to propel.
Moped,
granted,
truck,
a big heavy T800 on it. So honestly, Arnold's probably the biggest X factor to the Harley speed.
That's actually a good point.
The problem with honestly, it's kind of a borderline plot hole with all of the Terminator movies, is that the weight of the Terminator machines.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
You're talking like, what, 400 kilos or something ridiculous?
I mean, like, is their weight ever mentioned?
I don't think
guess
so.
It's never mentioned explicitly.
Like, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly where I got this from. Oh, well, okay, no, so we can immediately eject this. According to Sarah Connor in Terminator Dark Fate, the T-800 series Terminator weighs around 400 pounds. The Sarah Connor Chronicles suggest that the unit is 640 pounds, which is lighter than the T-600 model. So, I mean, either way, depending on what we want to consider as canon, I think it would be reasonable.
3 people on it.
Yeah, I think it would be reasonable to say that this thing weighs as much as like 3 people, if not more. So the idea that it can just get in a car and sit down and not have the car be completely unbalanced, you just have to ignore that.
PCP helps with the weight.
What, the fucking motorbike runs on PCP.
You feel that you weigh less, therefore you do. It's the drug of Descartes.
Hold on, how much does
PCP weigh? Depends on what you take.
I was gonna look at how much Boogie weighs.
A lot.
I'm kicking around 150 right now. I'm pretty small.
That's comparable. So not you, Boogie.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, apparently Boogie is, or at one point was, 377 pounds, which is very close to 400. So when you think about the weight of a Terminator, you got to think about the weight of Boogie, I guess.
Jeez, I weigh a third of Boogie.
Oh, goddamn Boogie. He just keeps popping up. In any case.
1 metric boogie.
So it's now canon that one Terminator weighs about 1 metric boogie. Like, okay.
Wow.
Jesus.
Amazing.
Yeah, for anyone who is not on freedom units, like myself, 400 pounds is approximately 180 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to do the conversion on mine because I weigh a very nice 69 kilograms.
Nice. Nice. Okay, now that we...
Sorry, Lucian Wolf has a good point. That is with my leg on because I have trouble standing on a scale without it. However, my weight does... The weight of the leg is roughly what my leg would weigh if it were human. So, like, functionally, that's my weight. Although, technically, I guess it does... I have to probably add 5 pounds to what, like, both my muscle mass and midsection would be. As far as, like... Because that, obviously, I don't burn calories in the robot parts.
Damn. Wait, when the action scene were we? We were talking about metric boogies, and I'm confused. Oh yeah, he just jumped off.
Talking about the speed of the vehicle.
He just jumped off the
Terminator would affect the.
Yeah, no, he just jumped off the. Into the drainage canal, and he's gaining, and the T-1000 notices, and he's just trying to block the road, the canal, but Arnie just kind of squeezes through, and then just grabs John with one hand and off his bike onto his bike, and then starts reloading his shotgun with the nice little flippy-do animation.
Lever action spin.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That is a thing that you can just, like, a person can do that with that shotgun, because I don't know guns, honestly.
I feel like I've seen someone do a video on it, but I think it's pretty tough to actually do.
Well, because, I mean, the handle for a lever action isn't a circle, it's an oval. So, and, like, kind of a long one, too, generally. So, theoretically, all you're doing is pulling the lever out and then moving it back in, and the spin would do that. It would involve a lot of dexterity to do it consistently, especially while driving a motorcycle.
So it's not something that would require, like, Terminator level strength?
No, not
think so.
strength. Definitely dexterity. It would help if you're like a robot of sorts that can just nail it every time.
Interesting.
Yeah. One way or another, it's a cool reload. I do like it a lot. And he shoots off one of the tires, which makes the truck spin a little bit or go out of control. He starts to brake, but he crashes right into the middle part of the underpassage. Then we get a little leak of the fuel, but some electronics get onto this, and we get a big explosion. And if you remember T1, this is how the T-800 was pretty heavily damaged, losing his full skin thingy, starting to limp a bit. So at this point,
it's effectively impossible for him to blend in also after that.
Yes.
Not really a problem for this Terminator.
Yeah,
that's because something I want to highlight as well is the which I think is a straight up improvement over T1, is that you got the truck crash here. You compare that to the scene in T1 where the Terminator crashes the police car into the wall. In this scene, I think makes a lot more sense, because the reason why he crashes is because the tires are shot out. And the reason that he crashes is that he couldn't steer the track under the bridge, which is something we saw him do earlier. Yeah. Whereas in T1, it seems to happen because the Terminator was not looking.
He was not paying attention,
Yeah.
But yeah, also this shows you very well the escalation from T-800 to T-1000. Because if the T-800 would be in this crash, he would be fucked against the T-1000
it's
or
also
general.
why Granted, I mean, we don't need to go into the non-existent ones too much, but it's also why I found the TX just a straight up threat level downgrade from the T1000. Because I'm like, look, she's got a skeleton that like is like physically formed at all times. So granted, she has like the liquid metal on top, so she can still change things about herself. But I was always like, why would they think that's better? Like,
Yeah, the moving parts component
yeah,
is just
like
a
I mean,
weakness.
this thing is
Oh,
just
no.
unbelievably scary because you're like, how can we even kill? Like, is it possible to kill this thing? Like, I was calling that into the question the entire time I was watching this movie. I was like, how can they kill this thing? Especially, God, at post Hasta La Vista, I'm just like, well, come back from that. Like,
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because we have a really cursed combination of memes right now. Now you see the Tipples 1000 in all its PCP glory.
yep, we've entered the darkest timeline.
Good lord. The Tipples
Yeah,
1000.
Boogie's gonna go to a shaman and try some PCP.
I saw this podcast. They told me I'd get invincible.
They told me this would turn me into a Terminator.
It worked for me once, but then made me paranoid. Which, yeah, spoiler alert: if you don't have your psychic state in order, you should not do psychedelics.
Right.
PCP though, I have no experience with. I can't tell you anything about PCP.
So yeah, this basically did nothing to the T1000. He just kind of regenerates his goopage body and just goes off. But it gave them enough time to get away for now. So yeah.
That shot that we just got of it walking out of the fire as well is the first shot that we get of the liquid metal character.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since I've seen any documentary on this movie, but if I remember correctly, they had to make like a completely new technology to make these effects happen. Do I remember that
not
right?
Exactly, because James Cameron actually did use similar animation, less complex though, in The Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which was a movie that he made prior to this one. There's a water being, I guess you could call it, alien. I guess. I mean, it's under the water, but still not human. And it's also very liquidy, which is one of the reasons why I think this enemy, I almost said boss design, God. This enemy design is so genius in that this is a thing that James Cameron knew he could do and pull off. It's like, can I make a living being moving around that looks like it's made of water? Yes. Okay. How can I apply that to Terminator? Well, metal can liquefy. What kind of Terminator can we create with that will make it so that we can do this effect in a way that will be convincing to the audience, but also be a very threatening enemy? And I think they just absolutely nailed it here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like combination between knowing what the limits of your VFX are and how to use that in writing, I think is a lost art these days.
I still think it is just such a bold choice for them to do that in 1991 because this was not the first CG character that ever existed. There was CG was used in films prior to 1991 for characters. Like it would have been used for things that aren't characters beforehand. But there was a film. Sorry, what?
Lawnmower Man with Pierce Brosnan and Jeff Fahey, I believe, was the mentally challenged gentleman in it. The VR one. There's a lot of CGI in that, and a lot of it looked kind of like this, but it was in VR land.
I haven't seen it. That came out in 92, apparently, so that would have been a year after this. But yeah, there was one, it was like a Sherlock Holmes movie where there was like an animated like knight in shining. It was like a stained glass window that comes alive and it's like a knight in shining armor, but he's kind of like two-dimensional. I believe that was the first ever CG character because it had to like have a sword fight with someone. But which is, that's going to be very complicated to do if it's never been done before, but it's not anything like what they did in this movie. You also had The Abyss, which was kind of like a proof of concept for this, because in The Abyss, it's literally like water that is manipulated into the shape of a face and like a human face, and the face is then able to emote, and that's created entirely using CG. Terminator 2, though, is, as far as I'm aware, the first movie where the script does not function unless they can absolutely pull off the T-1000 effects, because the liquid metal is used in like multiple narrative beats. It's not just like a cool gimmick where sometimes it is liquidy. It's like if it can't turn into a puddle, and if it can't do the various other things that it does because of the nature of what it is, then the script needs to be rewritten. And they came up with this idea when the technology, I guess, existed but had never been used this extensively.
Yeah.
So I just think it is such a brave choice to do, and I think that they pulled it off.
Oh, absolutely. They did very, very well with this. It's just good stuff. So yeah, but this concludes the first big action sequence, and it's rather fantastic. It's just really fucking good. We start by, I guess, unveiling that Arnie is the good guy, in case you haven't caught up yet. The T-1000 and his powers and strengths, and what an escalation it is compared to the T-800, who was already a formidable foe for anyone. And just having the T-1000 having this crash plus the explosion, which heavily disabled the T-800 at the end of Terminator 1, just showing that he just walks out of this like nothing happened. It's like, oh shit, like he's definitely improved, and it's very dangerous. It's gonna take a lot of work to get him to be destroyed, because this was some crazy damage he just shrugged off like nothing.
Yeah, it's such a great way to amp up the threat, to just have that truck explosion scene this early in the movie. Because we're, what, 40 minutes in now, approximately?
If even
39 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It still feels like the beginning of the movie to me.
Oh, yeah. For sure. And, yeah, it's really good stuff. And obviously, it's just well shot. It looks amazing. It's very thrilling. You always have the feeling they could have been caught at any time, because it's always very close for them to get away, and it takes a lot of effort, even for the T-800 to get rid of the T-1000, even though we know he's already very powerful. And yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. It's not just a random action scene. I feel like how action scenes should be used. Not just here is a shootout that does nothing. It's like, no, we have like shooting, we have car chases, and while this is happening, we establish power levels and not movesets. Like I guess you can't say movesets, but how they react to certain things, and it's good stuff. They don't waste it for like a random action scene, because in the script says action scene here now, so the audience doesn't fall asleep.
Yeah, everything has purpose.
Yeah. And again, that's like something that's just lost these days. I mean, we talk about it a lot when we talk about different shows, where it's like, oh, there's our mandated action scene for this episode. Well, let's get it out of the way. And then we just continue with the show. It's just like, yeah, awesome. And yeah, we see John and Arnie drive away. And John is like, okay, stop, time out, fucking stop the bike. I'm really confused, like what is happening? Which makes a lot of sense, because he's been told by his mom the whole time, oh, there was this Terminator guy, he was trying to kill me, and he might come to kill you, or whatever she told him. And he's like, well, don't take this the wrong way, but you're Terminator, right? And he's like, yeah, Model 101, blah, 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 as we know, as an audience watched the first movie. And, John's like, okay, you definitely, for sure, not trying to kill me. I figured that out myself, but what's the dealio? Like, what's going on?
Brooks just sent me an image from The Abyss, if you want to see that one.
Oh.
Would definitely recommend The Abyss if anyone hasn't seen it.
I see. Oh, I guess that's what he sent me as well. I see he did send me something, but I can't switch my Discord thing on screen right now. Yeah, as I said, he realizes he's a Terminator but doesn't really want to kill him. And Arnie tells him like, "Yep, I'm a Terminator, and yeah, I've been reprogrammed and sent you here." And when he asks like, "Who sent you?" he just says, "You did," which is kind of funny as well. And yeah, he kind of just explains to him what he is, like things we as an audience might already know. It's like, yeah, metal endoskeleton with living tissue above it, and he does this all while just keep reloading his shotgun. It's like, gotta stay ready. Also, you know what? I just really like that John is not being super. It's like, but you're here to kill me. I'm scared. He's like, oh, you're not here to kill me. I figured that out for myself. It's like, yeah, obviously. And I feel like in other shows, specifically these days, he would be like, oh my god, you gotta kill me. It's like, no, he just saved you like multiple times. He should have figured this out. And he did, which I really, really appreciate.
And it also totally fits with the implied history of what happened in between both movies. Sarah Connor evidently told John what these things are, probably what it looked like at least, and what kind of behaviors it will exhibit and all the rest of it. Which then, when Arnie reveals that yes, he is indeed a Terminator, that then completely causes John to reassess what he thinks about his mother.
Mm-hmm.
And like that doesn't entirely happen in this scene because things are moving very quickly and I guess high stakes, they are still being hunted. But that's like the first moment where he's like, my mum might not be insane. So it is a very important scene as well for that reason.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Then we cut back. Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly, I was just wondering if she would have had any access to pictures or video of him from the original movie, because I know the cops, it's likely evidence, but they have pictures of Arnie from the first movie.
They do.
So I was just wondering if she might have access to anything that she might be able to be like, this is what it looked like, you know? Pure speculation.
I imagine she would be able to, draw it, describe it. Like Arnie as the Terminator is a pretty distinct looking individual.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but even if John has no idea and is just like, anyone that you meet could be a Terminator, something like that. But I mean, I guess, to be honest, like Sarah has no reason to believe that there is going to be another robot coming back because of what Kyle told her in the first movie.
Yeah.
But
he
absolutely think,
news, though, like because of the police station, right?
Yeah, but that would have been years old news by the time.
It would depend on
John
whether Sarah recorded it. I guess she could tape record it. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like, or like got a newspaper clipping or something. I feel like that is probably some of the information that Sarah would hang on to show to John to be like, hey, if you ever see someone who looks like this, run.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. I don't think we get anything of that sort, but you can infer that might have happened, like a newspaper clipping and of sorts. But I mean, obviously, if it would be in the current time that we live in, it's like, oh, it's just probably like 700 Twitter posts about it or something.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I don't think it particularly matters because the fact is that John is able to pick up on what this thing is based on what his mother almost certainly will have told him.
Yeah. And
how this thing behaves. The physical appearance is, I guess it's a coincidence that they look the same, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Then we got a short thing with the T-1000 who just gets into his police car and drives off. And
that is also extended cut only. That scene does not exist in the theatrical.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can leave it in or not. It doesn't matter, really. It's like 20 seconds long. He is at the wreckage side. You see the fireman doing all the just taking care of the truck and the wreckage, and he just gets into a police car and drives off. You don't even see him drive off, but it's fine. You don't really need it here.
You don't, but it's also just a nice little way to explain how he gets another car, because he would have left his own cop car at the mall.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's basically the scene. We go straight back to Arnie and John, and John just basically asking, like, hey, he's like another Terminator like you. It's like, oh, not exactly. He's a T-1000, much more improved. Wait, was it something?
Liquid metal, mimetic polyalloy.
Mimetic
Is what he says.
polyalloy. Yeah, I was just looking at I was just trying to find the word on my notes here. Made out of liquid metal, mimetic polyalloy. And John asked him, "Hey, where are we going?" It's like, "Oh, out of the city, we need to dodge authorities and all that good stuff." And he's like, "Oh, I need to go. Can we go to my place so I can pick up a couple of things?" And he's like, "No, absolutely not. The T-1000 is gonna go there and wait for you." And when he asks him, "Are you sure?" he just says, "I would," which is like, yeah, that makes sense.
This thing is a killing machine.
Yeah, and we basically have had the same programming at some point before I've been reprogrammed by you in the future. So I know what his next step is going to be, which is a really cool thing to have for them to be like a step ahead, or at least knowing what they get into, depending on what they're doing at any given time. That could involve the T-1000. So having this little edge to know what's going on is very helpful, and they use, and it keeps coming up brought up by Arnie. It's like, hey, we can't do this. It's going to be super dangerous because T-1000 might be there, so they can gauge what they're up against and what they should do. And I think it's a nice little device they can use. But yeah,
it shows us how the T-800 thinks a little bit.
Yeah.
And the T-1000, I guess.
But he at least agrees to stop to give them a call, and I really like this call. It's really cool. So he basically tries to call him. It's like, "Oh, John, how you doing?" It's like, "Oh, just out and about." And he basically wants to warn them. And I like the oh wait, I just saw it on screen. I almost forgot about this. He asked Arnie, "Do you have a quarter?" and just punches the telephone thing. And it's like all these quarters coming out. He's like, "Here." It's like one of these things where things naturally are funny because he's so like matter of fact. It's like, "Do you have a coin?" It's like, "No, but I know there's coins right there." So he just fucking punches it open and gives him a coin. It's like, it's just fun.
Design of this machine.
Yeah. So yeah, they just have a little back and forth, and the mother is like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And we see the dad in the background, and John is also weirded out because like, this is weird. She's so nice. She's never this nice to me. This is weird. And she's like, "Oh, you can have dinner together, making food and stuff." And it's like, "Oh, the dog is," and then they hear like that the dog is barking, which is a little bit of a throwback to T1, I guess, because the dog can feel something is off. And then we see this little scene where you can just hear like a thud, and it's like, "Oh, that's weird." It's like after the dad was talking. Obviously, if you've seen movies before, I guess, you're like, "Oh, I think I know what's going on." This is a bit weird. And John then asks, could it already be there? And then Arnie just takes the phone and impersonates his voice and just says, "Oh yeah, I'm fine."
Yeah, because also he says, "I don't know what's wrong with the dog. It never barks." Like John mentions to him that like, "Hey, the dog barking this much is abnormal."
Yeah, it's abnormal.
And then that's when he's like, "Oh, okay. What's the dog's name?"
Yeah, and then he uses some trickery. He's like, "What's the dog's name?" It's like, "Oh, it's Max." And it's like, "Hey, is Wolfie okay?" It's like, "Oh, he's fine. He's just barking." It's like, "Wolfie is fine," and then he just hangs up. And it's like,
"Your foster parents are dead."
Your foster parents are dead.
It's such a good
so
scene.
awesome. I love this.
They do, yeah. There's like two elements of like escalation in it, which I just fucking love. Is you've got the T-1000 has copied not only someone's voice but also their physical appearance.
Yeah.
Which is just dialing up the concept from the first film.
Mm-hmm.
And then in order to combat the deception, the T-800 then decides to copy John's voice, which means you then have two Terminators talking to each other. Which, yeah, that's going to be the only time they speak to each other in the film, isn't it?
Yeah, the other times they just fight.
They'd have no reason to. So yeah, you've got the only time the two Terminators speak to each other in the film is when they're both pretending to be other people.
Yeah.
Infiltration units, love it.
Yeah, it's good
I
stuff.
saw this movie first when I was a kid, and this is one of those scenes that just stuck with me all my life. It's one of those ones I just randomly remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just so great. Him doing like a little tricks, like what's the dog's name, and then he just uses another name that makes a lot of sense for a dog name, by the way. Just calling it Wolfie is like, oh yeah, that's what someone would call their dog. And then it's like, your foster parents are dead, and then we just cut back and see that he can't. Oh, the mother is the oh Jesus, the T-1000, but also he can make fucking blades that just come out of his arms, or his arms turn into blades, and you just spiked the foster dad's head to the wall.
It turned into the knife that he was just cutting the vegetables with.
Oh yeah, good point.
Something highlight from chat as Lumpy says, was the T-1000 making a salad? I had never considered that. Yes, it was.
Yeah, he was.
It must have.
Well,
yeah, it was programmed to make it, I guess.
Well, he said to John they're making a beef stew, and was just cutting some celery or something. It's just committed to the bit, huh?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because it just shows you the kind of like insanely specific things that these killing machines would have been programmed to know how to do, because it would help them hide.
Yeah.
Also, just this moment here I really like of this blade turning back into the hand in the T-1000, just like looking at it, it adds to that kind of psycho vibe to the character that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he also, once he's done with the foster mum, turns back into the policeman, because that form has been very, very useful for him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a lot of sense. You would go back, and now we get more, I guess, explanation of the T-1000's powers. And he's like, "Hey, you're telling me you can just turn into everything it touches?" It's like, anything it samples by physical contact. And it's like, oh, so you can turn into like a pack of cigarettes, he says here. And it's like, no, only objects of equal size, and he can't turn into anything like complicated that needs like chemical reactions and stuff. So he can't, as they said, he can't turn into a bomb, for example. So yeah, this is why he can do knives and stuff.
Or anything with moving parts either.
Yeah, only solid shapes, basically.
It also can't presumably turn into two little T-1000 policemen.
That would be funny.
Well, I mean, I think the equal size also might explain why it never at any point tries to turn into John after the the mental institution escape.
Yeah.
Because honestly, that when I first saw it, that's what I thought was going to happen when John grabs the little piece of the T-1000 and throws it back. But I was like, maybe they got around that by just saying like, yeah, it has to be equal size.
Right,
so
right.
And squeeze all that metal into presumably 10-year-old John size.
Yeah. So yeah, now we
do
know more about his powers, which is good stuff. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
They use just quickly, yeah, they use exactly the same trick again that they used in the first Terminator with Silberman. John picks holes in how the T-1000 works,
yes,
which lets the T-800 explain to us and him what the limitations of this like ridiculous sci-fi ability are. Which means that like the rules of it, that's something that James Cameron is very good at, is setting the rules for his characters and his sci-fi concepts.
Right.
Whether he sticks to them is a different question, but you know, in the Terminator and in Aliens, at the very least, he does. The Abyss, I think he does, as far as I can remember. Avatar is a little bit more hit and miss.
Yes. And then we get a short scene of him killing the dog, which is bullshit. Fuck that evil machine. And
so that is another deleted scene.
Yeah, and seeing that the name of the dog is Max and not Wolfie, and realizing I've been bamboozled.
So that's the deleted scene I mentioned earlier that I initially had a problem with, and on my most recent watch through this morning, it's like actually that makes perfect sense with how much of a psycho the
Yeah.
the T-1000 ends up being. Because before I thought it was like, yeah, that's kind of petty and out of character for a robot. But I realized, oh wait, they seem to have put like a little bit of humanity into him to make him even more terrifying. Like I said, the
Well,
real psycho aspect he has.
I can give you
Well-
another reason why they would kill dogs, because they can trace him. They can figure out he's a machine. That's like a whole thing in T1, where they
Yep.
can sniff out the machines. So they're probably programmed to kill those dogs on sight.
That's true, but the T-800 doesn't do that in the first movie. He mostly ignores them.
Hmm.
I have another explanation, which is that his plan just went very wrong. The TA-1000. He was asked, "Hey, how's the dog?" And he said, "Yeah, dog's doing all right." And then the phone hung up. So he's
Yeah.
going to be like, "What the fuck? What happened?"
Did the dog do this?
So,
Yeah.
so the reason why he goes over to the dog, I mean, he kills it because it was pissing him off, or it was in the way, or he didn't care, or whatever. But he goes to the dog to like rip off the collar, sees that the name is Max, and then understands that he's been had, that he's
Yeah.
been outsmarted by the other Terminator. Obviously, he's not going to be happy about that. He wants to understand why he failed so that he can not get caught out again.
Yeah.
Which again, it plays into like the serial killer angle and the intelligence of this machine. Because like the Terminator in the first Terminator, it's intelligent enough, but it's nowhere near as intelligent as what we see from the T-1000 in this movie.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it does use Sarah Connor's mom's voice to try to figure out where she is and everything. Like, there is definitely an element of they have some investigative skills.
They definitely do, yes.
We go back to Sarah, and she's been interrogated by the police because they saw the big burly man again, who looks exactly the same, like the guy in the West, whatever the fuck it was, police station, West. Come on, subtitles, help me out. West Highland Police Station. Thank you, subtitles. Very cool. Where he killed 70 police officers. And they know she was there right when this happened. So, hey, can you tell us something? You know, what's up with this guy? Because he's been seen in this mall recently. And she's like, oh, fuck. He just kind of looks at it in disbelief and doesn't actually say anything. And, I mean, that's basically the scene. We got Silverman like, oh, she's been disconnected even more as time went on. And also, she stole a little paperclip, which she will use very effectively very soon. So, yeah, and then we go straight back to Arnie and John, because we get some, I guess, introspection by John, because he's been thinking his mom was a loony. And he kind of talks about how they went through lots of places in like Nicaragua, and she was doing stuff with lots of different guys who told him crazy skills. So he's gonna become
he had a long string of very shady uncles.
Yes, that's a good way to put it for sure.
And we get another uncle later, Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob, he's the best uncle, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, they went through different people who had like different skills, I guess, that they could teach him. But no one ever stuck, because they were like, sorry, your mom is kind of a psycho. She keeps talking about the end of the world and weird robots. So, you know what, I'm out of here. And yeah, then she got busted, goes to the institution, and he's kind of second guessing everything he believes, because I've been on the assumption everything she's been telling me was fucking bullshit, because she's now in the loony bin, and now you're here, and she was right. It's actually true. And yeah, again, some a little bit of background what's been happening in between the movies, and that the more reason why she's in there, and that no one believed her. Just another good amount of exposition here, I guess. And he's like, okay, we gotta get her out of there right now. And Arnie just tells him, absolutely not. Again, the T-1000 is gonna use this to his advantage. He's gonna go there, and he's gonna have a good chance to actually kill you if we actually go there. And
It
yeah, he's like, okay, but what happens to her if he gets there? It's like, well, they're probably gonna get killed. It's like, well, then we gotta go right now. And he says, nope, that's not a priority. We're not going right now. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was going to say it's a very natural way. So much of this plot is just you just got to say that it's natural because it's done really well. And like when I say natural, it's like this is what would happen. It doesn't ever feel like James Cameron has decided that they must go to the hospital because that he's got an action scene planned for the hospital.
Yeah.
Like no, it's all designed around what these characters actually want. So we've obviously seen Sarah Connor in the hospital a couple of times, and she's Sarah Connor. She's going to be a part of the film. So yeah, the T-800 believes that the T-1000 is going to kill her, copy her, and then wait. And it might be waiting for years.
Yeah.
But that's what he believes that it's going to do. And John obviously is not okay with that happening because we don't even need to appeal to the fact that he's now realized that she's not a psycho. She is still his mother.
Exactly.
So. Yeah. He obviously is not going to let that happen, which is then what leads into the scene of him realizing that he can order the Terminator to do what he wants.
Yeah, which happens right after this. And no memory stores in this movie, Chad. Sorry to disappoint. We don't have any memory stores in this one.
Oh my god.
This will forever... The memory store is forever going to be the worst case example of doing exposition forever. I don't think we can top that.
Yeah,
I kind of want to see what would top it, but the fact that they just stepped on the thing by accident and this is like, here's the exposition you need. And then the other character just steps on it too, so we get hers as well. It's so fucking bad. Jesus Christ. What? Fuck this film then. Any PCP stores though? For anyone who actually doesn't know about the memory store, basically in the latest Doctor Strange movie, Multiverse of Madness, they were going through an alternate universe, and they were looking for the Strange in that universe. And, what they could have done if they would be able to write a little bit of story, they could have just let them talk to each other while they were looking for the guy. But what happened instead is Strange steps on a platform which just fucking shows his thoughts about his backstory and how sad he is about his wife not being with him anymore. Which is the exact thing we need right now so they can know their backstories. And then he steps off, like, oh, we should probably go. And then America, I think was her name, yeah. She steps on it too, so we get her backstory as well. Which, by the way, is fucking hilarious because she basically killed her parents because of a bee. But that's a whole nother story. So yeah, that's how they did the exposition. Instead of, using the time, they just were walking around, talking to each other. They stepped on that platform. It's great.
Doesn't she she's just wandering around in the garden and then sees a bee and is like, ah, and then she just shits a portal out and her parents get sucked into it.
Get sucked out.
It's like they've just gone into a black hole and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't come up with a better way to do that than to have, oh no, a bee.
It's even more screwed up because that also means an entire universe got destroyed because of that with the incursions or however it works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. God, incursions, remember those? They don't.
Lord, stop.
Yeah. Back to T2. Arnie's holding him and he's like, he's a priority to me, and just kind of wails around and he starts yelling, help me, the psycho won't let me go. And Arnie says, this does not help our mission. And then we get these two bodybuilder guys that just get out of the gym. And John says, let me go. And he lets him go. And he's like, what did you do that for? It's just a funny reaction. Because he definitely wanted him to let him go. And when he did, he just falls over. And just like, hey, why did you do that? It's just, I don't know, it's just naturally Kim's funny, I think.
I think one thing that's funny here is the T-800 was actually very wrong about her not helping their mission. Like having an extra set of hands was arguably critical for any of it to work. I mean, I guess like you
I think
can't know what
that's-
would have happened if we didn't have Sarah.
I think the line with "this does not help our mission" is him yelling and making trouble.
Oh
for
yeah,
them.
yeah. Sorry about him yelling at.
Yeah, I don't think this was good because of the other thing. But yeah, these two arrive and it's like, oh wait, you need. And then he realizes, wait, you have to do what I say. It's like, yeah, one of my mission parameters. And then he just does like it's like, oh, prove it. How do I do this? Stand on one foot. And then he does. It's like, oh, wicked. I got my own Terminator.
This is every 10-year-old boy's dream.
Yeah, having my own Terminator.
Have a Terminator you can order around.
And then we see that John is kind of a prick too, though. Those two arrive, just want to help. It's like, everything okay? He just says, take a hike, bozo. And the one guy's, oh, what the fuck? Let's get out of here. It's like immediately annoyed. But the other guy is like, fuck you, little dipshit. And now John gets like really smug as well. Dipshit, huh? And he just kind of looks at Arnie. He's like, okay, put your leg down. You look ridiculous.
To be fair though, John is being kind of a dick to these guys.
Oh,
'cause they
100%.
did presumably come over there to fight a big scary guy in order to save him.
Yeah.
Like,
He's kind of just a bit of a shit stirrer here. He just wants to see what will happen. But I
Yeah.
think it is probably fair to say that he did not at all expect that these guys getting seriously hurt was
Yeah.
on the menu.
Well, he was like,
only really seems to have a problem with it when Arnie pulls out the gun though.
yeah, he was having fun. It's like, look, I'm untouchable. And then he pulls out the gun on the other guy, and he's like, whoa, 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 stop.
Yeah.
Like
I
pushes.
like the little, like, just again, sense of humor, which we had a bit of in the first one. We get a little bit more of it in here. Is he takes things very, very literally. It's almost like Drax, 30 years before Drax. Because when he says, put me down or let go or whatever,
Yeah.
and he just drops him immediately. But then during this scene, it kind of happens in the background. He says, "Put the gun down right now," and then Arnie just like slowly kneels down and just puts the gun on the floor.
Puts it on the
Like,
floor. That's true.
Mission complete. I've placed the gun on the floor. What now?
Hang on, let me put this on screen actually, because it's actually pretty funny. Yeah, puts it on the floor and just stands back up.
Yeah,
So good. He's like, okay.
It's also interesting as well that he is a Terminator. He is designed because we get the line as well where he says, "Of course, I am a Terminator." Like, what did you expect? Like, but he is obeying what John says, and he says, like, grab this guy, and then a fight breaks out. John is not giving him instructions, and he reverts back to being a Terminator because that's what he is.
Exactly. Yeah, but yeah, he tells him, "You're not a Terminator anymore. You can't just go around kill people. Just why? You just can't. You just keep saying that. Why? It's like a toddler. It's like, why?"
And it's a funny scene, but it's also the first part of like the whole, I guess, arc for the Terminator of learning and understanding the value of a human life. Because here it's played for laughs because obviously this thing is not going to understand, but then it becomes a really important emotional beat right at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's one that also makes more sense in the director's cut because of how they modify him.
Yes, absolutely.
'Cause right now he is unmodified, so has no real interest in learning the finer points of humanity.
Yeah. Good stuff. Time to catch back up with the T-1000 though, because he just arrived at the mental facility. Uh-oh. We are on a timer. Very exciting. Which it actually is. I said it kind of sarcastically just now, but I didn't mean to. It is exciting. Because it's a good movie. And we see that Sarah's been tied up, and we got the creepy orderly guy licking her face. And she just kind of doesn't react to it. And, I mean,
Maybe he's on PCP. I mean...
Oh, that's a shame.
Mm.
That's what he did too much PCP. He's now just getting creepy.
PCP do be like that.
Someone chat just says classic 80s creep glasses too. Yeah, You got a little belly going as well. the shirt tucked in. They, it's like
When
he does.
was-
He dresses the least he dresses away so he looks the least appealing as possible.
It's kind of a weird connection, but just his face and glasses reminds me of Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
Canadian show mentioned.
Someone chat just fat Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Sarah had the paperclip in her mouth, and she spits it kind of at her hand and starts unlocking her shackles. In the meantime, the T-1000 arrives at the front desk, and it's like, "Oh, do you have a Sarah Connor?" It's like, "Oh, you're kind of late, but you can go. I'll buzz you in a second. Your friends, you can go join your friends." But they're already on their way back, and then she turns around, and the T-1000 is gone. It's like, oh, well, I guess that's sorted. And yeah, we jump in a little bit back and forth right now because we're about to cross the plot lines again to be one continuous sacred plot line. Ah, fucking nailed it this time. Because everyone leaves, and the only one who's left right now is the security guard. In the meantime, Sarah is just kind of making her way out of her little cell. She made some makeshift, I guess like thieving tool kits, lockpicks.
Lockpick.
That's the word.
Lockpick.
Jesus Christ, my brain. And the security guard is just kind of checking the doors, and he's like, "Hey, colleague lady, you want a coffee?" He's like, "Nah, I'm good." And we do like a little funny bit here as well, because obviously we know the T-1000 is creeping somewhere, and we see he turned into the floor, and it looks kind of
It's so creative.
yeah.
They're not content with just being like, he's a man who sometimes has sharp hands. It's like, no, he can. We see later walk through bars. Here, he is the floor. It's so creative. I love it.
Yeah, as long as he can turn into anything that is a comparable size, so that all of his mass can form it.
Yeah. Damn it, sorry. You all stopped talking. I was just pouring myself more
okay,
drink
yeah.
in my glass, and I was like, fuck.
You would not be able to form into one of those moving floors you have at the airport, though, because he also can form into moving parts. Maybe
Yeah.
put the rubber on it.
No. He could do that because he could turn into the floor and then he could move as the floor. So the whole
it might
floor would
hurt when he
move.
goes through the
Mhm.
mechanism, though.
Potentially, yeah.
But yeah, the security guard just kind of getting a little coffee out of the coffee machine thingy, and the T-1000 turns into the guy because he stepped on him, and that way he
floor,
could
yeah.
sample his stuff, and he did like the like those coffee cups have like little card games on them, and he's like, "Oh, I got a full house. Must be my lucky day." And then he turns around, sees himself, like, "What the fuck?" And then he just gets spiked and killed.
Yeah, these the way they filmed that. James Cameron has a thing for like using twins for visual effects because these is two guys who are twins is how they filmed it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And,
Yeah.
same
when
thing
he was
happens
later.
later, but I won't mention that in case you don't know it until we get to the scene.
Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't know this at all, so I'm excited.
Ooh,
And I have to point it out again. I have to point it out every time. The fucking psychotic nature of the T-1000. Just the guy he's killing is like convulsing on top of with the spiked finger in his head,
Mm-hmm.
and the T-1000 is just kind of like creepily examining that. I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Shouldn't be understated that every time another actor plays the T-1000 for a bit, they all do like a pretty good job of just having this like super straight face, not really reacting superhuman anymore, just like kind of going along with his nature. It's kind of cool. But yeah, obviously he uses the guard uniform to go through this thing unhindered because he's one of the security guards, so he is allowed to basically go anywhere in this facility. So he just kind of knocks at the window and goes through. He also takes the gun of the old security officer because this is a smart machine and he wants to be armed. In the meantime, the creepy orderly guy is looking around. He sees, the little maintenance room is open. It's like, oh, okay, well, nothing in here. That's fine. But he sees that the broom, the stick of it, is kind of broken. He's like, oh, that's weird. Oh, well, nothing I can do about it right now. And then Sarah comes around the corner and just fucking bashes him in the head and fucks him up.
Yeah, there's a when she like whacks him in the head, there's a single frame of just a completely white screen, which it helps make the impact feel like it's
Oh, that's fun.
And then the first thing you see after you come out of that is just the guy's nose, just spouting blood everywhere. I think that I know that that's used a lot in like animation. I don't know how common it is to do that in films, because when you're dealing with like guns and stuff, you've got a lot of flashing going on anyway. But just a single frame of a completely white screen, I don't know how common that actually is.
Yeah, it works really well, and you don't really notice it until you just point it out. It's like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and just
it's not flashy is a bad word because it's literally a flash, but it doesn't feel flashy in that when you're watching it, you don't understand that that's what you've seen. The effect is that it makes it seem like she has just smashed this guy in the face, which is obviously what she's just done.
Yeah. By the way, just another small good detail I like. When she locks him in, she makes sure the broken sticks are just out of sight. So if anyone happens to walk by, they're not like, why is there sticks on the floor? She'll probably check over there. So you just look in there. It's like, yep, that's just the hallway as it is as always. So no reason to actually have a little question mark over you guys, like, why is that over there? But she also
especially since she baited him in the first place by leaving the door open a crack, which would be very unusual in a mental hospital.
One thing I want to highlight is it is complete luck that Sarah Connor decided to escape on the same day that the T-1000 tried to kill her.
Yeah.
Because it goes to her cell and oh no, she's escaped. And that's just complete luck.
Yeah, it could have gone in another order, the way the T-1000 does the things.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I'm willing to forgive it.
I'm not sure.
Go on, sorry.
I'm not sure if it's pure luck, because the cops did show her that the T-800 is in town again. And her immediate priority would be, fuck, I have to get out of here now.
That is a very good point. I forgot that they showed her the photos.
Yeah.
We know you know who this guy is. That's the line, isn't it? Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. That definitely makes it far more acceptable because you've got. Sorry, is the fucking PCP going on here? What is this?
Yeah, the PCP told her. That's a better explanation.
Yeah. They show her the picture. It's like, oh, that's the guy with the PCP? Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, because if she has a reason to escape, then it's, I guess you could say it's slightly lucky that she was not in the cell, that she had already escaped by the time T-1000 got to her, because she didn't know that it was coming to get her. But that is like, you can just be like, well, it's good timing, like whatever. Whereas if she didn't have a reason to escape specifically then it's just blind luck, toss a coin, you're dead or you're not.
Yes. Good point. But yeah, she's just trying to make her way out while the T-1000 is kind of checking the areas, and he actually turns back into the copper. Well, John and Arnie are just on their way. We have like a short little scenes like, yep, they're still driving over there. They're on their way. And then we see how Sarah just starts taking everyone hostage, I guess. She kind of throws the key at him as a distraction, punches him down. Silverman tries to make a call, but she just kind of punches him. And then she gets a syringe, empties it into the one guy's buttocks, which I guess is just going to be sedatives or something. And her plan right now is I don't know what it is. Is like bleach or like a cleaning solution? What is liquid
It's
router?
that would not be good if it were injected into a vein.
It's drain cleaner.
Drain
looking at
cleaner.
the-
Okay.
yeah, looking
It
at
definitely
it's
has the skull Wemyss logo on it.
Yeah, it says industrial strength for commercial use only, and then poison.
do not inject into your neck. Just
Yeah.
written on the thing.
And then she, just kind of puts it in his neck. But before we go further, Arnie and John arrive, and he's like, "Okay, you gotta promise you don't kill anyone." He's like, "I swear I will not kill anyone." He makes him like hold his hand up as well.
He doesn't understand the concept of "I swear," but John just needed to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has no understanding of what a promise means, but it's binary programming. It's if you say don't do something, then I will not do it. That's it.
Yeah, he's got the orders.
Yeah.
Effectively works the way a swear would.
Yeah, and then he walks towards the guys like, "Hey, visiting hours are over," and just shoots him in both knees. And John's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "He live." Love that.
Yeah, like don't kill anyone is a much different command than do not hurt anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even permanently injure them.
And again, the next time that this is reincorporated is later on when it is because it's a comedic moment. But later on, when he's shooting all of the SWAT guys in the legs, that is like shown as like a heroic moment.
Right.
So yeah, it's a good escalation again.
Also, Arnie takes 2 magazines from the security guy, so he has more ammo. Crazy how that works when your characters are smart. Back to Sarah. Sarah.
Oh god, the PCP's coming out of the goddamn walls.
I think I need another hit of PCP right now. I'm losing concentration. Yeah, she has the syringe full of Drano in the guy's neck. He's like, I'm gonna put it in him, and then he's gonna go down. And she makes her way through the thing. She makes them all go on the floor, but she gets overwhelmed by one guy almost. Like he actually does a very good job. Like he gets rid of the syringe of the neck. So he saved the guy. So good on him. But she just fucking punches his nose and pushes him over. And yeah, punching the nose like that's gonna hurt. I think it's a good way of making her overwhelm the guy, I think. And then she just starts running like crazy. She takes the keys, locks the one thing, the other guy unlocks it, and then she breaks the second key on the other door, and she runs towards the elevator, runs it, and the first thing she sees is Arnie, and she fucking stops, falls
So
on the
effective.
ground, and is like, "Holy fucking shit, I am fucked." That's her reaction. It's like, no. And yeah, as you guys already pointed out earlier in this episode, like she runs back to the guys who are trying to catch her that abused her. It's like, yeah, no, I'd rather go back this way instead of the Terminator who's trying to kill me on multiple occasions. And she just gets fucking tackled when she runs back there. She gets grabbed by like multiple people, and John's like, "Help her!" And Arnie just starts tossing them into walls and into windows. I never tire of that. Just fucking, he just pushes and throws. It's really fun. But the one lady breaks his glasses. That's kind of fucked up. And then he just pushes her away. He's like, "Ah!"
Literally pushes through the movie. You never see her again.
Yeah.
It is genuinely hard to pick like a favorite or best scene in this movie because so many are just fucking amazing. But this is easily one of my favorites.
Yeah,
it is so good.
I just fucking love that her reaction. Like she's she's running away, and then she sees the thing she barely got away from years ago, and yeah, obviously she's gonna like, yeah, I'm screwed. She doesn't know anything about the T-1000 or anything, so she's like, oh fuck, there's another Terminator. I need to somehow get away from here. And
They don't cheap out either, because obviously for the plot to happen, she has to kind of get on board with Arnold Schwarzenegger like very, very, very quickly.
Uh-huh.
And in a lesser movie, it would have just been like, "Oh, you're on my team now. Okay, let's go." But no, they don't shy away from like the fact that she is fucking like terrified and traumatized by what happened in the first Terminator film.
Even
and
John being there isn't enough to like turn her around immediately.
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
exactly. It takes a while for her to, I guess, trust it, as we will see later in the film.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just keeping in the character of the character we had before. She's heavily traumatized by the things that happened in the first movie, and now this guy is back, and she's like, "Holy fuck, I'm screwed." And she never breaks eye contact with him, even when John is like right next to her. It's like, "Wait, what's happening?" It's like, "No, he's here. He's on our side." She's like, "Okay, I guess," and just kind of takes his hand, and they help her up. And then he says like, and then he says, "Come with me if you want to live," the same as Kyle said in T1.
What a mindfuck that must be for her to
Yeah.
hear from him.
Might have been a meta thing too, of just like, yeah, but character references previous movie. But I think you could make the argument that him saying to the Terminator before he sends it back, the second you see her, the first words you say have to be, "Come with me if you want to live." It's because that will immediately make her think, "Oh, okay. The last time I was this afraid and heard those specific words, it was very important that I listened to them."
Yeah. By the way, Silverman just standing there. It's like, what? What is happening?
Just realizing that actually Sarah was right the whole time.
Yeah.
He's got like a needle cap in his mouth that just falls out.
Yeah.
Probably not yet comprehending that means that the world is going to end in 2 years' time for him.
Especially when he sees a T-1000, like, as a psychologist who's like, yeah, this is all quackery. How do you square that away?
Yeah. And then, of course, we get the big scene with the liquid metal going through the bars.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and right after he loses the cap out of his mouth. Yeah, the gun.
The gun. It helps the visual effect. It helps the movie sell the visual effect so much more by having specifically showing that the gun did not go through, that the gun is separate to this creature that is made of liquid metal. So the gun doesn't conform to its rules.
Yeah.
It helps sell the visual effect so much.
Great choice to have the gun a little stuck there. It's just an amazing choice. I don't know what else to say. Nothing to add as what you said. It's just a fucking great choice to make it much more effective. So yeah, but before we can even get more information, we're in for another quick action scene / chase scene. It's kind of fun because all the scenes are like kind of shootouts, action, and chase scenes in one most of the time. It's you get a little bit of everything. It's fun stuff. And yeah, he just tells him to go, and he just starts shooting the T-1000 with the shotgun again, because he's really good at that. And yeah, just the fact that Silverman just standing there the whole time. Like, no one even reacts to him. He's like, So yeah, then the T-1000 just sprints towards them, starts shooting with the pistol. And I like how Arnie, as the Terminator, just puts his back, makes himself like bigger, even like you can see he's just kind of stretching his arms out a little bit, trying to cover the door from all the shots. It's just good stuff. And I like how creative they are with the liquid metal stuff, because the door closes and normally we're like, okay, we're safe for now. It's like, nope. He uses the blade thing and goes through and just opens it up and splits it. It's like, oh, that's so cool. Like, that's really creative. But unfortunately for him, Arnie is waiting for him with the shotgun, and boom, this happens.
Splits the head in two.
Yeah.
That's great.
And it makes like screechy noises and stuff. Yeah, here, look at this. There's a better shot of it. Every time like his really mouth is damaged.
Like the thing.
Every time his mouth is damaged to any degree, he just goes like it's like really crazy sounds.
The screechy bug alien sounds it really fucking sells this as like a horrifying creature even more.
Yeah.
Not you, not your creepy sounds. But yeah, like I feel like the sounds the T1000 makes when it's unable to make human sounds, like it seems to me to be like a direct homage to The Thing, because it kind of sounds a lot like John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, could well be.
Maybe a little bit of oh god, the Donald Sutherland one, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Right. Yeah. His scream
Both,
sounds like stretching or
aliens which
ripping
mimic
metal.
humans
It's
also.
haunting.
Like,
Yeah, for sure. Also, yeah, as we know, that doesn't really stop him for that long, and he just opens up the door again and jumps on the elevator. I like the little. I like we see Sarah and she's like, "What the fuck is going on?" It's such a real reaction. It's like, I don't understand. And then Arnie just starts shooting the ceiling, and at some point Sarah just takes the pistol and starts shooting as well. So yeah, she's taking initiative. It's pretty cool. And then she gets sliced at her shoulder a little bit. And already we can see John starting to just resupply them with ammo here and there. Just putting into consideration that he's been trained with this pretty much.
Yeah,
he understands that guns require bullets,
Yeah.
and that acquiring them whenever it's convenient to is a very good idea.
Yeah, it shows like you got in the elevator and then here in the car as well. All three of them just straight away start working together because Sarah and John have prepared for this. And I think that like that's really the main reason, I guess, why T2 is a lot less horror than the first, is because even like John is a 10-year-old kid, but he has some idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And some amount of training, some idea of what to expect. Yeah. Whereas in Terminator, in the first Terminator, it's a fucking waitress versus a robot from the future who's trying to kill her for some reason.
Mm-hmm. And a guy who has crippling PTSD and does sound crazy a lot of the time he's talking is the only like rock that she has to hold on to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get into there's a police guy arriving, the police guy that arrives, and they just kind of boot him out of the car and take it from him. And there's like a sequence where they just go backward a lot, and they just keep shooting the guy to slow him down, but he just keeps sprinting. And yeah, as already pointed out, they just start working as a team pretty much immediately. Arnie gives John the gun, the shotgun at some point. Here, reload this. He provides ammo to Sarah. It's just really cool, just a cool dynamic. And then at some point they get out of the facility, but he jumped onto the car with his hook hands. And they just kind of they keep blasting him, but he won't budge. He won't get away. Like even with the shotgun at least like kind of yeets him back a little bit, but it's not enough. And he's like, "Hey, take the wheel here a bit." And he does a smart thing. He shoots the one hook that's still embedded into the car, reloads, shoots his whole frame, and knocks him off the car. Very smart.
During that sequence is one of the two shots that I don't think hold up. Just after the T1000 has kind of grabbed hold of the car, there's a shot, like a wide shot of the car.
I know what you mean.
Dragging him behind.
You see,
it's very obviously a dummy.
It's like a dummy. Yeah, I saw it this way. It goes like, whoa.
they hold it for very slightly too long, and like that shot I think could have worked, but it needed to not be anywhere near as long as it was, because it looks like he's just being dragged against his will.
Yeah, it looks kind of flumpy. I agree with that.
I need to make the reference here. I love when The Simpsons parodied this scene with Homer chasing Ned.
Yeah, with the golf clubs.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, there's like still a piece of the T1000 on the back of the car, and John just kind of gets it out and throws it away. And it emerges.
Geos don't even really exist anymore, do they? I can't. It's a Geo. Go faster.
And just kind of merges back with not kind of. It does merge back with the guy. yeah, and then we have like a short scene where they hug the Sarah and John. It's like, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine." And then she tells him, "That was stupid. Like, what were you thinking? You can't go and put your life in danger, not even for me." And he's like, "Okay, sure. You're welcome, I guess." So yeah, not the reaction he was hoping for. And then we get a thing where Arnie asks him, "What's wrong with your eyes?" And he's like, "Nothing." And that's like the first thing where we get which leads to the big sad scene all the way at the end.
There's another bit detail in this scene, which is it's very, very subtle, and I can't remember who pointed this out, but once they're out of danger, Sarah then has, you got some downtime, and she's finally reunited with her son. And she's like, "Come here, give me a hug." And then they have a hug, and for John, it's a hug. But for her, she's checking him for injuries.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he then replies, is like, "Oh, I said I was okay." So she was not actually interested in giving him a hug because he's her son. She was interested in making sure that the future savior of humanity is not going to die.
Right.
It's such a good, subtle little piece of character work.
Let me see. I want to see it because I don't think I noticed that before. That's cool. I see.
It's that John's understanding of what's about to happen is that I'm about to have a hug with my mum, but that's not at all what's happening.
Yeah, she's thinking that there's a possibility that like he might have gotten shot, and just because of all the excitement, he's not even really like cognizant of it. So she's like kind of raking him for bullet holes, effectively.
Yeah, I see. She just grabs behind the backpack and it's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, and yeah, that's nice. That's neat. I like that. Well, Team 1000 goes back and he sees the guy with his, the police with his motorcycle. He just says, "Say, that's a nice bike." Obviously, he takes that away from him.
Yeah, I like that moment. Again, it shows that he isn't just a robot. He has a little bit of that extra personality in there that makes him even creepier. And I really love it. It makes him so intimidating as a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, now we have some downtime because they go to like some garage. Maybe it's abandoned, probably not abandoned, just empty right now because there's all kinds of supplies there. And they patch up Sarah's back. She even asked the Arnie if he knows what he's doing. He's like, "I know exactly what I'm doing because I know not anatomy." And is that because then you can be a better killing machine? And he just says, "Precisely." And yeah, now we get a little bit of conversations between John and Arnie, which are really cool, which just goes further to establish their relationship further. Because he wonders like, "Oh, does it actually like hurt when you get shot?" And he just says, "Well, my systems pick up that there is an injury, so I guess you could equate that to my understanding of pain. But I'm not really affected by it because I need to be an effective killing machine." And he even asks him like, "Hey, how long do you Terminators live?" And apparently it's 120 years with the current power cell he has in him.
That's important to know as well, because they haven't yet got to the whole, I guess, father-son, quote-unquote, relationship between the two of them yet. But if the audience has this question of like, well, he's powered by batteries, right? So what if he just stops moving in like a year?
Yeah.
So it's good to iron that out before we get to that plot point.
And John also wonders, can you like be more human? Can you learn? As he puts it, because I just see it in the subtitles, like not be such dorks all the time. But he tells them, "No, well, our processing thing is set to read only, so no, I really can't really, but in theory I can."
So that right there is it's a small change, because that leads into the deleted scene, the main deleted scene from for the director's cut, I guess. But that dialogue exists, but is very, very slightly different in the original. So in the theatrical version, he says, my CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer. The more contact I have with humans, the more I learn.
Ah.
And then, which answers John's question, and then the scene continues.
Right.
But to feed into the director's cut, he says, my CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer, but Skynet preset the switch to read only when we're sent out alone. And then they have a discussion about whether they can... Sorry, Sarah says they don't want you to do too much thinking, which is an interesting detail. It's like, well, these machines are able to do this, but Skynet obviously doesn't want them to do this because it wants them to do one thing and one thing only. And then John says, can we reset the switch? Which is what leads into the deleted scene.
Yes. Yeah, interesting switch. Because they start cutting open his head skin, and he tells them how to open the thing, and they get the chip out, which makes Arnie shut down. And to feed into more of Sarah's character, while John is kind of checking out the empty hull of a machine right now, she gets a big fuck off hammer and is about to smash the CPU to pieces. Which is like, yeah, she probably would want to do that. She doesn't trust this thing at all. Like, she's been almost killed by one of these things. And as she points out, what if something goes wrong? What if he snaps or whatever? And then he's going to come for us as well. And we're probably better off on our own. It's much safer that way because, I don't trust this thing. I don't trust it.
Say highly debatable after her seeing what exactly the T-1000 is. I'd be like, well...
Yeah, obviously
maybe having some extra muscle might be a good thing.
If you're being completely pragmatic, then yes, and John is in this scene, because he hasn't yet kind of come to appreciate the Terminator as like a friend or a father or anything like that at this point. So I agree, but I think that Sarah, given what happened in T1, she is not going to trust this thing at all. This scene as well is one of the best like visual effects showcases that exists in the film, and it doesn't involve the T-1000 because you've got the back and forth between. Let me get it up on my end. You've got Arnie is sat in a chair with Linda Hamilton's twin, because Linda Hamilton just so happens to have a twin.
Oh, okay.
And what the scene pretends is a mirror. There is no mirror, which means that there are actually other actors on the other side of what the film is pretending is a mirror.
Okay.
So closer to the camera, what you've got is a fake dummy bust of Arnold Schwarzenegger's head with the flesh peeled open and the cyborg insides. You've got actress Linda Hamilton interacting with that. And then you've got real Arnie, because that's where you can see his face, facing the camera on the other side of the fake mirror. Okay. And then you've got Linda Hamilton's twin pretending to be doing surgery on Arnold Schwarzenegger, and she's having to match her movements with Linda Hamilton. So when you see the giveaway is when they both put down the little screwdriver thing on the table, you can see that their arms don't quite line up. But apart from that, like, you really have to be looking for that because it is such a well done effect.
But why?
Yeah, I mean, movie magic, baby. The world before
CGI. Why as in the reason why they went to all that effort?
Yeah.
It's so that they could do certain camera shots that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to do, where it looks like they are actually drilling into Arnold Schwarzenegger's head.
Ah, okay, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's not just that they were like, hey, well, we have a twin, so now we don't need a mirror.
That's amazing.
You can get rid of all of your mirrors if you have a twin.
You really can. It reminds me of, if any of you guys have seen Airplane, you've got the gag where the guy's putting on his pilot uniform in front of the mirror, and then it cuts away and it cuts back and he just steps through the mirror and just walks off.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I would have never even second guessed that to be a thing. Like, it just all looks so natural.
What I mean. It's so subtle, and like the T-1000 is a groundbreaking visual effect and all of that, and it still looks great now. But when you're when you're watching it, you know that you are watching a visual effect, because obviously that can't exist.
Yeah.
Whereas this scene here, yes, you're looking at like robot Arnold Schwarzenegger's the inside of his metal head, but the way that it's filmed and the way that they combine all of these like little visual tricks convinces you that Arnold Schwarzenegger has a metal skull, basically. I mean, if you were to do that now, you'd use like a CG head.
Yeah, for sure.
And there'd be like sparks flying everywhere, and it would be really overdone and everything. Whereas here, it's just so simple and it's really, really effective.
Yeah, awesome, great stuff. Great stuff. So yeah, obviously John is not on board with this, and he immediately puts his hands over the chip, protecting it, saying that, wait, hang on, he's my friend. He calls it he, but he's like it. It's not a he, and he's like, fine, but we need it. It is our only proof we have for the future, and I also consider him a friend, because well, he saved him quite a couple of times. And he goes on to say that if I'm really supposed to be this big cool leader in the future, how about you listen to me for once? Because if you can't trust me, how the fuck is anyone else supposed to trust me?
Yeah, that was a good plan to get through to her.
Yeah.
He was like, look, like maybe my ideas are good, and maybe that's why humanity survives. And maybe you should consider that thing, because you've been telling me that my mind is why humanity survives this entire time.
Yeah. And right after he says that, he loosens the grip, and she just kind of swings the hammer, but hits it next to the thing. And it's like, fine, let's play it your way then.
Yeah. And I like that too. It's like he does put it in her hands. Like he's like, well, like, okay, that's my order. This is what I think we need to do in order to survive. Are you going to listen to me or not? And just like, he doesn't say, okay, now I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it back in his head. You're going to stand over there. He's like, oh, do what you're going to do, but understand that I won't respect you as someone who respects my decisions if you do.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, that sounded weird.
Is that me?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Sometimes, I'm a cyborg too.
No, it happens. But yeah, good scene. I really like that scene. It's good stuff. Character moments. I love it. Using the downtime effectively, creating more drama, more character. It's awesome. There's none of the scenes in this movie are wasted, and this is a 2.5 hour movie, so that's very impressive.
Yeah.
And then we see Sarah just kind of looking at Arnie in the night, and he basically just stands at the window all night, looking out if the T-1000 comes while they can rest, because the T-800 doesn't need any rest.
Nice use of lighting here too to simulate it, basically. Or I guess, it might just be a dissolve, actually, because that car kind of disappears. I sort of figured that was a set and they just changed the lighting. But I just noticed now as that car is driving by, it kind of fades out as well, so I guess it was a dissolve.
But yeah, after all this super intense stuff, we're about to have a little bit of fun. We have a little bit of fun going on. Because we get more between John and Arnie, and I fucking love all of their scenes together. It's amazing. I love it. So Arnie sits down in the car and he just punches open the key thingy, the ignition, and turns it on. And John just flips open the sunblock thingy. It's like, yep, there's the key. And Arnie's like, huh. Interesting.
And this movie probably made it so that no one is ever hiding their keys there ever again.
Yeah. And it just says, are we learning yet? And the fun thing about this, every time he kind of gets Arnie in something like this, his face looks annoyed, but that's just the face he makes because he's a Terminator. But it comes as another very natural, funny bit that happens. Like it looks like he looks at him and is like, "Ah, you little fucker! Like you got me again." Even though it's just like that's just his face because he's a Terminator. It's just really funny.
Well, also, I mean, it's a setup for something that happens later,
And
that
it's
you
a setup,
wouldn't
exactly.
really even read too. Like, I mean, you get it when it happens, but it's like, no, they do make a point of he is learning later on.
So yeah, they make their way to Mexico, and we get a bit of fun stuff in the in the car, because Sarah tells him to keep it under 65 so they don't get pulled over, and he says affirmative, and then just like no, hang on, you need to loosen up, all right? Instead of affirmative, you can say something like no problemo, or when someone's acting up, you say chill out, or call him a digwad, and he kind of looks at him and is like okay. And then he goes on to say that you can also combine them. And then Arnie just immediately goes, chill out, dickwad. And he's like, yeah, you got it. And he just answers with no problemo. I fucking love this scene. It's so funny.
Now, the only thing that I think is strange about this dialogue, maybe it's just like a 90s lingo thing and I wasn't old enough to understand this. Does shine them on say goodbye to them?
Shine on them?
Because
I don't know what that means.
Shine them on, it's hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah.
And like I still to this day don't really understand what the context is, so I have no clue how the Terminator did.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that lingo myself, but I still know what they were going for, but it's not nothing. I haven't heard that used commonly at all. Californian speak probably. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, just
I mean, it means see you later, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's shine them on to me sounds like if you want to like be sassy, but like I don't know if that's I don't understand that California lingo.
Shine on them means like punk them or leave them mad, disrespectful, essentially. Ah, okay, that makes sense.
See you later.
Yeah, what after they've been mean and you just tell them to fuck off or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely not a lingo I use. Shine on them. It's a new.
Shine
one.
them on.
Shine them on. Yeah.
No, either way, hasta la vista, baby does. It appears later in the film. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it's a thing that is said.
Yeah. It's
in a scene that no one remembers.
No one remembers Arnie saying hasta la vista, baby. No one. That's never mentioned ever again in any other franchise as well. And yeah, they're at the gas station right now, refueling the car, and he's trying to tell him like, you need to stop acting like such a geek. You need to smile a little bit. He's like, smile? The fuck does that mean? Yeah. It's like, smile. Well, hang on. Let me give you an example. It's like, hey, you got a nice shop here. It's really nice. How's business? And the old lady is like, whatever. Shut up. Like, okay, bad example. And then you have the guy on the telephone smiling. It's like, see, like him. And then in Terminator fashion, he analyzes the smile. And he's like, okay, got it. And then he does like the most awkward smile ever. It's like, like, look at this. And it's like,
it's another.
Yeah, it needs some work, but I think you got it.
Practice it. Yeah, doesn't he just practice in front of a mirror sometimes?
Yeah, exactly.
Show your teeth bones.
Yeah, it's another deleted scene. This one's not very long. I like it, but I can see why it was cut. Because I mean, I guess the thing that it does is it's comic relief, but it also helps to build the relationship between the two of them, and it shows again that the Terminator is trying to learn.
Yeah.
And is learning. It's just, not always going exactly according to plan. So it's relatively brief, so I don't mind it.
Oh yeah. It's rather fun. Let me see. He's just refilling the oil or the cool. I guess it's coolant because their car was steaming like crazy. So I guess he just refills the coolant. But they also see some kids frolicking around with some guns, playing good and bad guy or something. And John's like, "We're not gonna make it, people. I mean, And Anya just says it's in your nature to destroy each other. And John it seems actually concerned, but he just says, major drag, huh? It's like such a teenager thing to say. I don't know. And then Sarah goes on to say, hey, do you know anything about Skynet and how it's being built and who's responsible? And he's like, Miles Bennett Dyson, he's the lead researcher. He directs the research of this special program that leads to the creation of Skynet. And it's like, hey, why is that? She basically asks, and it's like, well, he's been working on some microprocessor thingy that's really cool, and it's gonna be sold to a lot of military things, which means at some point all human decisions will be removed from strategic defenses, because they start with like stealth bombers and stuff, and they realize, oh, they have like a perfect operational record. So they realize, okay, this is like really effective. We don't need any humans' decisions anymore, and machines are definitely better at this than we are. Let's make this Skynet funding bill. It gets passed, and when it goes online, all human decisions from this defense is gone. And obviously Skynet starts to learn super fast, become self-aware. They panic, try to pull the plug, and obviously wants to fight back, which means it shoots missiles at Russia, which makes them retaliate, and it's Jover. And that's what we establish here in the scene. And Sarah basically presses him to tell him everything about him, and he just tells her that he has detailed files. And again, we just talked about Miles. We cut straight to Miles's house to get some proper introduction to this guy. Again, I mean, I can't really say anything else than another great natural way to make exposition happening, because she wants information, he has the information, she tells it to him, and it just makes sense. They're in a car, they're driving around, they have time, she needs info, she gets info, boom. It's not that hard. Current day writers, it's not that hard. I don't know why I looked at my camera while saying that. No one can see me right now. All right, moving on. Yeah.
I mean, I will say that I don't particularly like this scene with Dyson and his family. I feel like it is pointless. It eats up a couple of minutes, and it doesn't accomplish anything that we didn't have in the theatrical. So I guess I would approve
an added
of the
scene.
decision.
I thought you meant the whole scene. I was about to.
Oh no! This scene now, where he's having a chat with his wife in front of the computer, and she explains to him what the neural net processor that he's building does, and how he doesn't want to spend time with the family. And she's like, "No, you need to spend time with the family." And like the whole point of it is so that you know a little bit more about these characters before Sarah Connor arrives and tries to kill them. But I really don't think that was necessary, because Sarah Connor's perspective at that point is that yes, they're people, but at the same time, Miles Dyson has to die. And we did already have the very brief setup with him earlier on. So given that this scene only accomplishes one thing, and it does go on for a good couple of minutes, I totally see why it was cut.
There's maybe a bit of, though, him showing that he's kind of struggling with balancing his work on Skynet stuff effectively with his own humanity. And like, you know, because like clearly he's disregarding his family in order to work on this, and has to kind of be talked into going to the water park, even though like his kids are noticeably not seeing him out and around all that much anymore. But yeah, I mean, like it's none of it is critical, but I don't think it's bad, because because also it shows that he does ultimately choose his family.
Yeah, that's true. When I say that I don't like it, I don't mean to say that it is a bad scene. I mean that if I was cutting the film, I wouldn't have included it.
I would definitely. I think it's actually rather good that it's here, because we now learn that he might be responsible for, you know, making the first step in this technology, and we know Sarah thinks he needs to die, but we as an audience learn he's just a normal fucking guy who seems to be a pretty chill dude who's like, oh yeah, I actually should probably take care of my family. Just a normal guy who cares about his kids and stuff.
Yeah, he's ambitious and on the cusp of something groundbreaking, and he knows it. But when push comes to shove, and his wife is like, "Look, like you promised the kids you were going to go to Raging Waters or whatever the place is called. Like, what the hell are you doing?" And he does eventually decide, "Yeah, you're right. I should spend time with the kids."
I think it's
And I think that like ultimately that's kind of the decision he ends up making. He chooses humanity over his work.
yeah, because he just gets established as this normal guy. Because like in other action movies, he would be just some crazy lunatic, I don't know, tech overlord, I guess. While
Yeah.
you're just like, oh, dear, I'm almost there. I'm on the precipice. Like, yeah, but you also promised your kids to go to Raging Waters. And I mean, Raging Waters, that sounds pretty poggy if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe if you don't
And-
have a leg that you need to take off on water slides.
And yeah, he's like, yes, Brooks just says in chat, establishing his motives and lack of malicious intent was pretty effective here. Exactly. I really like they did this here. Which part of this is extended? Is more.
The theatrical cut, where is it? All of it, everything that we get in this like 2-minute section with the Dyson family is extended only. So in the theatrical, we go from Sarah saying, "Tell me everything, tell me what he looks like, where he lives, everything," and then we cut forward to them arriving at the campsite where Enrique is, where we meet him.
Right.
So the Dyson scene is entirely not in the theatrical.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it still works without this, but I think it actually makes it even more effective with this in here when we get to because we care more about him a little bit because he just seems to be just a chill guy, I guess. No, wait, that's like a weird meme now. Chill guy. It's like some weird fucking dog creature or
I
something.
think, like, again, like what I've been saying, like, thematically, it is ultimately a decision where he has to choose between Skynet and humanity. Like, in a little bit of a microcosm here, like, just how are you going to spend your Sunday? But,
Yeah.
you know, it is ultimately,
that's true.
That is his arc, is deciding that he's picking humanity over becoming a tech billionaire.
That's true, and that obviously has parallels with what he ends up doing, and it does make clear that he is not a bad person. I guess the issue that I would have is that you get enough of him to understand what he does without having this 2-minute scene of him talking with his wife, because it's a decent enough scene on its own. I think it's more so that I guess it is longer than I would have wanted it to be, I guess.
Right. Beepity boppity boop. Oh yeah, they arrive at their destination, and with they, I mean our trio. Ooh, where's my PCP? Our trio arrives at their destination, where she's looking around, like, where is Enrique? And that's her hombre, her homie, who's been locking away her storage stuff, and she's like, "Hey, everyone, get out of here!" And hey, who's the big guy? Oh, that's Uncle Bob. It's like Uncle Bob. It's like, yeah, you're Uncle Bob now. So yeah, they just kind of say hello to each other. She takes a swig of tequila or whatever booze he brings around. There's like this kind of fun scene where Arnie sees the little toddler and just picks him up with one hand and just looks at him. It's like, who is this small creature?
I do like that as well, because that's part of him just being genuinely curious.
Yeah.
Trying to understand, like, what exactly are people?
Exactly.
So that it can understand the value of a human life and all the rest of it.
But yeah, she has like a full cache of weapons buried here, and there's like they got everything in there. They got some rocket launchers, a big 40 cal machine gun is in here. There's a minigun in here. AKs, other rifle, M60s, whatever you want. It's all down here. So they established quite the arsenal down here in preparation for the big thingy. And a grenade launcher, which is obviously a little bit famous / iconic in this movie because he uses that a lot, especially towards the end. Let's see. Oh yeah, she's like, hey, thanks for keeping all that stuff, but I also need a truck. It's like, here, this is the best truck I have for the starters, kind of flamed up. Do you have time to repair? It's like, yep, can do. We're gonna head out at nightfall anyway to go over the border. Also, you should probably leave here because it's gonna get dangerous. And he says, oh yeah, no problem. Just come back anytime and ruin my whole life. That's cool. So yeah, they just definitely have relationship going on, some friendly relationship. And he also kind of looks like an old version of Pedro Pascal. I just realized. It's just,
Damn it.
I just looked at him and it just came to me. But yeah, in the meantime, it's Pedro Senor. Yeah. In the meantime, they're on gun duty downstairs. And yeah, they just kind of go through there, prepare some weapons, get them out. And John wonders if he has like any feelings about dying at all. And Arnie just tells him, it's like, no, he has to stay functional till the mission is done. And yeah, it doesn't really matter if he dies or not. And John just says like, oh yeah, me too. Apparently I'm too important.
That's another deleted scene, which yeah, very very brief, that bit, but it shows again more of the bonding. So much of the deleted stuff is like just the bonding between John and the Terminator.
Yeah, we also learned that
also,
he wasn't really in like in a proper school. He was just out and about learning all these stuff about guns and whatnot. So it was really weird for him to actually go back to a normal school because they were into Nintendo and all that nerd stuff. Those geeks.
Yeah, and that like his mother has like impressed on him that like you are so important, which has then led to her almost expecting him to behave like a machine.
Yeah.
And to not react with emotion and to not bust her out of the hospital because he's too important and all of that. So yeah, good scene.
Yeah. Also just the things Arnie does accidentally that it's like a father would do, basically. Like he's trying to lift a big box and he just kind of goes around him and like grabs around him and helps him move it to the other side, you know?
Yeah.
It's good stuff. And then he also finds the minigun and does like a little smirk.
It's working.
Yeah, that's something I want to mention is I always love the armory or arsenal scenes where it's just the characters gearing up in a room full of a fuck ton of guns.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's yeah, and this smirk is like, yeah.
He's learning. He's worked out how to smile now.
Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, we go straight to the car repair scene. I thought we had the dream sequence first, but I was wrong. Because, yeah, they repair the car. John helps him a little bit, provides him the tools. And, yeah, John just talks about how his mom was with all these different guys that taught him all those different things, like engines. And that one of the guys was actually kind of cool. He kind of liked him. He wished he would have stayed around. But Sarah always screwed it up because she told them about how he's going to be this big leader in the future and all this apocalypse stuff. And yeah, it was kind of
that can
annoying.
be the kind of thing that might make you think,
Yeah.
maybe this cool girl that I've met isn't who I thought she was.
And then she talks about Kyle a little bit. It's like, oh, they only were together for one night, but it's pretty clear she still loves him. I see her cry sometimes, and she pretends like I didn't see it, but you know, I did. And now Arnie asks something, which is kind of interesting, because like, hey, why do you cry? Is it like caused by pain or something? It's like, no, it's more when you have nothing wrong with you physically, but you still hurt. And Arnie just doesn't really understand that right now. But that's, of course, a setup for later.
It's so well done
Yeah.
as well.
Why they cry.
Because obviously the ending payoff, like if you start with that idea and it's like, well, okay, you need to factor this in earlier on in the film. The 2 times when it comes up is when John is crying in the car just after he sees his mum again. And then here it comes out of a completely natural discussion about how Sarah used to cry when she was remembering Kyle. And you've got the Terminator is now showing curiosity because it wants to understand what people are. It is actually trying to learn.
Yeah. They do a very well job of showing us that he's actually looking around curiously. Again, with the child, checking the child. I was like, huh, that's a funny little creature. That's weird. And then, like, straight up asking questions like, okay, so why do you actually cry? And getting an explanation is like, nah, I don't really get it. And yeah, they start the cast successfully, and it's like, yeah, we did it. And he just says no problemo, which just like, it's just fun that they keep this a thing.
Yeah.
And then they just like, hey, give me 5. And it's like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, here, put your hand like this. It's like, bam. Okay, now hit me. And then he does. He's like, yeah, my hands. it's like just really fun stuff. And then he's like, now up high, down low, and then just like, whoop, too slow. And again, his face.
The look of disgust.
Yeah, I thought it was great. It's so like, you little fucker, I could kill you. It's so good.
Why did you trick me?
Why did you trick me? I trusted you, John. Target acquired.
I was not too slow. These are lies.
Now I do not know which orders to obey.
And it's like, just kidding, one more time. And they go back and forth. And then we go to Sarah's point of view. And this is where she realizes watching them is like, you know, I think it's become pretty clear to her that he will never hurt him, never stop protecting him, will not come back home drunk, as like a drunk dad would, not yell at him, hurt him, do anything to upset him. Basically, none of the other boyfriends she went through could match up to him, and that it's the sane choice in an insane world. Yeah, in an insane world, it was the sanest choice. That's like the proper quote, and yeah, that's just a cool little thing of realization. While she says that, she's like, "Oh, go ahead."
I was going to say, what do you guys think about the idea that she is here realizing that John doesn't need her anymore, which partially informs her deciding to go after Dyson?
Yeah, I think it works.
Because I'm not sure if that's intended, but I do think that definitely works.
I didn't even think about that. That's actually a good thing because I just thought, because we have like the dream sequence, of course, with like the full explosion and everything, which we talk about the way it looks because it looks fucking awesome. And then looking down to the thing she gave them, it's like no fate, remembering that fate is not set in stone for them. So now that she has all this information, I just thought about it's like, okay, she just wants to change the future and goes alone. But I think your thing on top of that is like, oh, he has a protector and doesn't really need me anymore, and he's going to be way better at that than I am because, well, he's a fucking Terminator. I'm just going to drive off on my own, and whatever happens, but I have to destroy or kill the guy that is responsible for the initial technology.
If you kept all of those pieces in place and you had her be like, well, fate isn't set, so I'm going to go change our fate, bye, then it would be like, but what about John?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Also, we haven't talked about this. Her fucking fit right now with like the tank top and everything looks so fucking badass.
Yeah, especially when she fully gears up to go after Dyson.
Yeah, it's awesome. She's such an awesome character. She's so good. But yeah, that's that, and then we get the playground scene. She falls asleep for a little bit, sees the playground as we've seen already before, and she's trying to warn them to get away, but they can't hear her, or there's not actually like a voice coming through because, well, it's a dream. And I think they actually do like a really good good job of showing it as a dream, because it all feels like super surreal. She just comes out of these woods, or out of the brushery towards the fence and just starts yelling at the children. But she yells, but no sound comes out. And then at some point, you just see the bright lights after all the kids just having a good time, and the parents are like, "Yay, this is all great." And then, of course, the big explosion happens.
Yeah, one of the most frightening cinematic portrayals of a nuclear
Oh,
explosion.
it's disgustingly horrifying, and I love every second of
I
it.
use a clip of it in one of the segments I edited for Mahler's Fallout video too.
Oh, yeah,
was like,
I remember
"There's
that.
No way that I'm not using this at some point.
Yeah, because
I think I used this in my Fallout 4 video.
Yeah, because
But,
you get the big explosion, you see all the buildings basically disintegrate. You see the flesh melting off their skin. They have like models of things just crumbling to pieces. It looks really cool, and then it just goes on. The flesh melts off. They kind of like burn to a crisp, get disintegrated, all the way to her just being a skeleton holding on to the fence, and then she wakes up in a sweat. Basically, it's a very effective scene. I love it.
Yeah.
There's
Absolutely horrifying,
Yeah.
and it has to be, because this is predominantly what convinces her to go and murder an innocent man.
there's two things
Yeah.
I want to point out too quickly. It's part of what Metal was saying of how she's screaming at them and they don't hear her. It's like how she's she can warn people in her time that, hey, this is going to happen, but no one's going to listen to her. It's how she ended up in the mental institution.
Mhm.
But also, one of the women on the playground playing with her child was dressed in the same dress as she was in the diner in the first movie.
It is.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's meant to be her, because her
Yeah.
hair's the same. It's the same. I can't tell if it is Linda Hamilton or if it's her twin. But it's
Yeah.
the same. It's meant to look like an alternate
Same
version of her.
likeness.
Yeah. Maybe they just rolled out the twin for this scene as well, because they were like, well, you basically have a clone, so we may as well make the most of her. I don't know if
Scheduled
they
these
did
two
that,
shoots
but
on the
yeah.
same day.
Yeah, it's great stuff. It's really great stuff. And she wakes up and then just sees, well, Enrique's family just kind of playing around with the children, having a good time. She's like, okay, fuck, I need to do something. If something happens, Arnie can take care of John. I gotta have to go and destroy Dyson. And also, by the way, he has like the full get up. It looks really cool. I don't know, it just looks badass as fuck. Really fucking great.
Super badass.
So yeah, she gets in the car and drives off. And John just sees that and is like, wait, what are you doing? Hey, where are you going? And she just drives off. And well, they see she put in no fate on the table, and John says, oh, that's what my mom told me. Kyle told her, it's like, there's no fate but what we make for ourselves. And they are really quick to realize, oh shit, she's going for Dyson. Because these are smart characters. They can figure things out with their brain juices, and so they do. And they immediately go after her. Because John is like, we can't let her just fucking kill this guy. That's wrong.
Yeah, the Terminator at this point doesn't entirely understand why.
Yeah.
The reason, because he's not there yet in his arc, but I mean, the reason why he ends up going is because John essentially orders him to. It's not because he understands that it's morally wrong for Sarah to do what she's doing.
Yeah, because while they're in the car, Arnie obviously points out this, like, this is like rather dangerous because the T-1000 has the same info as he does, and he will also consider this as an option. John obviously doesn't care though, and telling him that you can't they just can't go around killing people, and that maybe you as a Terminator might not be afraid of death, but we are, because we're humans with feelings. And it's just like it's like really interesting because Sarah's moral compass is a bit fucked because of what she's been through and what she's trying to prepare for this whole time. And just wants to stop this at any cost without really thinking about what that means right now. And we get more into this when we get to Miles's house, I guess. And also, she doesn't really consider anything about like humanity or whatnot. She's just like, she just had this dream and everything. She's like, yeah, we need to stop this, whatever the cost, doesn't matter. And John, on the other hand, he's just a teenager child. And he just learned about all of this happening, and he might be a bit of a dick sometimes, but he doesn't want to just doesn't want to kill people randomly. Because
like John is not okay with the idea of killing, even if it might avert Judgment Day.
Yeah.
Whereas Sarah has essentially, she's acting like a Terminator. This sequence is her kind of going to the brink and then being pulled back.
Exactly. Yeah. This is what we're gonna lead into right away, because we cut to her sneaking into Miles' place over her in all her gear. She preps the rifle with like a scope and everything, and she's ready to shoot. But his son is doing some shenanigans with his remote car, and kind of knocks it into his foot. That makes him go down and pick it up, and she misses the first shot because of that. And then she just starts blasting the place with auto fire. Miles just tells his family to just fucking run away. Sarah eventually runs out, grabs her pistol, closes in, chasing him through the house. Almost like a Terminator herself, you know?
There is also, I mean, just to reinforce the importance of the previous scene too, the idea that Danny has a vested interest in interrupting his dad when his dad's zoned into work.
Yeah.
I think like says a little something too. Like, oh, he's ignoring me. He doesn't even know I exist right now, so I'm going to be able to sneak up on him with a really loud RC car.
Yeah. And she just closes in, actually gets him one on his shoulder, on the shoulder area, and he falls over. And then she gets closer and closer to him, face to face, and his son is like over him, just shielding him. But Miles is just like, hey, he pushes the son away, actually, like he doesn't want his family to be hurt because he's a good dad. That's what a dad would do. That's what I'd like to believe, at least. She tells the wife and kids to stay down, and then she just says, I won't let you do it. It's all your fault. He just looks at him and looks at her in a panic and just says, what? And that's when it fucking hits her, and I fucking love that scene. She realized what she's currently doing. Like, he has no idea what the fuck is even going on right now. And she's about to kill someone that hasn't really done anything wrong yet. Yeah. Or maybe never actually did anything super wrong, because he just makes software and for his company, and then his company starts selling it to the military. Like, we have actually no clue what happens after the software is done. We only know it's been sold, but we don't know what he thinks about that being the case. You know what I mean? There's so many questions. Like, does he warn them about the dangers that could happen? Does he try to stop it? Or maybe at some point he starts to revel in it and loves how it all goes through these crazy projects in the military, making unmanned drones and defense mechanisms and stuff. But the thing is, at this point, it doesn't actually matter, because he hasn't done anything yet. And hang on, let me just finish.
Right.
He hasn't really done anything yet, and she's about to murder him in cold blood in front of his family. And when she realizes that, she stops herself and just breaks down and slumps over.
I think, again, though, him having use cases in the previous scene, like the deleted one, that he tells his wife about things that it could do, things at which Skynet could make the world a better place for, in a way that disregards the fact that it could go wrong. Like, what about an airliner pilot who's never going to show up drunk and is always going to be able to fly perfectly?
Yeah.
Not, oh, what if there's like military applications for this, so we could like even save soldiers' lives or anything like that. Like, he goes right to just, no, like, this could just make the world a better place. So he's not even really cognizant of the danger, or like doesn't seem to be thinking about it much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I think it's good to point out as well that by this point in the film, we've known Sarah Connor for 3.5 hours.
Mhm.
And they've managed to take her from a waitress getting ice cream put in her pocket to a woman willing to murder an innocent man.
yeah.
And you believe it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the time
Yeah.
jump doesn't seem like certain other sequels to movies where characters are completely different when you see them after a long time jump. That her time jump seems to still make sense because of what she goes through in the first movie and what they tell you she's been doing since.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love this. This is awesome. It's yeah. It's like the whole thing going on. It's just amazing.
This is up there for favorite scenes for me, I think.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Then shortly after this, Arnie and John arrive, check on her, realize they might be too late, but Miles is fine-ish. Arnie checks on him and his wound. It was a clean shot through, so it's manageable. No bones were shattered, and then they patch him up a little bit. And John tells Arnie to show him, gives him a knife, and he just cuts open his skin and just shows the endoskeleton, much to the absolute shock and horror to the family, who are like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, why is he starting to cut open his arm?
Yeah, I love that detail. It's not just, observing a robot taking a skin off. It's, oh, hey, there's this gigantic person here and he's cutting into his arm for some reason. What the hell's going on?
But it's also not just that they're horrified. It's that Dyson has seen that arm before. And now,
when he recognizes it, that is such a great, shot.
Yeah, he just looks at it, it's like, oh, fuck. That's the arm I've been working on. That's crazy.
And then I love the line from Arnie where he just says, now listen to me very carefully.
Yeah. And we then right after this we cut to them sitting at the table right after everything has been explained, and the apparently they explained everything. We get a little talk over by Sarah, and she just says, I think he took it pretty well, all things considered. And we just hear him say, I think I'm gonna throw up. It's kind of fun. There's actually one scene I would have loved if we had a little bit of a conversation where they tell him everything, because I would love to see his reactions, and I think it would have been really interesting. But in terms of making him believe all the things that we know are true, I think they couldn't have done much better than what we have. I mean, starting with the fucking endoskeleton, showing him this by cutting off the meat glove, as someone just wrote. I was like, okay, that's a pretty strong start. So
I think it's enough, because usually,
Yeah.
well, not usually, but a lot of the time I would be like, well, hold on, you've got to convince these characters of something utterly insane, and you've just done it off screen.
Mhm.
Like, usually when you do it off screen, it's like, well, okay, are you hiding something from me? Do you not know how this conversation goes? But the revelation of the robot arm and the reaction to the robot arm, and Dyson being who he is,
Mhm.
I think that's more than sufficient. So them having the conversation off screen just saves us time.
Oh, absolutely. It's just one thing where it's like, oh, you know what? I would have actually kind of liked to just hear the conversation. It's just, it doesn't need to be here, because I think everything is here for him to actually believe that this is the case. I think it would just be an interesting conversation to see go through, to play out. That's the wording I was looking for. Sorry, my
I guess it's not
situational
any
disability came
problem,
through.
It's that they would not necessarily know that showing him an arm specifically would tell him absolutely everything he needs to know. Like, it just got lucky that he chose to show him basically the part that he also has in his lab.
Mm.
But again,
Um,
I'm okay with
Yeah, I guess there's no way that the T-800 could have known that was the bit that ended up creating Cyberdyne.
Well, it just seems like the arm would be the most convenient thing for the T800 to cut
Yeah.
off
Yeah,
to show, because like, no, hey, my arm is right here. Let's just cut into it.
I mean, I think what it boils down
Also
to is that it's reasonable enough for the T800 to do that, and it's reasonable enough for it to think that revealing its robot arm would be sufficient to freak them out and convince them that this is all real.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But then you have the extra, I guess, quote unquote, convenience factor of the arm having particular visual significance to Dyson. I don't think it's necessary, but it helps. So
Yeah, the thing is, they a lot of the, as we already learn, as we learn here in this next part of the conversation, like all this work has been based on this ARM and the microprocessor they have already, and there's probably things you can infer there, because when they check all the data, there might be dates in there that are like in the future, and they were probably like, huh, that's weird. And we actually don't know where all this technology is coming from. And now we have like a second guy that looks exactly like the guy that's already been killed before, as far as we know, is here. And he tells me, yeah, future, everything is going to go to shit if you do this. I think there's a lot of things you can take that they get to the conclusion that, yeah, okay, I'll believe you. It's always hard to get to that, because it's like as I said, like one like this insane thing, but I think you can't do much better than this with all the things we have available. But yeah, also here Sarah learns here that they covered up the whole thing. They took the parts and covered it up.
Yes.
And she's very annoyed by this. She's like, motherfuckers, they actually fucked me over.
yeah, like that's the whole reason why she endured however many years of hell in the
Yeah.
fucking hospital. She is not happy.
No. And she also kind of shit talks Miles for a bit, because men like him are the ones that build the hydrogen bomb and don't even realize what the fuck they're doing and creating. And he's about to go like on this whole tirade, and then John just stops her and just like, okay, calm down. That's gotta do something. And basically like, yeah, we got to destroy everything, including the chip in the vault at Cyberdyne. And they ask like, hey, can you get us in there? It's like, yeah, I think I can. And then he looks at them. It's like, wait, like now? And yeah, and then they drive off. Yeah, they basically convinced him that they destroy all the things. Yeah, and also he reveals like they weren't told where they got it from. They just they just gave it to them and told us not to ask where they got it. Like the other guy was trying to ask, like, stop asking questions. But yeah, they make their way to Cyberdyne, and we are on our way to the last stretch of all the things happening, all the cool action scenes, and it's rather nice.
Yeah, because once things get going here, it's basically one straight action scene to the end.
Hell yeah. And it's
Pretty
all
much.
really fucking cool. So yeah, they arrive at Cyberdyne, and it's like, you're Carl, right? And the security guard just looks at them. It's like, what are you doing here, Miles? This is the middle of the night. It's like, just friends from out of town. I just wanted to show them around. It's like, you can't. That's not how that works. You need all the fucking paperwork done and stuff. And then Sarah and Arnie pull the guns like, I insist. And they just tie him up and throw him in the bathroom. And they make their way upstairs to his lab. But because this is like a big company, they don't have only one guard. The other guard comes back to the front desk. He's like, "Go on, Carl. You can't just leave the desk like this. You know this." And he checks the bathroom because he assumes he probably has to take a leak or something, which makes a lot of sense. And
Like,
he just
you
sees
wait
him
until I got back.
yeah, and he just sees him tied up, and he hits the silent alarm.
It wouldn't even be worth mentioning if it wasn't for modern movies being the way they are, but I
Yeah.
like how he opens the door, sees him, takes a second to like take it in, and immediately, okay, I have to hit the alarm.
Yeah,
Something's
something.
fucked.
Yeah. Urgency is really important in storytelling in a lot of
Yes.
places, and people just forget it. They're like, urgency. Anyway, let's talk about this for 15 minutes.
Or like even something as simple as him untying him first. Like
Yeah.
he's good enough at his job that he knows, no, the alarm is more important
Yeah.
than me even untying him first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can, I mean, I guess infer that he then, after triggering the alarm, went back and untied him.
I think he
Yeah.
did, because I think we see them both. Yeah, they're both. One of
Yeah,
them's
yeah,
on
yes.
the phone,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah, they're
other's
calling
doing
the
something on the
cops.
computer.
Yeah, it's good that they
call
showed
the
that
cops
because
after they check the footage and they say, yeah, it's the two people, the one that escaped from the mental institution and the guy from the mall.
yeah, because if they didn't have that, then it would, I guess, be possible that that security guard was just tied to a urinal throughout this entire action scene when the building's exploding.
It's like, fuck. Yeah, they try to get into his office, and because this movie knows what it's doing, they actually replicate a proper security system, because it locks all the locks, basically. Like his keycard just doesn't work anymore, and he checks the
Lockdown protocol.
yeah, he checks the screen. It's like, oh fuck, they triggered the silent alarm, and everything has been locked down. But as we know, John is a little hacker man. He got his little hacker man device with him, and he's
I
like,
don't like this.
I don't. This is the one thing. It's like, I don't believe you that you can actually do this on this thing right there.
I think the big problem is his program gives you a PIN number, and Dyson actually does try to use his personal code, which does not work as well. I think it's on a different door, and then Arnold goes, "Let me try mine," and grenade launchers it.
So I guess the security system disables all access codes until the alarm has been switched off. Would presumably be how that works then.
Yeah, it should be.
Well, I mean, theoretically, it should just be like lockdown. There's no lock in this building other than things you would need for fire escape that should be even possible to unlock in this kind of situation. Like if it's anything like a military building, which I'm assuming it's at least somewhat comparable.
Yeah. Also,
The only way I think you could explain it away is, rather than locking things down, it just scrambles all the codes, so they're just changed, and that's how he manages to hack in. But even that's like stretching it.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were designing a security system to do that, then you could also design it to not do that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
So
It seems like even just from a coding standpoint, it would be easier to just have them full stop lock. It's just impossible to unlock any of these locks until the silent alarm is over.
yeah, I mean it's a neat little payoff where he gets to use his computer and put on the hacker man glasses and be a little hacky boy. Like it's fine, and it doesn't come out of nowhere because we did have it set up earlier in the film. But I think it just is unbelievable that a 10-year-old with a little hacky bot could hack something inside this. What are they? Cyberdyne isn't explicitly used in the military, is it? But I mean, they have.
I mean,
things
we
that are
can assume they
obscenely
might
valuable.
have some contracts, but I'd imagine because of I don't know. Actually, you wonder if they would have. I'm trying to think of if the government would have been at all involved in the recovery and cover up of the Terminator parts from the original.
Well, someone was, because they, as in Cyberdyne, don't know where it came from, and they were told by someone not to ask questions. So, I mean, presumably it would be like the CIA or something.
Right.
Yeah, which means Cyberdyne probably does have government contracts already, presumably using some of their stuff in military projects. But at the very least, it still is a little silly that his 1991 or 1994, I guess, laptop can get through this with a script that identifies PIN numbers. That clones a card and identifies PIN numbers. Because, again, we see Miles use his card and an access code, and that does not fix the problem.
It's a small criticism, but because the reason why they do it is to give John something to do while the adults are doing other stuff. And they could have, if they were like, well, that would obviously not work. What do you mean this child can hack into the door? Then they could have come up with another way for another character to do it. The reason they did it is because they wanted John to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Arnie should have been able to just tear the door off that thing.
And
Because it doesn't look
that
super
is also true,
reinforced.
yeah.
Technology. No, it's John who does this, not the Terminator who hacks into the thing.
Yeah, John loses the little card
John's
device.
a 10-year-old kid, presumably, at this point.
So yeah, he's busy with this. The other ones go to the main room where they want to destroy everything. We see the security men calling the police like, yo, it's the guy from the mall. Send everyone. That's pretty much. But Miles tries the key code upstairs. It doesn't work. And Andy just says, let me try mine. And then he just blows it up with a grenade launcher. Then they say, oh, we have to wait until the
Halon system.
Halon system is done.
We talked about on the Penguin Forge, and it took me a while to remember what the name is.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's right.
Yeah, in our Bison ambulances, we have Halon fire extinguishers, and yes, we have gas masks on us at all times. So theoretically, if those need to happen, we put our gas mask
on. So yeah, they start to put everything in the middle to blow it up. We see a short moment of the T-1000 arriving at Miles' house, just seeing that everything has been, every file has been destroyed. There's some documents being burned, and he's like, well, guess I have to go to Cyberdyne now.
I think it's worth mentioning that at this point, the T-1000 has been absent for almost an entire hour of the film.
Yeah.
Because this is quite a chunky film. The last time we saw him was during the escape from the hospital. But yeah, I mean, it was good. It's good to have the downtime where you have all the character stuff, and now they basically pulled the ripcord, put them back together because he knows where they are because police car.
Yeah, because we did all the character stuff now. Now we get all the juicy payoffs for the next 30 minutes or so. And it's rather excellent. But yeah, they're basically just going around fucking shit up with axes and putting things in the middle, get some barrels to explode stuff. There's this one scene where Ma's like, can I borrow the axe for a second? And he just destroys the big processor he built. In the meantime, all the policemen are surrounding the building while they're still prepping everything. John has figured out the pin code with his little hacky device and got the second key to the vault that has the arm and the chip from the first Terminator. He arrives with the other guys like, hey, by the way, there's like all the policemen outside. We should probably hurry up. And we also learned that they're gonna blow this up remotely with a remote detonator. It's like, yeah, good plan. And then Arnie says, I'll take care of the police. And John says, hey, you swore to... And he just looks around, gives a little smirk. Trust me. And it's about to you get some shooting happening. Arnie goes to the window with his minigun, kicks the desk through the window, and just starts blasting all of the police cars. A little bit of shrubbery, but he does not shoot at anyone specifically or explicitly. He is basically just all forcing them to take cover further back to get them some time. He does not hit anyone with the minigun. When the minigun runs out, he gets his grenade launcher, blows up a couple of cars, and then we get a little POV shot where it just says human casualties 0.0. And he's very pleased with himself. And he just walks away, and then they just all start shooting with their rifles into the window, but he's already like halfway through the building again, through the room. So yeah, they just basically shoot at nothing. So yeah, just some nice explosions. That's basically this. There's nothing else to it. He's just getting us some time. In the meantime, John and Miles are getting the arm and the chip. And I like how he's like opening it up. It's like, oh, you need to twist and turn or something. And John just fucking throws them on the ground and breaks the glass. It's like, there you go. It just says we got Skynet by the balls. Let's finish this. It's just kind of fun. We see some special units arrive with a bit more tactical gear and gas masks. They're making their way inside slowly. Then Arnie comes back, tells him time to go now. And now we get Miles' big payoff.
Oh, yes.
Because they're about to leave, they have everything set up. Miles currently has the remote detonator in his hand. The special unit comes in, and they just start shooting. And Miles gets heavily injured and takes cover behind a pillar. Also, Sarah is currently pinned down in the room.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of looking
Hank
around.
has found them.
Sarah's doing a little bit of suppressing fire into the air. Kind of scoots into like another room. I think before that she has like a glimpse at Miles, and he just like has the detonator and looks at her, and they have like a little nod at each other, understanding it's like Miles is gonna take care of this. It's like, man, what an absolute Chad.
Yeah.
She gets into like another room, but she's basically pinned down, and it's a dead end. And then Arnie's like, okay, let me go through this wall real quick and grab her out of there. So yeah, they escape,
The
and
Kool-Aid stratagem.
the special unit slowly approaches Miles, and he's got a part of the processor in his hand, very heavily breathing, and he just says, I don't know how much longer I can hold this.
And in case anyone didn't catch my joke about Hank finding them, the SWAT team leader is Hank from
Oh,
Home.
yes.
Oh,
Oh, really?
I did hear that. That's funny.
Yeah, he's also in. He's got small roles in, what is it? Starship Troopers and Total
Yeah.
Recall.
Yeah, he's the guy with the weird face on Mars in Total Recall, and he's the guy who runs the officer who runs the training BMQ place in in Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't know. I'm sure it was a trivia thing that came up often, but when he says like "Get out, get back now," I just kind of thought, I was like, that kind of sounds like Dean Norris, and I was like, it definitely looks like it could be him, and I looked it up. So
Well, there you go. But yeah, he's got a piece of the big old processor that he smashed in his hand, hovering over the detonator switch. And basically what he's doing here, he still wants to destroy the thing, but he wants to make sure they still escape. Everyone escapes. He doesn't want to kill any innocent people, which is a huge character thing, which I really, really like.
Yeah.
Because he just doesn't want to randomly kill these guys to get rid of this evidence. So he gives them time to run away, and then we see him like taking his last breath, and he just drops the thing on the detonator, and the whole fucking room explodes, taking him and everyone, everything in there with it.
yeah,
And that's
choosing humanity over his life's work.
yeah. Obviously, we have the symbolic thing where he uses a piece of the processor that he was about to build to actually press the detonator. So it's good stuff. It's good
Use
stuff.
Proto Skynet to destroy Skynet.
Yeah.
That's true. That's something that's lost when you remove that deleted scene. Because I don't think you actually see the large model that he has of the.
He still destroys it with an axe, though, right?
Yeah.
That is deleted. That is deleted. That's only in the extended version.
Oh, really?
So if you ever see that thing in the theatrical, it's in the background and no attention is ever drawn to it, so you don't know what it is.
Interesting. So yeah, Rip Miles. What a really cool character. I like like him a lot.
Yeah.
Absolute legend.
Yeah. I just love that they actually consider that he doesn't want to just kill some random people. They're just doing their job because they obviously don't know or would believe any of the things they're fighting for currently. And it's it's great. Because again, I always have to fucking think about modern media. They were just like, no, you're just gonna explode everyone in the room because they've been shooting them, so they're evil. And it's like, no, it's more complicated than that.
Isn't it cool how all the bad guys with the guns got blown up with everything?
He's like, yeah, I mean, kinda, but they were just actually doing their job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a day at work, man.
Yeah.
That's something about modern movies and shows I hate so much. Oh, hey, these people just doing their job? Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. They shot at our protagonist. They need to die. Yeah, that's stupid. So yeah, the other three, in the meantime, take the elevator down. When they arrive, a gas grenade is shot in their direction, and Sarah and John just kind of take turns on the gas mask they have left. And Arnie says, "Stay here, I'll be back." It's like, yay, said the thing.
Yeah, said it organically too.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense where it is. And
That is exactly how you do in-universe references.
Yes.
In, like, stark contrast to thing. I haven't even seen it, but I fucking know the references. Alien Romulus,
Ugh,
where you just have characters
Oh
who
my-
suddenly just trot out lines from
Yeah.
elsewhere in the franchise.
yeah,
When he
yeah.
says "get away from her, you bitch," the android swears at the alien for no reason. I shouted "fuck you" at the screen in the theater. And I was so angry. Like,
Fuck yeah.
And, like, obviously that happens all the time in things like Rings of Power, but like in this, the context is sufficiently different, but it is still totally acceptable for him to say that.
Yeah.
So it is a nudge fan servicey moment for the fans of the first film, but it still works absolutely, even if you have never seen the first movie.
Yeah.
yep, and like I said, in the other classic line from the first movie that he says, "I can believe that John told him to say, 'Come with me if you want to live,' to her."
Yeah.
It's like, if you see my mom, tell her that, and it's the only thing that will make her trust you even a little bit for a moment.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're kind of pinned down because the whole SWAT team is waiting on them at the entry. So Arnie just does something badass. He walks towards them, tanks all the shots because he can, and when he's close
Also,
enough,
at this point, he knows that they're effectively on the run, and there's like having it be that he has to hide his Terminator form is probably not really going to matter.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they all now know what he looks like and will still come after them. So it's like, well, I can just tank all these bullets. It doesn't really matter if my face gets torn apart. Like,
Yeah.
something I got to do, or otherwise we're not going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, and obviously, as Chad already pointed out, this is a big PCP moment right here. He's just tanking all the shots, and when he gets close enough, he just gets his pistol out and just shoots them all into a leg individually. It's just so sick. Bam, 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 bam. It's so badass.
It's almost
Things going on
comical the
again.
way he just slowly walks in a circle, shooting all of them in the leg.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he does that, runs out, and then he takes the grenade launcher that
The
has
gas
gas
launcher.
grenades in them. So he just starts shooting people in the back and in the body, and they go like, ah!
Yeah, like that would really hurt, but
Yeah.
it's it's definitely preferable to killing them.
It could arguably paralyze you, though.
He'll
Well,
live.
he's a Terminator. He'll live.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
deliberately-
again, like the
deliberately
order was
don't
not
shoot the
kill
spine.
people, so-
Yeah.
So yeah, they're all cleared out. Arnie goes outside. He just starts shooting gas grenades everywhere so people just disperse and get away from him. And then he makes his way to a police truck. And on the way, he just takes away gas masks from people so they fall over. And just like, ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he adds
Yeah,
the thing with just giving the grenade launcher to one guy, says, hold
Yeah.
this.
I was going to mention that. I
Yeah.
love that. Hold this. And then he just pulls the mask off of him.
Yeah. And another setup. He's about to punch the thing. He's like, oh, wait. Opens the sun
There you
cover
go.
and
He's
gets the
learning.
key. So good. It's so small. But it's just good stuff. Love it.
This
Love
the very next thing that happens I find quite funny, and I don't really know what to make of it. It's with the T-1000.
Yeah, so this is one of the references to a thing that happens in the first movie that makes a little bit less sense. I'm assuming you're talking about when he gets in the helicopter.
Yes, I'm more referring to what he does immediately before that, because he
Yeah.
rides his bike up the stairs in the building.
Oh yeah, he
Um,
does.
And I don't know why you would ever do that. but then once he's up there, because like it's obviously slower and a lot more cumbersome to ride a fucking motorbike upstairs. than to just walk. But then once he's up there, he sees that the helicopter is close enough, and then he's like, oh, well, I can, jump the motorbike onto the helicopter. So if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been able to get into the helicopter. So did he ride the motorbike to the top of the building knowing that he was going to steal the helicopter?
I don't think so. I think that was just in his head, he was like, I'm getting up faster. And I think that's what we as the audience are supposed to take from it. And because he doesn't like go right for the helicopter, he walks around the room for a second and realizes that they're not there.
There's also like, if he manages to trap them on an upper floor. If he manages to trap them on an upper floor, he'd be able to get to them faster on the bike than just by running.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But I still feel that might be pushing it a bit, but that's the only way I could think of to excuse it.
It seems like an odd thing to do. Let's put it
that
way. Yeah,
it stood out to me while I was watching it last night as well.
I mean, I was gonna say maybe the motorcycle is legitimately faster than he is, but like we've seen him run.
Yeah, it's definitely he is climbing the stairs quicker than a fucking motorbike.
Yeah.
If it was one really long set of stairs, like up to one of those temples in like Nepal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess at this point, I'm assuming that we're probably at the point chronologically where he does take the helicopter, and that's kind of what I was saying, where he delivers the line that also the Terminator used to eject someone out of a vehicle non-lethally by saying "get out," and I think this one was just a callback that was played for laughs because it's like, well, he's saying "get out" and the guy's in a helicopter, but
yeah.
It kind of works though, because of what he just saw, the guy sort of turn into liquid metal and then reform in the thing. Saying "get out" would be like, look, I'd rather be anywhere but in here, and it's low enough that I might live. So I'm jumping out.
The wider shot of the helicopter does show. I don't think you see it beforehand, but you see it just after the guy's jumped, which shows that you could probably survive that. It's not like the helicopter
like
was
2 stories up, maybe 3. But
it's not
it's not a lethal distance.
Yeah, if it was, then I'd agree. I'd be like, well, yeah, that's just dumb. Like, I know that this guy just turned into liquid metal and sat next to you and said, please leave. But at the same time, just immediately being like, okay, and just leaping to your death, that would be slightly less believable, I think.
Again, me, like, if debatable, because I gotta say, if what, for all you know, is an alien organism just takes over your helicopter and then gives you the opportunity to escape, I mean, I guess like, you know what? I'm gonna take my chances. Like, maybe I'll land on something soft.
He aimed for the bushes.
Yeah, aimed for the bushes. That's a good callback to a much different movie. Although, funny enough, one that plays on the invincibility of action heroes in a pretty, an oddly not subversive way. More of like, no, that's what actually would happen.
Get out. And then he did.
Yeah, so we just did the helicopter part, man.
Yes, I figured. So yeah, more. It's just all action from here on out. We're just having all the great payoffs and stuff. It's just, we did all the work, we did all the character setup, and now we just get to enjoy the ride with the characters we give a shit about, and it's all very tense, and it could all go wrong at any time if they're not careful.
With a few twists on the last act of Terminator 1 also. We got the highway chase ending in a factory.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting that, like, structurally this film is very, very, very similar to T1, but it's so much more fleshed out in the middle section, which is where you get like the heart of the film, quote unquote. All of the fatherhood stuff, all of the Dyson stuff. If you remove that, then, like, I guess the broad stroke storyboard of the film is very similar.
So yeah, they have the chase scene, but they're getting chased by someone in a helicopter. Obviously, it's the T-1000. Sarah makes sure that John is safe and just basically covers him in like 17 armor plates, body bombers.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
You got him on hand. It's like, put as many of these on top of you as you possibly can.
Probably poured a little PCP over it just to be sure. And we're ready to roll. Because Because yeah, the T-1000 just getting real close with the helicopter and just shoots with his gun. Sarah has a rifle, I think it's like an M16 or something, and just tries to shoot him until she gets shot in the leg, which is rather unfortunate because it's the other one from as last time, I'm pretty sure. So she got her other leg fucked up this time.
There's also a detail I want to point out that I really like. The T-1000 has a third arm to steer the helicopter while he's reloading and shooting his gun.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I never noticed that. That's amazing. Look at this.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
Really, it's a really cool detail. It's really easy to miss, but the fact that they thought of that is like really fucking awesome.
Wait, it's 4.
It's 4?
Bottom right. There's another one.
Oh
I could definitely
God.
see 3 there.
Yeah, I could see 3.
Like right in the bottom right here.
Yeah,
where my
you're
mouse
right.
is.
You're right.
Yeah, I see that.
So he's got. Hold on. So that means. So what is that arm doing? Because that arm isn't doing anything, which means he felt like making 3 extra arms.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
but because
fun.
of the rules of how the T-1000 works, that means he must have like shrunk by like 10%.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
Maybe a little.
You could get away with that a little bit if he like hollows out his chest cavity for a bit to like form an extra appendage.
Possibly, or if he removed
Do
one of
not
his.
see his legs.
Well, do you
That's
need
true.
you need legs to fly a helicopter, don't you? Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Do you need both legs to fly a helicopter?
To be honest, you're not asking the expert on either helicopters or legs.
You bringing that up is just making me imagine him having 4 legs down there now too. Fuck it,
I know
just
a lot of
duplicate
stuff.
body parts.
just for the heck of it.
Here, look what I can do.
Oh wait, you can't see it. Damn it.
One thing I do want to mention as well is the helicopter stunts in this scene. They're not flashy, but they're all happening for real in front of a camera.
That's what I was
they are-
wondering because they look very, very real, and I didn't
Yes.
Google it, but I had a feeling they actually did this.
Yeah,
In particular, the one where he flies under the bridge. Holy shit!
yeah. Like just flying that close to the ground, flying underneath a bridge is, would be the riskiest bit because if anything goes wrong, you're probably just dead.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yeah. It's so good, but it's also not flashy. Like if you were to recreate this scene now, I mean, there's almost certainly a helicopter that appears in one of the later Terminator films that I just can't remember, and it's not going to feel anywhere near as real because it's going to be a helicopter. Like it's going to be like fucking flying upside down or some bullshit like that.
Yeah,
Whereas
Yeah.
this
Probably
is
a
grounded
movie
enough to where you can
that
accept that it's happening.
and they would have somehow construed it that they have like a military helicopter with like 17 miniguns on it, so they can like pepper the whole fucking truck with millions of bullets or something. But yeah, Sarah gets shot. She gets and he gets pretty close to the truck. And Arnie's idea is to step on the brake pedal and make the thing crash into the truck and fucking collapse. But that also makes him lose a tire and makes them almost flip over. It's going to on the side. So we got a little break in the action here for a second. Everyone needs to recuperate a little bit, lick their wounds, I guess. We got a truck full of liquid nitrogen, and we have the guy, God damn, are you okay? And just stabs the guy to death because he's a fucker.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was referencing way at the start is when he kills people for
Yeah.
no reason. Like, he didn't need to do that. In a lot of other cases, he'll just push people away, but he just kills this guy for no reason.
Yeah, he could have just thrown him or something, yeah. But yeah, he has now a truck with liquid nitrogen, so that's interesting. The other ones climb out of the truck as well, and Sarah makes sure to grab the shotgun. It's like, oh, smart, I like it. But Arnie realizes the truck is coming for them quite quickly, and is like, I need your truck. So they steal the one guy's truck with like a small wooden house on it. It's like, but the thing is, it's not a very quick car. Like he can only go like 65 miles per hour, which is like 120 kilometers per hour or something along those lines. not a good top speed, so the truck is gaining on them quite rather quickly.
Also, I just
Yeah.
want to point out the parallel really quickly of a tanker truck being heavily involved in the finale of both films.
Yeah. It's just too good of a visual. It just looks so good.
Not just that, but the interesting point that they used them for kind of opposite purposes, where the first one is full of fuel and this one is liquid nitrogen.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
complete opposites.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, he just kind of tries to squish them in the car, but he has to dodge traffics in order to not crash himself. And he's getting closer to him, and then Arnie at some point tells John to take the wheel, or Sarah takes the wheel. One of them takes the wheel. It's John, and he just leans out the car, shoots the truck with his grenade launcher, until it gets pretty close and gives him a little tap at the back, which makes his last grenade fall onto the back of the truck. And then we get a scene which I just fucking love because it's so fucking badass. He grabs the rifle, runs and climbs up to the truck, which is basically attached to their small truck right now, and just kneels in front of the windshield and just fucking shoots a whole magazine of the rifle into the T-1000.
Yeah.
And just like...
Pretty badass.
It's just so fucking awesome. And then he breaks the window,
the wheel,
takes the
too.
wheel, and makes him topple over. Yeah, it's awesome. It's
Yeah,
fucking...
this whole interaction is some of the most action guy shit in anything ever.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they kind of slide on the side until they crash into the entry of the Steelworks factory, which makes Arnie fly off, which looks a bit odd. I have to say, there's like a couple of frames that look really weird.
That's the other shot that I think doesn't hold up. It's weird, goofy. I can't tell how they did it, but it doesn't look real.
Yeah, it looks...
I don't know if it's a puppet or if it's green screened of a stuntman. I can't tell.
I'm just glad he didn't do an action hero landing.
Oh, I mean, it makes way more sense that happened than him just like tanking all of the momentum.
Yeah.
And just stopping.
Yeah, it looks a bit odd for sure. But yeah, the liquid nitrogen, that thing splits open and goes everywhere. And they're just kind of looking around. All the factory workers are bailing because, yeah, fuck that shit. That's super dangerous. And yeah, Arnie looks up. The T-1000 stands up, gets out of the wreckage as he does, but he's starting to freeze. And he's like, oh, that's weird. Well, I just power through, no problem. And then he rips his first leg off.
Yeah.
And then the second one, and he just kind of falls over and he freezes completely. Until Arnie takes out his sidearm and just says, "Hasta la vista, baby." Shoots him in the face and he splitters everywhere.
One of those all-time iconic scenes.
Yeah.
Just the whole, like, him falling apart and, like, even being confused as to why he's coming apart and still trying to power through because he's on a mission.
Mm-hmm.
And then just being blown to bits and then eventually reforming. God, it's so good.
So Jason, all right, everyone, chill.
I use liquid nitrogen at work on a weekly basis, and it's never this cool.
It's not nearly as amazing.
Yeah, I spray people's warts on their face.
Well, I guess I need to spray them more. And this could be like a good ending already right here, but we're not done. We got some more drama to attend to because it's very hot here and things are spilling because of the crash. So there's like liquid metal, magma, whatever it is, coming closer, and it melts the pieces, and it starts to form back together. And it's like, damn it. And Arnie tells them that they don't have any time and they need to get away from here. And they start going into the steelworks. And also Arnie takes the last grenade and puts it in his grenade launcher because he's a smart man.
I want to point out the parallel yet again with the trucks where the tanker in the first movie blows up and you think it's over,
Mm-hmm.
and then the skeleton of the Terminator comes out. Here it's the same deal where he's frozen, he gets shattered. Oh, thank God it's over. No,
Nope.
horrifyingly enough, he starts to reform yet again. Oh my God, how do we kill this thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I might have considered running over to the pieces and just throwing a bunch of it into the molten steel.
But we also
Someone get a
learn.
vacuum.
Again, it's a very simple effect as well when you see the water droplets or molten metal droplets like coming back together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just reversed. It's
Yeah.
so simple.
Yeah, but it just works, right? It's just very effective. But for the first time, the T-1000 did not get through this unscathed, because he's making his way. He grabs like a rail guard or whatever it is, and it kind of morphs into it and takes the color off of it.
Yeah.
So
And this is a deleted. This is an extended edition thing too.
There's 3 extra little shots in this sequence, and this is one of them where it shows that the T-1000 is now starting to misbehave.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is entirely a creation of the director's cut. This is not a thing in the theatrical, which means that the T-1000's behavior now is completely in line with how it was 5 minutes ago. There's no change in its behavior.
Yeah, and I
Which-
prefer that being completely shattered and then reformed might have done something to however its circuitry works. Like
yes.
its parts are maybe not in the right places exactly, so it's glitching.
Yeah, it's I like it. So yeah, it's basically transforming a little bit unwillingly some places. Yeah, you got another couple of shots where he just walks around and you see the floor is kind of molding into him, like he's kind of taking the shape of it. And they kind of just make their way through the factory, trying to get away, get a little bit close to some of the liquid steel, where Sarah has to tell him that's too hot, we need to go somewhere else. But the T-1000 is closing in, and we're about to have our first confrontation, 1v1 proper, between the two.
At least since the
since
the mall.
Yeah, since the mall. But this one is a bit more significant, I'd say. He's got the he's got a search function on, and so we're dealing with Terminators here, right? So you would be forgiven if they wouldn't give a shit about, especially T-1000, if you wouldn't give a shit about the grenade launcher or the pistol in his hand. But even here, 2 super beings, machines, the first thing he does is get rid of the weapons, because they're the most dangerous thing in the fight. Because that makes sense.
Yep.
Not these days, where it's like, I want the hero to get rid of the guy that has a gun, so we let the guy with the gun get really close, run towards the guy that we like, so we can disarm them, and then we do that 17 times in one scene. But yeah, he's just oh, someone pointed in the chat out as well, the T-800 tracking sucks because of all the moving machines. We established this in T1. You're correct. Thank you. So this is probably why he can't see him in the mist, or the smoke rather. So yeah, they just do a fight again, which consists of a lot of shoving and crashing into different kinds of machinery. It's just really fun. There's also the one thing where he gets where the T-1000 gets thrown head first into a thing, and then he just kind of morphs back to face him. It's just really cool looking.
Yeah, it's just such a fucking cool moment of it can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, and also when Arnie punches him through the head, and he reforms his head out of another part of his body, and the part that was the head becomes hands holding on to him.
Yeah, it's they're really creative with the way he
some
can
pretty
use
epic
his
stuff
powers.
happening here.
Like it's great. Like he uses his transferring powers for disguises. He uses nice and cool in battle. It's really creative. Man, if only I could think of a bad example of using your powers. Oh man, there was like this show had like rings. It was about rings, I think. I think they were powerful.
Oh no.
There was this one guy who could transform to everybody, and he never did it. Weird. It'll come to me soon. Yeah, so he's really creative with the thing, and he kind of knocks him down, and Arnie's one of his arms gets stuck in some big old gears, and T-1000's like, well, he's done for now. I'm going back to my mission of getting rid of the Connors, and we kind of see them climb up somewhere. They realize he's close, and Sarah makes sure John gets to safety first. And in the meantime, we also see that Arnie just straight up rips off his arm so he can go back and help him.
Yeah.
Sarah, now, being the absolute fucking Chad badass that she is, loads the shotgun and starts shooting him one time right in the face, which holds him off like very shortly. And she's scrambling, she's panicking, he's super close. She tries to load the gun, but she drops one of the shells and is like, oh fuck, this is bad, this is really bad. And she gets stabbed in the shoulder and gets told by the T-1000 to call to John, and she's like, no. And he just keeps like spinning and twisting the thing in her shoulder, just like, I know this hurts, call out to John, and then gets the other finger, points it at her eye, and she just says, fuck you. And it's like, God, you're so badass, I love you.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to point out, yet again, with the whole psychotic nature of the T-1000, he can transform into her and call John himself, but he's trying to make her do it.
Mm-hmm.
It almost comes across as like that psychotic aspect overpowering his actual mission to kill John.
It's plan A, I guess, because, yeah, if it's not going to work, then I guess he would just delete Sarah Connor. But I guess the other question is, does he know that he is capable of convincingly transform anymore?
Yeah.
Good point.
That is a good point.
Yeah, because when he does it, he actually doesn't do it to the best extent that he normally could. So yeah, that's
which
that's
is again only
point.
in the director's cut.
Yeah, his feet are melting into the floor again.
Yeah.
Also, I just love that the portrayal of her being a badass is not purely like defiant, not being fearful at all, because she's fucking scrambling, panicking, knowing he's super close, like sees him obviously walking towards her, starting to reload the gun, failing. It's like, oh fuck, like shit, this is screwed. And then only right before she knows she's about to die, just tells him to go fuck himself. Before obviously Arnie comes to save the day, but it's such a cool portrayal of badassery that doesn't just consist of being like, oh, look how badass I am. It's like, no, I'm fucking scared like crazy right now, but I have to protect my son and, well, in extension, the future, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just good stuff. And then Arnie appears and just fucking it does this. It's just overhand blow with a pipe and just goes right into him. And yeah, those fuckers are powerful, so awesome stuff. I like how the T-1000 looks kind of surprised at first, and then it's like, oh well, grabs the pipe and just back to this shit, I guess. Also, yes, Chad, PCP is at work here. A lot of PCP. But yeah, he grabs the pipe and then he starts beating Arnie with it. Even spikes him in the floor at some point, but not before throwing him off a thing. And just, I don't even know what he uses to swing it at him. It's just like a big fucking metal device. It might just be just a big piece of iron, I think, that you use for like scaffolding or whatever in like buildings. But yeah, he just keeps smashing his head with it, really fucking up our poor boy Arnie. and for a finishing touch, he spikes him into the floor after Arnie tries to crawl to the grenade launcher and temporarily kills Arnie, that bastard.
F.
F for Arnie for now.
Spears him right through what we assume is his primary power supply.
Yes. And he walks off. In the meantime, we cut to Sarah, who now has a fucked up leg and a fucked up shoulder, starting to load the shotgun with the leftover bullets, or shells, I should rather say. John is just kind of scrambling, trying to hide somewhere. It's like, oh man, gotta fucking be careful. But we also see, not too long after this, that the energy is being diverted to an alternate power source that the Terminator has, and he turns back on. He gets rid of the spike, grabs the grenade launcher, and makes his way to wherever they are. We then hear that Sarah is calling out to John, and John's like, "Yay, my mom is back. That's so poggy. I love that." And that's what he says.
Typical
in the
90s lingo.
That's proper 90s lingo. She's like, help me, ouchie, that's bad. And then behind that Sarah, another Sarah appears and is
getting real mileage out of Linda Hamilton's sister.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably using the twin again.
Yep, they did.
And then she just says, "Out of the way, John." And John looks down and just sees the the feet and boots just being molded into the floor. I was like, oh yeah, that's not right. That's probably not my mom. And yeah, he gets out of the way and she starts blasting. One shot, boom, cluck, cluck, 2 shots, 3 shots. I think she has like 6 shots overall. Puts it into him and stumbles him back and back and back. And then 1 shot left, click. Fuck.
Yeah.
And then the fucking T-1000 does a little no with his finger. That fucking dick.
Yeah, and again, it's
Yeah,
just
he's
showing
cool
he
with
has a
that.
little bit of personality in
Yeah.
there. He isn't just a cold robot killing machine like the T-800 was. There's something more in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I love that moment so much. Little bit of a tangent. They were selling a statue of that on Sideshow, and I wanted to pick it up, but just couldn't afford it.
Oh, wait, that's like the finger thing?
Yeah, it's him standing in front of the chain, and he's got the finger up and his like head kind of down in that pose. I'll try to find a picture of it to send.
Sideshow? I'm not a big collectible guy, but that actually sounds very tempting.
I think it's sold out now, unfortunately. But let me
balls.
check.
30 year. Well, I'll leave that side open. I probably want to peruse that a little bit. And yeah, she's out of ammo. They're fucked. But Arnie
Yeah,
comes up
play a
with a
hero
little
function.
belt thingy. The last
It's a
shot.
gear.
Sorry.
It's like a gear.
Oh, is it a gear? Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, it's a big gear. Oh no, poor Metal is hooked on plastic PCP. Oh man. But yeah, Arnie comes up on the gear and uses the last grenade he has, shoots it right into his belly. He explodes and looks like this. And I'm like, whoa, that's horrifying.
Especially
Goddamn.
with the sounds it's making again. The,
Yeah, it makes
like
these screeching
alien bug
sounds.
chittering, screeching. Yeah.
The thing, body snatchers thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
I love it. It is so good.
Yeah, and that just stumbles back into the big old molten steel on the floor. And it makes all kinds of fucked up noises. It wails around, starts morphing into all the characters he's killed and sampled over time, including the security guard and everything, until he just kind of starts melting, and you just see the face go like, and the face like going inside out until there's like nothing left, and it's just goes poof. And they've done it.
Sorry.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I really like his death scene in particular because it's really horrifying. Towards the end, where he keeps trying to form out of like you see a second head pop up at one instant there. It's like, yeah, this thing is trying to survive. It has that survival instinct, kind of, and with the sounds it's making and it taking all these different shapes and then finally melting away, it is one of the coolest like villain deaths ever.
Protein in the metal.
Yeah. Protein in metal. Ew. Yeah. Really cool death scene. And then Artie getting up saying, "I need a vacation." Is also funny. I need a vacation.
And that's arguably out of character, but it is quite a good line.
And it's like, is it dead? And Artie says, "Terminated." And now we get the one last big payoff. They throw in the arm, they throw in the chip, and Sarah says, "It's done." And Arnie looks at him and is like, "Not yet. One chip remains." And just points at his head.
And it must be destroyed also.
Must be destroyed also. And he hands like the control of the chain to Sarah. It's like, "You have to lower me down. I'm not allowed to self-terminate." And John is just like, "No, don't fucking, no, I don't want you. I order you to not do this." Like he's grown very fond of him, seeing him probably as like a father figure as well, obviously. But he's not listening. Even when he says, "I order you to not do it," he's like, "No, that has to be done." And
I think part of that is again the reset.
Yes.
The extended thing. I don't think he'd be able to deny that order if they didn't reset his chip and allow him to kind of learn and evolve.
Absolutely.
Because I think he can understand that for the priority of the mission, him dying is more important than obeying an order. That he, as he says in a moment, he now understands is John being emotional.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So he's able to disregard a bad order, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't know that he'd be able to do it were he not then given the leave to learn and evolve. Because I think him understanding humans, and it also get some weight more to the "I know now why you cry," which we've got on screen here. That is him understanding. He's like, "I get it. I understand why me doing this is making you cry."
Yeah.
And I also get that the future you who programmed me would still want me to do this, even if you right now do not.
Absolutely. And it's such a fucking great payoff. It's so fucking good.
I mean, it's one of the best like movie endings ever.
Yeah, it's man. Like John just begging him to stay. We can figure out, like, no, and then saying, "I know why you cry," and then he gets lowered down into the pits of the magma, and of course we get the score. Going down slowly, looking at each other. John not being happy at all, crying, and we get the thumbs up, the iconic thumbs up. It's it's so sad. I love it. It's not magma, it's steel. Oh my god, unsubscribe. Damn it.
Yeah, I said molten steel earlier.
I said both the whole time. Yeah, it gets the thumbs up, and then we get a POV of Arnie, and it just turns off. And
just to confirm with zero ambiguity that he is gone.
Yes.
Which is very important.
Yeah, which means we don't get another movie ever again, because what could we even do? That's crazy. Why would we make another one? Um,
Wouldn't it be fun if another Terminator showed up in like a week?
And then just shot John in the chest? Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh my god. I also want to mention quickly, I think Arnie even gets the idea to self-terminate in the steel because they still have the arm and the chip and they toss that in first. Because John's like, hey, can we destroy this in here?
Mm-hmm.
And Arnie is looking at him and it seems like he learns from there.
Oh, Dark Hour already. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Dark Hour.
He probably will have known that he needs to destroy himself, but yeah, doing it now will have come about as a result of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah, then we get a small little end sequence where Sarah says, for the first time, we go into the future with a sense of hope, because if a Terminator can learn the value of life, maybe we can too. And then we roll the credits, and one of the greatest movies of all time ends.
I mean,
Yeah.
not the extended. The director's cut has another scene. Does yours not have it?
I mean, this is where mine stopped.
Oh, at least the cut that I watched had the ending where like we see Sarah in the future, like in basically the timeline that is at the beginning of the movie, but with the future changed, where she's recording the story of this movie into a voice recorder, which kind of contextualizes the voiceover. And John is there with presumably her grandkids, like pushing them on the swing, and she says that he's like a senator and that he chose to like kind of fight for things through. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. At the very least, apparently it's a deleted scene, but
I have never
watched
seen
had-
that version of the film.
Yeah, I've never heard that
Neither
before.
have I.
Oh, so you guys really had no idea what I was talking
No.
about.
No, I wasn't. I
No.
was like, I'm misremembering something, but yeah, maybe that was a deleted. It was. I mean, obviously, it was a scene that was filmed, and then I guess they decided not to add it for the director's cut, but it exists on the internet, I guess.
I mean, maybe, but like in the cut I watched yesterday, it was after this scene. So like, I don't know. Maybe someone edited it in.
You've been bamboozled.
Could be a regional version. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, to me, that's the canon ending.
There's two things I also want to mention. It is a bit of a question of what happened after the steel factory, because
Yes.
like the cops are still after her, and it's like, okay, well, there's a big incident at the steel factory. Some of those workers who evacuated are going to be calling for help. So
Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
there's a bit of a
Sarah-
question.
Sarah needs to now, like, yeah, okay, they might have averted Judgment Day. Fuck off, Terminator 3. For now. They might have averted Judgment Day, but she needs to avoid the authorities forever, because if she
Yeah.
ever gets put away, she is not coming back out, given what she's done in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably true also. And to be honest, it was something I was thinking when I was watching it a couple days ago.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So to
The
be
other
like, wow,
thing-
you'd at least have to change your name. Like,
T3 doesn't
Um,
exist in my headcanon. None of the Terminator movies after this exist in my headcanon, really.
Yeah, there's only 2 Terminator movies.
yep.
The other thing I want to make sure I got to mention is I really liked Patrick. Sorry, what's his name? The T1000.
Robert Patrick.
Robert Patrick. I really liked his cameo as the T1000 in Wayne's World, just randomly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this one?
It is such a good cameo.
That's funny.
So wait, would that? Yeah, I think Hikura might be right. That might be Wayne's World 2 because
Nope, that's
think
Wayne's
the
World
original-
1. I just
Was it?
watched Wayne's World 1 several months ago. I think that was
'cause
like
wait, that's when
August.
he's on his way to Cassandra's wedding, right?
Yeah. Or not the I don't think it's the wedding. I think it's
Oh wait,
She's
no,
off-
that's Wayne's World 2, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah, it
the
is.
wedding is probably Wayne's World 2. I haven't seen that. I've seen the first one, and it is when he's off to go get Cassandra from I think it's like the producer guy.
Yeah, from Rob Lowe with the music video shoot.
Yeah.
He grabs the water out of the cup to pretend he's crying. And it's like, yeah. Wayne's World's a good movie. Everybody should watch.
Wayne's World is honestly, I like Wayne's World 2 as well. They're both good.
Yeah, I've never seen the second one. I should check that out sometime.
It has a bit of the comedy sequel syndrome of like it's definitely not the first one and not nearly as good, but there's still some good stuff in it. Good Chris
Yeah.
Farley performance in there. Christopher Walken's the villain.
Oh my god, now I have to see it.
I got one question for you, man. As Sphincter says what? It's like, yeah, you want me to say what? It's like, no. It's like, yeah, that's what you're doing. You want me to say what? I get it. Walken just calls him on it. It's pretty good.
Oh well. Terminator 2. What an amazing fucking movie.
The final Terminator film.
Yay.
No other has ever made after this. Actually, I think I said it before the stream. I actually have the. I found like a collector's edition with a steelbook and stuff online that I ordered, so that should probably arrive soon. I don't even know what's in it, but I just know. I knew. I just want it. I wanted it. And the Terminator 1 Ultra HD version came out recently, actually. I need to order that as well. Fantastic movies, good stuff. It's just fucking great. It's just amazing. And we talked about it, how amazing it is, for about 5 hours now. And yeah, if you're not convinced this is a great movie, I can't help you anymore. That's as much as I can do.
Correct.
But hey, I think there were a couple of super chats that came in, and memberships. Let's go through those here real quick before we get out of here. We got 5 gifted memberships by M8566. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We got 1 month of membership chat by Neil, the bearded flame variety. Thank you very much. My favorite movie, James Cameron at his best, and movie a lot of writers can learn from concerning characterization, etc. Absolutely.
Yep.
100%. Can't agree more. It's
James Cameron from it these days.
Yeah. It's rather great. It's rather good. And we got 18 months membership of Flam Variety by Nexus. Thank you very much. Says, hi guys, please add 13 Assassins 2010 to the Forge list. And I think that's what you already said earlier.
Yeah, we kind of addressed that. Takashi, a samurai film that I like quite a lot. So I might watch that other one tonight.
Yeah, let me know what you think. I watched it a few years ago, and I honestly don't remember it. But if you like 13 Assassins, you'll probably enjoy it.
Nice. I got £5 by The Witch Sapphire. Thank you very much. You know what movies I'd love to hear you guys talk about? Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. Is that like the first big animated one that came out?
CGI, yeah, the first one that was not connected to any game. It starred Ming-Na Wen.
I remember that one. I mean, I remember watching it 1,000 years ago.
I mean, it's not terrible. I think it pissed a lot of people off that it had very little to do with Final Fantasy aside from some thematic ties.
2001. They had like the weird dream recorder and stuff, right?
I think it's also what resulted in Square Enix being a thing, because Square lost a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
It's like a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I watched it a long time ago. Who's in? Alec Baldwin, Steve Buscemi, Donald Sutherland.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ming-Na Wen was the main character.
Ming-Na Wen. Aki Ross. Okay, well, interesting. I have no big memory of that movie at all. And then we got $5. That's the word. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with my brain? What's more PCP, I guess. Man, she looks tough for this non-action movie. But as we all know, Jennifer Lawrence was the first female action movie star ever. That's true. Yeah, that is 100% true.
That Hunger Games series, the first movie about high school children having to do a battle to the death ever. Also.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that it was also based on the first book that was ever written.
Yeah.
The Hunger Games. It was invented books.
Damn.
But seriously, everybody read Red Rising. It's better than Hunger Games. It goes to way crazier places after the first book, too.
That's crazy.
And Battle Royale. Watch Battle Royale.
All right. Well, that's that. Thank you very much for the super chats and membership. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Before we get out of here, Creetosis, what are you up to? Where can people find you? Tell them about you.
Oh my god. Well, my YouTube channel is Creetosis. I make videos analyzing games, movies, and shows. I just released my 7-hour breakdown of the Fallout show back at the end of November. And I'm currently working on a in-depth Starfield analysis, which
Oh boy.
that's fun.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's awful. That's the short version. I also
about 20 hours in or so. I did not have fun playing that game.
No.
I would have given up if I wasn't doing it for the channel. It gets so much worse than people realize. I also do game streams. In fact, I do. I stream Starfield for my research streams, and it puts my chat to sleep. This thing is a fucking cognito hazard.
It is. I think I did 2 streams on that game, and then I played it a bit offline, and I was like, this is so fucking boring. I can't be bothered to play anymore. And it's on Game Pass, so I didn't even pay for it, and I was like, I still don't want to do it. I remember I wanted to because I wanted to fuck around with the base building, and then I realized I need all these crazy resources to actually build a base that is somewhat self-sufficient. It's like, oh, where do I get this? Oh, on this planet with some hazards that you need a perk for to actually build a base on it so you can get the resource. Like, fuck that. Fuck off.
And I found the planet exploration, which is dull as all hell.
It's nothing to do. It's like all these random things that are all the same.
So there was a video I watched recently that talked about how you can build a base and you can have ammo crafted there.
Mhm.
So hey, you could always you could buy or build as much ammo as you want for your guns, right? No, you apparently need a special ingredient that you can only buy from a store. What's the fuck is even the point?
Might as well just buy the fucking ammo at the store then.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb. Anyway, link down below. Go check it out. Good videos.
Yeah,
I like your Delusions of Bethesda with the Emil Pagliarulo. That's not the real name. How do we say that?
So I've been calling him ML. Apparently it's email. Either way, ML Pagliarulo. And it took a while to learn to say that name properly.
I bet.
But
I have trouble.
yeah, that's my most recent video, just talking about how, like, this guy is a shit writer. He couldn't realize that, hey, this guy's a war criminal in this scene where he laughs about an unarmed guy getting executed by soldiers.
Yeah.
And he made this his main character of Fallout 4 randomly on Twitter.
It's still baffling. I remember seeing that when it happened, and I was like, stop. What are you doing? Like, I don't even care that much about Fallout, but Jesus, what are you doing? Random, what about you? You do things, right? Sometimes.
I do things. Occasionally, I do stuff.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Oh my
pretty much
God.
same as last time. I'm hard at work on a rather long video, breaking down kind of what went wrong with Arcane Season 2.
Oh God.
It's going to be 3 parts, 1 for each act. Act 1, script's done, basically. So now it's a case of recording it and editing the video together. So hopefully within the next month or so.
Woohoo! Well,
And yeah, I should have link to my channel is in the description. Thank you, Metal.
it is, yes. And well, thank you, lads, for joining us. It was rather fun. Mark, you got any news, anything to share?
No, not really. Just back to working on offline real world stuff, and and then still doing Forge. Although I guess because Captain America's not next week, is it? We still have
No, that's
1
2 weeks from now.
we still have 2. Okay.
Oh, no, next week, the week after? No, the week after that, actually. So we actually got 2 things. Oh, God. Oh, do we have to do more Terminator? I don't want to do the next one.
Well, we could do the Terminator arc, I guess. We could do 3 in Salvation before we go straight on into dog shit.
God, doing 3 and 4 and then the new Captain America? I don't know if my brain can take that.
maybe we should do a couple good movies in the interim. We could talk about it.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Well, we should.
We'll finish the Terminator arc at some point.
Oh, we definitely should. It should be funny memes, for sure. But yeah, as for me, just still getting back in the groove after my 4-week vacation. Starting to go back to editing soon as well. Just prepping the forges, do more gaming streams, the usual. Probably getting dragged into the EFAP mines to watch something at some point, as that happens, as that tends to happen. Yeah, just same old, same old. Probably gonna finish Astrobot this week or next week, because this week is not over yet. Yeah, that's basically it. Hopefully having episode 5 of Rings of Power out soon enough. And I am probably going to make a video on the new Captain America movie before I go back to Rings of Power. And see how that... Unless the movie is really lame, and then maybe I won't do it. You will never know until it comes out. Or don't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. Thank you all so much for hanging out, for watching, doing the things and stuff. And yeah, I guess we all see you next time. Yeah.
Yeah, later, everybody.
Goodbye,
See you
everybody.
later.
Bye-bye.
See ya.